face on. Keep it tight, girls. You know how it go. Who run the game? We run the game. Y'all men don't even know. It's your turn. It's my turn. Ladies stand up. It's your turn. It's my turn. Put your hands up. It's your turn. It's my turn. Ladies stand up. Now clap your hands. Now clap your hands. Yeah. You can't stop me. My time is now. You can't stop me 'cause I'm running this. You can't stop me. My time is now. You can't stop me 'cause I'm running this. You can't stop me. You can't stop me. No, you can't stop me. You can't stop me. No, you can't stop me. You can't stop me. Who run the game? We run the game. It's your turn. It's my turn. Ladies stand up. It's your turn. It's my turn. Put your hands up. It's your turn. It's my turn. Ladies stand up. Now clap your hands. Clap it. Now clap your hands. Flying high in the sky.
too clean. Interior crispy cream. Roll around with the team. Better get with the regime. I don't do no pretending. Take you to new dimensions. Shawty all in my mentions. Shawty won't give me inches. With a bossy baby. I'll get you frosty, baby. Don't care what it costs me, baby. I'm feeling flossy lately. I got the rock. I got the rock. I got the sauce. I got that trip. Can't f with no drinking my cup. Pour some rock. Stay getting lit. Yeah, till I drop. 4 a.m. and I can't feel my face. Yeah. Pour me up some more bubble. Yeah. Nothing new to me, so if you trust me, I can make you love me. Baby, do you love me? You love me. You with me, know you on the right track. Drop a couple bands and get it right back. I'm just dripping black diamonds and Louis. These niggas like ooey. I'm so bad and bougie, it's a movie. Yeah. Count my wins so I don't take a loss. Baby, can you handle me like Kyrie with the cross? I don't like no boy, and you know I cut you off. Katie with the block, too shady with the ops. I got the rock, I got the rock, I got the sauce, I got that drip. Can't f with no drinking my cup. Pour some rock. Stay getting lit. Yeah, till I drop. Oh, na, na, na. 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 Oh, na, na, na.
The first global champions in Valorant history.
El Diablo himself.
He gets both kills.
Oh, right click. Oh, no way! Eco! He's the. Oh!
That's early on, gonna go for the big. It's over. Oh my god, Vanity! Trent's on a 2 versus 1 for the first goal.
Oh, what a flick! And we get plays coming through Tens. Oh my god, Tens!
Energy dominating this first map. Oh!
B-Dog lines them up.
They swing and the heads are being popped.
Down! Banned!
Out into the takedown point. Watch for more.
No way!
Picks up 4.
Poison Shanks. And speaking of,
Oh my goodness!
And welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to another day of NAVCT. It's playoff time, and we're just about to see which team is going to be going to Iceland as our first representative from North America. Joining me on the desk today, we've got Bala, we've got Evil Cat, a.k.a. Mimi. Really excited to see what's going to happen, but let's take a look at what happened yesterday as well here, Mimi, because we did see some teams unfortunately sent home, some of whom were somewhat surprising, as V1 not able to continue their group stage success here in the bracket play.
Yeah, I feel like it would have been surprising either way, Cloud9 or V1. Thinking of either of those two teams heading home is a tough one, especially this early and towards the bracket. But earlier on in the day, we got to see XSET really have a show of force here against Luminosity. A pretty well-handled 2-0, I believe 13-5 in both those maps. Big performances from players like Cryo and Zekin throughout that series. I mean, Luminosity, despite getting knocked on down, have been one of the biggest success stories of this first stage of Challengers for me. They kind of came in as a bit of an unknown with a couple changes in towards the roster, just barely scrape by into playoffs, and then find some really strong upsets and make a pretty deep run, all things considered.
Yeah, and I have to give credit, you already said XSET, very strong showing, but obviously on one of their maps that they don't play on is set to end that as well. But then the Cloud9 V1 series, and this was all, I mean, such a good series, super scrappy, and what you expect when you get down to now only 4 teams. in the playoff bracket left over and still playing for it. It was just clutch after clutch from both sides, and unfortunately for V1, Cloud9 came out on top.
Some sick flanks there as well from Vanity all series long. We saw it play out a couple of times here. As you look at the playoff bracket, the teams that remain, Optic and the Guard, which is the match we have coming up, and then later today, XSET versus Cloud9. Only 2 of these teams will be making it to Iceland. The winner of that first match guaranteed a ticket. And then that loser will have to go down and face the winner of XSET C9. Winner of that series will go to the Grand Finals, where they too will guarantee their way to Reykjavik for Masters. The fact that teams like Sentinels and V1, despite V1 having a great group stage, aren't here is somewhat surprising. Like, Ball, I know that Sentinels is looking like a bit of a husk compared to its former self, not necessarily carrying that same weight, but even still, a lot of people would have picked them to make it in, but just not able to find what they needed to get into the Reykjavik event.
I'll tell you, Mark, it's a new era entirely, I think, in a bunch of regions. I mean, we just saw over in EU, if you guys were watching that stream a couple hours ago, it's the same kind of story, right? A lot of newer teams, rosters that you don't really expect to make it this far, making it this far. And I think the first match has one of those teams as well, the Guard. Completely new, right? They weren't here back last year. It was only towards the end of that year, after the season ended, that they even formed, and now they have a chance.
As we take a look, too, at the team they're playing against, we talk about Optic. This is another team that came in from the same group as Version 1, but it's a team that struggled, Mimi. They didn't necessarily have the greatest start. Now, obviously, they still make it through the group stages, but it was not without taking some bumps and bruises. But then through the bracket play, they've looked pretty strong, so much so that they found themselves in the upper bracket final.
Yeah, a bit of a rougher group, slow start versus teams like Rise and Sentinels, a loss to V1 in that one, but then they make their way into the playoffs. They start looking really excellent. The implementation of Ye onto the chamber has been really good. They've been one of the teams that, in my opinion, have adapted best to the meta, playing the Omen, playing a ton of Brimstone, I think pretty much the most of anyone else here on NA, and the only squad to have implemented the Neon as well. It's one of those teams that's always been considered top 3, but I think kind of got slept on a little bit with V1 and with Cloud9 in the equation.
I think coming into the year, they also fixed a lot of the problems that we were expecting from last year, which was they don't adapt fast enough. They don't bring in and prepare the stuff that you expect them to. And this year definitely feels like they've changed that up.
Taking a look at their opposition, too, here's that young gun team, the Guard, who, coming into the group stages, I looked at them like, okay, this team could be maybe the 3 seed. I think that a lot of people had them pegged in that spot, that XSET would be the 2 seed, Cloud9 the number 1. I don't think many people had them as the number 2 seed, or doing so the way that they did. Their only loss in the group stages was in the final week versus Cloud9. They've been great through the bracket play thus far, and they're looking to continue that here as they get prepared for a matchup against Optic. Balla, though, when we look at these two teams, 2 players you can't help but highlight, and this is kind of always the case as we talk about this on the desk segments, is the Jet players, the ones that initiate. You're talking about Saya player, and you're talking about Ye.
Yeah, naturally. But what I want to frame this conversation as a little bit more is the conversation about Jets and how we're kind of moving away from always having a Jet on every single map, with maps like Split, Bind, and Fracture being prevalent in NA and globally as well, and how the Jet players kind of have to flex off of that Jet role in some cases. And with Saya player, he's going to one that's still, that firepower is still the duelist in Raze, and you can compare them because Ye is having to go back to a little bit more of a passive role, and that does affect him on all maps as well.
Yeah, it does affect him, but I think switching on over to the Chamber has given room for someone new to shine through in the roster, someone that I don't think that we've talked about quite enough in previous iterations of Optic, and that's been Victor. For a while he was pretty hard set on that secondary duelist role. Now he's playing Raze, he's playing Neon, he's playing Sky, he's playing KO, and he's having a ton of impact on all of those roles. And what that allows is a player like Ye to be able to take a step back, to be able to play that Chamber, be a little bit more supportive, be a little bit more focused on the clutch, and it gives Victor room to be a star. I think the biggest example of that has been their Neon comp, where they're implementing him onto Haven to be that primary force of initiation, moving in so quickly. And I mean, so many of these clips are him just being that space maker. You don't need a Jet to fill that role. The Raze, the Neon, so many different agents can do that. And then when he switches on over to the supportive roles, like the KO, like that Sky as well, he plays super well to enable the rest of his team and enable players like Ye when they are playing on towards that Jet.
Yeah, but looking at the other side, you got to ask yourself, who's the flex for the other side? Who's the person that's filling in those blanks on the other end there, Bola?
Yeah, it's actually Jonah P, and that's not necessarily the thing that you'd expect to hear when you're looking at the guards roster. Jonah P has played so many different roles. He's playing all the different types of roles in the game of Valorant. He's playing controller, he's playing the Sentinel, he's also playing the Initiator as well. So it's not the same type of flex that you'd expect with Victor, but he still is flexible, and in some cases more flexible, right? That's why I kind of asked the question, who is really the flex player that you're looking at? In my mind, Jonah P has been so valuable to the guard, and I don't think that gets recognized a lot. He enables a lot of these fantastic compositions that the guard are using on specific maps.
And he's playing these kind of flex agents that aren't usually as often the flex agents. Normally when you talk about it, maybe it'll be someone like Victor who plays the secondary duelist, the KO, the Sky, those types of things. But he's playing some of the controllers. He's been kind of the man to implement the Omen into the compositions for the guard, and he's been super aggressive on that role. I love especially the way that they're playing it out onto Icebox. We have not really seen teams do that since 100 Thieves when they were doing that in their older compositions. It looks really good. The paranoia is combining with his teammates to find a lot of value. When he plays the Sage, he's ridiculous as an individual fragger. I think when they play Bind, where he's picking up that secondary up, he's incredibly variable, not just in the agent pool, but the weapons he uses and the switch-ups in the playstyles. When you look at Jonah on a Sky versus on an Omen versus on a Sage, you're seeing a completely different player, but he's so competent in each and every one of those positions.
We talk about the agents and how they can potentially flex different roles, especially looking at the Optic side with the Neon pick that they pull on Haven. So I think it's important for us to talk about the maps, to just see if we're going to actually see those strange comps coming in from Optic or potentially coming in from the guard. As we take a look at the map picks and bans, the first map's actually going to be Split, selected by the guard. Then we're going to Bind, and then Breeze, an interesting map pool.
Yeah, that last map is the biggest surprise. That's kind of why this veto was very hard to predict, and honestly, I think why we're getting such variability in the maps that we're seeing, because Breeze is perma-banned for both these teams since the beginning of the season. So they floated it, and guess who ends up coming through and picking it? That is very, very... I mean, both of them actually let it float all the way through to the map 3, or to the final map. That's what happens. So that means that both these teams are prepped, and that means we have a banger map 3 because it's unseen.
Yeah, unseen, but I want to focus in on some of the earlier maps in this pool, and first, talking about Split, that's a map for the guard that they haven't always been picking into, but have been more and more capable at playing. We haven't seen it since about a month ago when they played 100 Thieves on it, so I imagine that we've seen re-implementation. Last time they were out here, they were rocking with the Astra. We've seen them play Omens into some of these comps. We've seen them play Brims into some of these comps. We've also seen teams stick back with that Astra. The guard has always been a squad that has been ideating and has been pretty far ahead, similar to Optic in this new meta. So I think that Split map, and Breeze as well, there's a lot of unknowns. This is going to be a tough match to prep for both these squads. And with that first map being Split, I think especially so for Optic.
A lot of questions, and we need answers, but we're not going to find them just yet. We're going to go ahead and throw things to a break. When we come back, we'll be jumping into map 1. Optic, the guard, trying to punch a ticket to Iceland. We'll be back in just a bit.
Red Bull gives you wings. Red Bull gives you wings.
I'm on your neck, hey, give me respect, hey, I'm on your neck, give me respect, hey, I'm on your neck, hey, give me respect, hey, I'm on your neck, give me respect, hey. Give me respect.
name in the league, went straight for the title. No time to idle. I'm finna get it, put that on the Bible. This is survival. Gotta treat every move like the final. One by a mile. Nobody believe it, they all in denial. Look at me, look at me. Still in the show, that's the crook in me. They want me gone with the hook in me. Asking why is he here like I shouldn't be. I've been on grind since I dove. 10,000 hours the motto. They see the bag is coming out, they flocking to me like I won the lotto. Dancing with the devil, there's no recital. I'm killing competition, ain't no revival. I shoot it to kill it, I'm aiming for vitals. I'm showing no mercy when facing my rivals. Snakes in the grass, they getting exposed. I know they be lurking, I'm watching them close. Acting like friends, but really they foes. Saw they be scheming and said adios.
I think with our recent success, we're starting to gain a lot of like respect in the scene. So I do think teams aren't really looking down on us. And if they do, like they're gonna get shocked when we play them.
They still can't plant the spike. Try to capitalize. Jonah, Pete, and Friend come through like a sledgehammer right through the brick wall. And there is nothing left but rubble.
I think the reason why we're a lot better than some of these teams right now and why we came up so fast is because the way we practice. MCE and me, like super efficient in practice. We're always adapting to new things and learning and implementing it super quick. So we have like the best coach in Valorant. I'm convinced MCE's the GOAT. The biggest reason why we're such a good team and how we're improving every week, he comes in with like the best mindset and he's so like good at his job. And that plays a huge factor in improving a team, especially like a young team like us. We're just trying to soak in all this information. And you know, that's why like we're just being sponges right now and he's feeding us all this info and we're just getting better every week. And also our team chemistry is on like a different level. Like we always talk about problems together. We have such a like clean environment. And I think that's a big reason why we're so successful.
Spike wasn't even down.
Spike didn't go down.
I thought for sure it would have gone down in the last second.
It's not gonna go down. It's not gonna go down. Time is over.
Oh, it's Trent. Oh my Trent.
The guard, we formed right before the end of last year. We made one roster move after that and we picked up Trent. That guy was coming in, dropping 30s on in scrims versus like the best teams. We're like, this is the guy. This is the next like, you know, prodigy of this game. Honestly, he brings everything. I don't even know how we clicked so well, but it seems like we're just like the bestest of friends. Like all of us are just so like nice to each other and we all enjoy each other's presence. But for Valorant, like, you know, we're here to stay. Like the guard, we're going to be a top 5 team for a while. So you guys better start getting used to us. Like it's just that simple. The reason why I have so much faith in my team is because they've proved to me that like they can listen to what I say. Honestly, as an IGL, that's all you ask for is that they trust in your calls. You know, I got to repay the trust and I trust in them. So them trusting in me is just as big as me trusting in them. So it's kind of like a two-way street, you know. If they trust my calls, like I'm going to trust for them to do the right thing all the time. So I always trust my team no matter what. For playoffs, we're planning to do the exact same thing we did in groups. We're planning to just destroy all these teams 2-0, 2-1, doesn't really matter. You know, we want to go to Iceland. We're going to go to Iceland. No matter who we play, like I feel bad for you guys, honestly. And for all the guard fans, just know that we're not just the guard. We're going to be the last line of defense for NA. We'll see you in Iceland.
The guard feeling super confident, and honestly, you can't really blame them. The way that they've played thus far has been incredibly impressive, especially for a new team who has only really had this roster for a very short period of time, and they give a lot of credit to MCE for that one. We're ready for map 1. We're just about ready to jump into the agent select as well as we get ready to kick off the Optic versus Guard best of 3 in the upper finals. Winner goes to Iceland. The loser still has a chance.
Is there a world where we see the neon implemented here? I
Yes.
feel like there might be, because we saw Knights try it out. We've seen some European teams try it out. I actually really like the way they were playing it on Haven. And their composition, they rocked a Raze solo duelist last time they played into this map, and it was rough. And we get it! We get it! Victor is going for this. This is the comp that we saw Knights try and figure on out. It's that double initiator, double flashes for both Crashy and FNS. You have Victor as that sole duelist, and then you put Ye on towards the chamber. This is what we were talking about, Bala, where Ye can take that backseat, and Victor gets to be the first line of defense.
Yeah, this is literally the same comp that Knights tried, the same thing that M3C was also doing as well.
Yeah.
And the thing that you have to pay attention to is on the other side, what is there to deny? There's Jonah P with his Sky Dog. There's a lot of things that they're going to be using to find out where that neon is early, but there is no Viper as well to block line of sight. So that's a typical comp from the guard, and Optic bringing something new, because the last time they played this map against XSET, it did not look that fearful because Victor was playing the Raze, and he didn't really have anything to follow up for himself in those situations where he was getting fast into the faces of XSET.
Yeah, you have no Gravwell, you have no Astra, you have no Viper Mount. You don't have any of those big pieces of utility that are great to stop set pieces. That's exactly what a comp like this with the Neon is good for. So they're going to have to find another way to slow him on down, or we'll see a similar story to when they were playing Haven, where the Neon just bowls over opposition.
It's time for us to jump into map 1, as again, it's Optic and Guard locking horns here in an upper bracket final that will send the winner to Iceland. We've got our casters standing by. It's Rivington and Vansili. Take it away.
Thank you so much to our friends at the desk. Rivington, this is going to be a high-stakes game between Optic and the Guard, where even for me, is going to be the biggest test so far of the Guard roster since the inception of this roster.
Vans, the Guards started their journey on January 27th, right? Even before that, practicing, playing, they've paved their own path to this point. They relied on no one to do it, and now they're up against Optic. Coming into the main stage as a powerhouse of last year, looking to regain their international position. Can they do it? And a lot of people, Vans, say it.
That's it. The crazy part about this is that the community seems split to figure out who's really the underdog of this series. So I'm expecting a very good and close game between these two teams, and we're starting things out with some information with the Guard on the attack, a Trailblazer towards B that doesn't spot anybody. Look at this setup from Optic. They have 3 players towards B side to really react towards B main, but everybody from the Guard is inching towards this A side hit.
I love the changes we've already seen in the agents. I can't wait to see how they'll play round to round here. Getting ready for the paranoia, or at least a long smoke. No, heaven smoke, screen smoke, and it is going to be the site. Saya player to clear. Vans, we're going in. 1 minute left.
Saya player is already in. There's one by the screens. The flash is coming out as well from the KO of Trashies. But in the back lines behind that map, it is Marv for the first blood, but quickly gets traded out with the advantage for the Guard, taking over the A site. The plant is going to go down. The crossbar is great, but Optic's already on the rotate, already on the flank, and they're already dropping 2 of their own. Back to an even scoreline. Now we have turned the tides over for Optic. A beautiful flash from Jonah P. Back to a 1 versus 1, and it's going to be Victor that's going to fire first for Optic.
Neon lighten up the first round. Victor comes out with the Neon pick here as Optic switches up the composition. And the Guard's entry was the back of Saya player. It looks like it's going to be a hot or cold day, because that was a few smokes going out, and Saya player turned that corner to start off with the paint shells and everybody to follow. So a little bit of gusto there to Guard's strategy, maybe a lack of utility they wanted coming overhead. And Optic kind of bite down on it. We do go down just to Victor versus Jonah P. So we get down to the nitty-gritty on the first round, and we'll see pretty much full save here on the side of the Guard as Optic go for their Spectre armor, and they'll set up with quite a few stars towards A here to set the pace. They don't really want to give the Guard anything.
You mentioned that the stars, and
0
also
point.
the Des has mentioned it as well. The composition from Knights and also from Mech playing right now for Optic on the defense, and I can't wait to see how this is going to pan out for the attack as well. How does the Guard react to that? But we'll talk about that when the time comes. This time, Riv, it's 4 players working towards mid on the attack for the Guard on the Seago.
I like this. On the shoulder of Net now. Can he be the one to find a headhunter? Once that action in mid happens, you see maybe a bit of push from Valen here, who's playing very cautiously, allowing the trademark to really give him a lot of control here. Slowly taking space. They're not receiving any util, though. Optic's not biting.
But that 1 single flash has made a little bit of footsteps, and of course, the 0 point is going to find even more.
Optic's making it so difficult here. Guard's taking fantastic space, but where's the first angle? No, no, yay! All ready to play games in the second round. And
we're waiting for
fault line right behind him. Relay bolt up. Oh my word, the combo.
Works out. So FNS gets the first kill of this round. Even we have the fast lane going up just to hold the defensive line on B Heaven. But the Guard, they're switching out to ropes. There's already 2 players winning there. Make that even 3. A nice 180 from Marv, actually. And we're starting to see how we're confident in this game, at least from the looks of Optic in the first 2 rounds.
Yeah, it's making so far the Guard fall into traps, right? This wasn't Optic running forward with Relay Bolt and Victor trying to be crazy. This was allowing that trap that they set for the guard to walk into. The relay bolt comes out first. If a person gets hit, you're almost double hit confirmed for a fault line. You're dazed for days. Like, that is just so frustrating. And already we see the combination working there to be a little bit of an anti-eco. See what they can get on this bonus round.
It's a fault line to a flash, allowing Victor to slide through and get a little bit of information, but actually nobody retaliates from the guard.
Yeah.
Following a prime flawless from Optic Gaming, they were trying to continue their run early into this round as they're running the bonus, but they're ready for the flash. Victor's turned around the corner. That's two of them blind, but the one that's not blind is going to be able to get the kill. That's Saya player with a headshot onto Victor, and they're going to try to move back and regain the space here as we actually have the net already up inside ropes. They have a lot of ground control.
Yeah, they did a great job at the beginning of this. You had Jonah P doing a trailblazer all the way and into the bottom of ropes. Now, net maybe lost control on the bottom, but holding that top already is what they want. So, cut audio, 1 kill, let Optics spread out a little bit, and then reassess where they may put a lot of that power to defend these sites. I mean, if they find where FNS is, that pretty much stops them dead, but it's good info for them. They may just be trying to suss that out. Looks like Jonah P is going to be doing a lot of guiding light from B main. If they can take it, the smokes are coming out, and it's another B heaven take.
Paranoia, the kill from Ye, looking for another one before he TPs away, but he gets stopped by Trent. We've overtaken the B site now for the guard, and we're trying to get this plant at the default spot, not really planning for B main, so we're going to have to play a little bit more aggressively with the crossfire inside the site.
I wonder if Trent had used his aftershock over at A, so you already see the guard knowing where they could avoid him. Maybe I have to take a look at that on the replay. But right now, guard set up a nice defense, already 1-up. They're playing a bit of elevation here.
Fault line to the back of the site. Aftershock, we're trying to flush them out, and it's working at least for Optic Gaming. Now a big volley on the ground. Marv comes out for another kill, but it gets traded out by Valen, holding at the pillar, but it doesn't work out. The gun round, even the bonus for Optic Gaming comes in for a 3-0 scoreline. And Rip, we haven't seen a lot of split from either of these teams in Stage 1. Actually, even looking at Twitter at the beginning of this game, even the coach MC was like, who the hell decided these vetoes? How the hell did we get to these 3-match series that these guys never play?
Oh, so the flash comes out right away. Instant double peek around. I love this retake. Marv and Crashy's peeking at the same time, and that they just flood both sides of the pillar with util crashing behind it. That's why having economy is so important on a retake for a split. So you can dump everything into the site, and the guard was looking for a safe position to even return fire. The bonus for Optic going in their favor.
That's the name of the game, I think, right now, looking at Optic on the retake plays on how much utility is done. I think you land it correctly because they don't really have a setup for trap plays with Rays that we're usually talking about from like 100 Thieves or from Cloud9, right? It's all about these retake utility dumps that's clearing out these angles where we saw Saya player got punished for. But now the guard on an eco. We have a Marshall out, but a couple of pistols for the rest. They've already lost net at the beginning of this round, and that's just going to quiet down for a bit after that first player has fallen towards the mid side.
So things that have happened over the last few rounds, guard continues to focus a bit to start. They have worked mid after this. Right there, they get shut down with the operator for the first time. They know Ye has that big gun now. And FNS has traded over towards B. So we'll see if this actually plays in favor of the guard as they try to get in. Victor says not a shot on B main.
The other ones are getting lined up, and that's going to be an easy mop-up for Crash. He's on the top of the A Heaven side, and we're seeing right there where this is a second round that the fault line and the peak coming out from Victor and FNS combining together towards the B side has been working pretty well. So looking at Optic Gaming here, Riv, not too much mid-pressure. They're playing more on utility information based off of Ye's trademarks, right, onto B Heaven and onto ropes, but we're really trying to fight really hard on these extremities for Optic.
I mean, this retake smothers you, right, from Optic. 0 point identifies where you could be or just delays your abilities, and then you get hit with fault lines and relay bolts. It actually smothers you. It's so hard to be able to keep everyone in a site or have everyone go in the site to defend it. You really have to stay spread out. Some close tags there.
Yeah, that gave Ye a haircut. And we also saw the fault line at the beginning that forces Victor out of his position, towards B main. After that, a little bit of utility usage towards mid. We talked about fighting towards mid side. That was pretty important, but that changes especially when you have now an operator out for Yaster who's working towards the A site.
Here's the mid work again from guard. This has kind of been Net's area of control. Seekers will go out as Victor is just trying to get everywhere.
Swing the double pop, and a trade is attempted for Optic Crashies, but it gets knocked down right off the null command. Victor just behind, low on HP, has backup right behind, and they're trying to space it out even more. A beautiful flash, but they lined him up. That's Saya player and Jonah P going to work this round for the guard to put their first point on the board in this map, in this series on Split.
Pressuring that area. If they figure Ye might have an op in that situation, pressure him harder. If we can find him, we can continue to squeeze him in. It's exactly what an opera doesn't want, is to be closed on. Headhunter comes out immediately. That disjoints what you saw between Trent and Net fighting together. I mean, there was much more, obviously. Tons of Optic firing at them, but tons of guard firing at them. But the pressure to Heaven has been consistent from guard with a little of this touch A to start. Let's see if they keep going to be Heaven here to keep things on the shoulders of Net. Optic, Ye looks like he wants to stop that.
Easy thing for him to do. He has a rendezvous point on mid side. Dolafels out. 2 flashes now being used. Maybe one of them from his teammates only, but still able to get a good position out in front of this mid control. So again, look at the rotates. We're looking to put pressure back towards the extremities, especially from Crashies, to try to find this information.
Man, not having a Sage. We're getting some fast rounds here, Van Silly.
Oh, yeah.
As smokes are going out, 1 minute now. Both of them are there. We see the Astro return, and Saya player, again, entry in the site of Blast Pack is something we're seeing so much more of so often.
Yeah. That, and also from the shadows from Valen, who gets the plant down towards this A side. Also, we've retreated really quickly towards the backside to play the retake. Now it's time to play the utility that we talked about before. And 2 simultaneous kills gives the advantage for the guard with a 2-player advantage. Ye is fully stunned on the top of him with only 3 HP. It's looking good for the guard to take this round to put 2. Now we have a Boombot trying to clear out for some information. They do spot for 1, but there's 1 hiding by the ropes. At this point here, Riv, it doesn't really look like we want to commit into something.
Nope.
That Cosmic Divide that came out from Marv actually works out even better. At least the Cosmic Divide from Marv of Optics, gives the advantage for the guard to get better positioning in the round here.
Trent with a nice frag on the end there. Should be safe as it's a deep plant in the site. And the guard come up with a nice spicy round there from the shadows into sight. And as we said before, they have to stay more or less spread out, or not everyone in the site. They're kind of filed out along a ramp and could get away from the utility by 90-degree angle, right? If you don't get hit by the relay bolt or the fault line coming through. And they get messed up by the Cosmic Divide, really. They were kind of worried of what could still be in sight. And the guard now have to try and figure out how to do that without an ultimate on Omen, without being able to pop in and out as quick. Optic are going to call a timeout to see how they can kind of put up their own stop of these rounds they're losing here. 5 and 6 go, and they have some ults to use, so that's probably in the discussion.
That's the other thing, too. If you're looking at, okay, they don't have From the Shadows, they don't have the Showstopper, at least this time, though, for the guard. They have Seekers and a Rolling Thunder. So you could still combine something out of that to oppress a site, while Crashes has used his null command about 2 or 3 rounds ago, which probably means that he doesn't have it ready for now. So I think this is a great way to bring the timeout for Optic, to try to figure out if they should play the retake. Should they fight forward? What do we do with this?
The last few rounds, they've kept Victor and FNS at B. I kind of like that because it's the retake of all of the utility that just sends guard for a loop, and they're all concussed. They can't see. You can keep piling in the rest of Optic, but it looks like they're going to split those forces now, and we'll just have Victor up in heaven, and A ramp will be covered by FNS. This is kind of what they did on pistol round and forward. For a few, stars are set up either side, and a different look here too from the guard. They're going to start most of their players towards side B. Like you said,
it's actually a fun positioning for Optic here, Riv, because at the same time, if FNS needs to fall back to support A heaven, but there's pressure on mid, they can still fault line from A ramp over up to the male side. That could actually help Victor with potentially even an overdrive. But you're seeing the Rolling Thunder that's getting ready to go for a mid-side hit if they're getting pressured.
Still peeking. Getting the forward position as well. You have Optic has to figure after 2 rounds, Net's going to be walking around with that possible operator. He also has an ult, but that's not going to matter. He goes down as the Rolling Thunder's answered.
Rolling Thunder is not going to really hit too much, but it's good enough, right? They got the first kill on contact because Net didn't clear the corner on the right side. Rolling Thunder pushes them back. There's 43 seconds left on the clock, and the guard have to try to figure out where they can push and prod. They were able to use 1 star out of Marv in the B side. There's still 2 stars, even a third one that was placed on the ground here. Relay Bolt also coming out. Trent has the Rolling Thunder for the attack, as they could maybe try to do something for the B Heaven side take. Here it comes right now. It will hit Victor, but we still have pressure towards the back. Overdrive coming out at the same time.
Dropping in.
Victor. Ooh, it's going to be Jonah P. That does get the kill to FNS, and my apologies. It was actually the wall that comes out, but Jonah P and Trent are still going to work. Trying to get the plant right now. Some nice pressure and some nice covering from the guard. As Ye's on his own, gets stopped by Jonah P, and that's Jonah P. We're going to talk about his name a lot in this game so far.
I like the play a lot that we see coming out of the guard now. They've seen that they have success towards this B Heaven area. Optic actually had a read on the play because Ye was pushed up towards that A side. So you're figuring Optic should be able to stall this. Like you said, they still had the Rolling Thunder to come out. They use that super effectively. They paranoia down towards the top side of A Heaven. And the waterfall into sight, usually you have a few more coming out of B main, and I think that's what threw Optic for the last loop, that there was just so many people dropping in. They still had so many flashes. The guard's doing a good job of waiting out these rounds, gaining position without having to use utility, and then having it all for sight.
It's one of the main properties of KO2, being able to throw flashes above this wall on the inside. And unfortunately, we were ready for that here for the guard, as the first one to fall, one of the ones that had some sort of stronger weapon than a pistol was Marv with the Spectre that gets dropped in. You can see it actually. Victor did use his overdrive on that previous round, but just because he was getting pressured, he wanted to use some Vandal kills and it just didn't work out. Now, Net looking back on some sort of mid control, trying to see if there's any aggressive pushes from Optic. But you can see it from the minimap here with everybody stacking up towards the A site.
Yeah, I think that 0 point might make him think twice, already running over. Now, I always love Breach on Split because you can basically aftershock a plant spot from any position as you're running in, whether it's through A pillar or B pillar. It looks like they all stay to one site, though. The call is to stick together and rotate as 4. This will be the guard's B site to lock down now. And they look to even up the game, steadily coming back, saying, all right, take a timeout, Optic. We'll continue to take our rounds, and they have done so. Optic with 4 here, and still a possible retake. The guard's into post-plant mode already.
Our default line, flash drive coming out here from Crashies as dropping down towards Hell, and they're also dropping down on the floor as the guard, again, is just lining them up on the waterfall strat that we talked about before, at least there on the attack with the guard head. That ties things up on a 4-4 scoreline on this first half, and like we mentioned it, Riv, got a game in our hands.
Yeah, and the guard like B. It seems to be where the success is piling on for them. Default spreads everyone out. Yeah, I was going to say, usually Jonah P heads through sewers. He may come back for now, but they toy a little bit with mid. They have someone at A. And we did see Optic moving as well, where Marv was playing a few rounds ago. Marv set up his stars on B, now to A. So Optic trying to switch things up as well, so the guard cannot get any reads on. It's one of the big parts of the game is you condition a team to something. And that's how you can win
0 Point was able to spot 2 players. That was actually Valen and Net on towards the A side. And immediately re-rotated towards mid-side control. Ye also pushing towards B main to get the first blood for this round. But right after that, everybody from the guard are trying to inch up and creep up towards ropes into A Heaven. Also Crashes is there with a null command to get things ready.
Good trade.
Even up the tally from the Opera on the other side, though. Crashes is waiting. Holding the angle for at least the A side hold. Whoa, the timing on that one. Crashes might get the upper hand kill. It's going to be an easy kill right here. So Ned is going to fall, looks back towards the Heaven side. He gets traded out, though. A 3 versus 2 in favor of the guard as they can move inside the A side and plant for Heaven. So Ye's on that rotate. Back towards the spawn side. The flash, the peek. He spots them both. Jonah P gets the 2K. And the guard takes the lead.
That losing 1 to Ye's op was like the go button. That's not the first time we've seen the mid spot being taken. Net's been in ropes a whole bunch after you see the utility coming out from the sky. And this time they worked it so well to just get behind enemy lines immediately. Again, taking the last few out, Jonah P on the mark. They were so ahead of Optic that round.
I love how Jonah P is always so stoic on these camera shots. He's just so focused. Just wants to keep just winning rounds as much as he can on his utility agent for his team. And the fault line starts up. Very aggressive push here from Optic down towards the mid side. A little bit of pressure and a little bit of information gained towards this B main side, but they give that up right away.
And look how much pressure it's caused. They don't know who's where, and that could be a problem right here. Vandal grab. No, Jonah P still on point from last round.
Making it tougher for Optic to regain round. 2 Spectres remaining out of the 3 that they bought into this round here. They're trying to go for the flash, the pick from net first, but Trent even gets the kill into Crashies before that flash popped off. But there's still one more line of defense inside the side. That's Victor. Just around the corner, still has 1 relay bolt, lines up 3, and it seems as though the guard, we talked about but Valen talked about it on the video, on the hype video before this game, that he trusts his teammates, the teammates trust his calls, and it just looks to be that way for the guard. Everybody's looking at a different angle that has everybody's back.
That's the biggest thing in Synergy. It sounds so easy to say. It's hard to produce and reproduce game to game that you know someone has your back and you're only watching one angle. The second you're double taking, it just, everything falls apart, and it's an incredible thing to watch, as you said, as the guard start to pick up rounds here, start to pick up some momentum. We're going to get the op battle now from both sides. Let's see if they meet this time. It is going to be a push from Ye. He's been pushing long, or he's been pushing Garage B, and now he's trying to push here. Rendezvous out.
Prime game flawless in the last round, looking for another flawless here, at least for Optic this time. As you mentioned it, the pressure coming in from the A side is stopped from Ye. Couldn't really figure out how they could work that for the guard.
Null command in their face as well. That goes away. So they're just set up towards A. It's the first time guards really put all of their numbers in one spot. Last round, they smoked this spot from B, but were able to take that round due to it being a push mid from Optic. This round, they're going to play around that smoke and here towards Heaven. Ye's there again.
Can't believe that works out while he's blinded, while Crashies plays.
Optic reading without as much movement around the map. I think that's kind of what you see from not having a default. We see Victor rotating through mid on Neon here, which means he goes through ropes while seeing mid was clear. They probably had a B main push right in the beginning, and Optic pinched down on all members of the guard. So probably back to a little bit more default. We get Jonah P on the right side of Sewers, as we were seeing before in the previous rounds, and Optic looked to make it 6-6 here.
Yeah. Same setup here for Ye on the A site, so a little bit more pressure towards the mid. It's got to get spotted by the Trailblazer. Really, bolts came out too, but we're going fast. Here's our Rolling Thunder on the attack, and we're trying to move up with the satchel charges, but then Crashies is also moving towards the mid. That's 2 headshots, including the bomb, or including the spike falling down. And here it comes Victor on the support, but everybody else is too far behind for the guard. Only 2 players remaining now versus a full roster of Optic, as the guard has to go for a 2 versus 5 clutch. It doesn't work out. We're on a one-man solo mission. Trent with 30 HP. Only a dream, only his death. And that's Crashies, giving the Prime Gaming flawless for Optic Gaming, and even tying the scoreline 6-6. Let's take a break, and when we come back, we will see who wins this first map. A clean slate as we move into the second half of the
Yeah.
first map between Optic and the Guard. And yes, we wanted to figure out, this is amazing, this is cool. We see some Neon, we see some same strats from M3C. But is it going to be the same thing for Optic in their defaults here on the attack?
Yeah, that's the question, right? I mean, Split itself, you're wondering, we got Split as a map? Well, both teams are figuring each other out round to round already. 6-6, even into the second half. How aggressive can this Neon be? What is Optic's Neon all about? Spread across the map to start. Trademarks focus towards A for the side of the Guard. And they do have that player focus towards B, so they can keep a rotation, it looks like, on Saya player for now. He wants to be omnipresent and part of all the action, so he can blast pack in and get a few frags. Oh, the trade of the chambers.
Oh, no! You just hate to see it when it's Ye against Net. But it's Optic that draws the first kill in this round. Ye down to 45 HP, so at least he got hit once, but the information game was there here for Optic at the beginning. We see the 0 point being thrown by Crashies at the beginning of the round, something that Bolster does over Fnatic on the Garage side. And now everybody's pulling back towards B, where there's only 2 players holding there for the Guard.
That's a stinger right there. Ye able to do that so many times for a first blood. The impact of the frag. A one-way thrown out, but not able to be used. Fast lanes in, and it looks like Optic is too.
With the second 0 point coming out at the tables, the utility inside the side. Beautiful gravity well. Catches Valen just melting down that gravity well. And that's just going to be just easy kills from Optic into the B site. Trent's going to be on his lonesome again. First kill there onto Marv. Has to get 3 more. He's just trying to break this utility from Ye. Make it a little bit easier to fight against his opponents. Now we finally set up that window of opportunity to catch somebody off guard. Has now been closed. And we're just jump peeking for info. And FNS just saw it.
I think he saw a few shoulders already. He's like, oh my god, they're all around me. Coming out of the woodwork. A tough task for Trent. Victor is able to take him down there. How have they sorted this out? Everybody's getting a few frags, so alt points being amassed everywhere. Just about both teams, actually. We'll see those come up right on time in this. Oh, we've all been there. It stings, it hurts. And that was such a big opening frag to distribute the defenses of the Guard, right? That's trademarks down, so the Guard has to think differently about how they set up defense and get themselves a little sorted out. Optic's able to come in now as they rotate around the map after cutting audio, just to be sure they have the power in numbers. Victor on a little slide in there, getting dirty to start. Fast lane again. Looks like this will be a common thing to see.
Flash towards the backside so that Victor could look into the back billboard. And they walk into an open side here for Optic, so another easy plant. It's planning for B main. The Guard are also rotating over 4 players on mid side. The thing is, though, if they want to try to go towards Ramen, we still have a trademark waiting for them there.
Valen's looking to get close. He's like, I'll be first, so I can shorty them around a corner, and it's going to pop him right here. He just got pinged by it a second, and I think he'll be able to take it out now. Oh, they're just going to wait. Okay, okay. Oh, he didn't get pinged by it, but they do hear it, or see it, rather. Everybody spawned.
Spot Saya player.
Yep.
Yeah, everybody spawned. There's really only Net waiting there. And he's got it with the Headhunter. 7 bullets to his name. A couple of them being used right now, but no kills. Unfortunately, that's pretty much going to be it here for the Guard. Don't do any more econ damage. You're all going to die to the spike here. We're going to have 8-6. Now Optic regaining the lead, but also by 2 in this game.
Yeah, smart round there, sticking together. Easy util take of the site. And Optic kind of string these together from last half, right? They feel like they're on a bit of a momentum run. They switch over toward this attack side. Victor's been the first one on the takes, but the utility's following very quick. So now we get to see how the Guard answers. They continue to set these trademarks mostly up towards A. If we do see this one put out by Net in its last position on ramp. Okay, he actually puts that one over towards the zip line this time, and Victor's away. Right towards ramp, looking to challenge a play. Looking to get info. He can even get out of this situation if he needs to get a smoke out or a flash out.
So just feels it was miscomms there, because I think that's FNS that stunned him.
Oops, not far enough behind it.
That's at the top. Beautiful flash, though, allows Optic to just gain the top of the A-side ramp. 0 point also to try to clear out Heaven side, and we're throwing a smoke towards A main. Still, this is a default from Optic. Trying to pull these rotations out. Nothing's being bitten, though, by the guard. We're inching back towards mid side. Still looking for this fight towards the A main. But it's still going to have to be Jonah P that has a big task potentially ahead of him on the top of the B Heaven side.
Oh, he's in a scary, scary spot. They're doing a good job. I said Optic was doing this on defense. They're not giving too much up in the terms of util. The space, however, Optic has a bunch of. How does the guard retaliate? A little bit of a blind through. They drop down through vents here, and it's going to be the full rotation. We've seen Ye mid the whole round, and Saya player anchoring the site shuts down the info he's been grabbing.
That was a big test, but we're just rotating back towards the A side. We hear the footsteps. Net's already out in the corner, but Victor's there. Also with Crashy. Now Trent at the screens. Headshot, that's a spike down. 13 seconds left on the clock. Valen also gets a kill onto the A Heaven side trade. Now the aftershock, we're trying to run that clock down. We're forced to plant in the back of the site with no time left. It works out. The double swing, the trades, and now Victor's on his own. Saya player and Valen closing in. He's stuck towards the elbow side. Doesn't have too much left. No utility and no life. Saya player is able to take that one for the guard. And they put the point on the board here on the defender half. But, man, Optic Gaming, with the spread that they have on a default, Riv, has really had the guard guessing on these rotations.
That's exactly where I was going, Vansili. Just the way you watch the back haul of the defensive side and how they swayed back and forth, it was like a dance. As soon as Saya player got the kill, everyone turned around and they went the other way like a bunch of starlings, and then they came back, and then they were there exactly when Optic hit A Heaven. So that was really cool to see from the guard. Both teams really dissecting each other here round to round. The guard doing a great job of, like I said, not giving up too much there, right? Jonah P was in Heaven, never really wasted util. It was helpful for the retake on that Heaven site and to shut down Optic. Overall, really sound play from both squads. That's why we're getting this 8-7 right now as we head into round 16. 0 point towards Heaven's going to ping a few. They're going to be quite aware of what's going on up there.
This is a really good play from both of these teams. The guard understanding the importance of mid control so they don't get danced around the map like that again. And then a 0 point actually pings a couple of them out, not allowing any utilities to come. So that pushes the guard back on their defensive lines. And Optic have actually regained control of Heaven.
Mm-hmm.
The one-way smoke's just going to slow things down for a bit here, Riv.
You gotta love them. Throw them pretty much anywhere here on split. Optic doing a good job of destroying util and cutting noise. Seeing if they can get an answer. Fault line in. Victor as well, right towards stairs. The team hasn't made too much ground on this one yet, and the guard is ready to defend.
At least the paint shell is going to put Crashies down low. We've also nullified the slide of the combination from Victor and FNS. But Trent's holding at the pillar side. Now at Hell, Saya player spotted by Victor. Satchel charge for the Ferrari peak, but it's going to be Valid that steals the kill. Two of them hiding inside that smoke. Marv is just on the other side. Will it dissipate? No, it's going to be a flash. A beautiful flash on Jonah P. But it's still Optic. Having more players down towards the red wall is going to be able to take that upper hand. Back with that, Net is on his own, and that's going to be it right there. Optic Gaming are just holding it so strongly inside this B site. Just sheer power of numbers.
Being able to identify off of each other where the next trade needed to go, like those priority trades, right? Not chasing one, the two right around the pillar, flash out, push out. That, like, it's just sticking together on one side. They're able to really circumvent any of the things that were taking down the rest of the team. And they can all help each other one by one. That's what you want. Optic shutting down guard on honestly, a read, to be perfectly honest. Yay, starting it off as well. Read Saya players peak.
Just a relay bolt, and finally we're going to see an ult coming out of the overdrive, but we can't get any value out of it. We're just picking up the kills before Victor could see them. Here he comes. A couple of players towards the spawn side. And the lightning does not actually come out with the thunder.
Doesn't strike
Net
twice this
just
time.
stops him in his tracks with a beautiful headshot from the headhunter.
See if Marv's Astra now comes into play. Stars all around, slowing the guard down. Nice frags there, as you thought a little bit more damage could do, but it was really just Victor running forward to see if he could get his lightning shredded onto any more of the members of guard. Jonah P here with a Marshall. In Optic, are looking really confident here on the second half. I think we saw this composition come a bit more online when Victor could be unleashed, and then he controls what's going on in a situation. Fast lane allows him to toy with people. He can run in, out, slide, and basically leave a site, making the guard rotate and wonder. We're going to get a timeout from them to see maybe how they're focusing on Victor, maybe not give him as much, not respect, but agency when he goes to a certain situation, know he's there and still play around it. The guard have been really good, Vancilia, reading what site to be at, but they are not out utiling and out shooting Optic in the situation of taking or post plant.
And a lot of us so far analyzing Optic in the stage 1 of 2022 was we were commending how Ye's taken a backseat, pretty much playing a lot more chamber on certain maps, allowing Victor to really shine as a duelist role. But now that Victor is also playing a Neon on this map, a Neon on Haven, for example, it's other players like Marvin Crashies that also has an opportunity to shine. So you're really seeing the depth now, as it's not really only about the Ye go kill strat or the Victor go kill strat. It's just the team looks cohesive, just like we wanted them to be since the Masters 3 Berlin run.
And that's the scary thing, right? I mean, people, the analysts that has talked about it, other casters have, is like, you have Victor running in, and you want to rotate around a corner, but you have to wonder if Ye is hard holding it with an operator or a headhunter, which just acts as the same for him. So the rotation gets that much sketchier for trying to get to the backside of Optic, plus the trademarks to alert Ye that you're there, and then El Diablo comes crashing down. The guard back on the gun round, out of a timeout here. Divvy up the map. Looks like a lot of retake can come from that A side, so they're playing a lot of survival. To inside B, though, for the guard here. As that peek's going to be coming from Trent right off the bat to see if he can get a hard angle pop and then rendezvous out.
That's the signature 0 point going into the corner to just clear out mail and ropes at the same time, something that we see a lot from VC. That said, though, as we gain control of mid side, at least for Ye, the rest of them are working towards this A site. With the Cosmic Divide moving in, we've also moved in with the Null Command. So that is also going to be disabled when Sire players potentially going to come in with a showstopper on retake. We planted for the Heaven side, so expect a battle at some point here for control back on Heaven.
If Trent can get a kill here, they have Rolling Thunder to get back in. There's one of them.
With it.
FNS
moving up towards a rope. Ye's pushing forward. Might be able to surprise Saya player around the corner, and it does, and all of those ultimates get fully denied. But we have a battle inside the site. We have 3 kills coming in from the guard. Valens on his own, tries to walk inside of his smoke, but Ye was waiting for that. And Optic are getting closer and closer to close this first map quite convincingly ever since they took the attacker side.
Optic are just... guard go for retake. We saw that. They kind of put all, like I said, they were playing their life in A because a lot of the agents had there. That composition is great for retaking. Blind, flash, fault line, guiding light, right? You can keep going. But if you looked at the end of that round where all of the guard were taken down, Optic had taken space past ropes to Heaven, and every X from the guard was screens and their side of Heaven. Optic is encroaching on so much space. Once they do take the site, the retake becomes even harder because you almost can't get close. Here it is again. They just run with Victor to make noise, and then just cut noise. Crashies gets ripped out, though.
Yeah, that's net with a kill. He took a TP back, so I'm trying to figure out what that's happening. Probably towards B main. Trying to find that little X, and I just can't see it on the radar, but it doesn't matter. Right now, it's still Optic behind by 1 player in a gun run for the guard as they're looking back for mid control.
There was a B main push right under Astra, I think.
There it is.
Could be wrong.
Is it? Listen, I'm a boomer. I need glasses at this point, but the one that doesn't need glasses is Jonah B. Just a tight angle held inside the top of ropes, and he gets the kill with the Guardian as Ye answers back on the B, having control. Dropping inside Hell, making a lot of noise. That's net with a second beautiful headshot from the Headhunter. Force the TB back towards B, Heaven's side, but they've also taken control of the spike. As now as they drop down, Felon goes for the 1-2 punch. And that's the guard answering back on such a lower buy.
Yeah, that's a big thing about it is the lower buy, being in the right position. They actually upgrade quite a few weapons on that too. And they were having only a little bit of trouble with the hold. Maybe the comms that were happening in the hold, who was guarding what. but they had this same exact hole. I wouldn't say same exact, obviously, but they had this hole. They had 3 site last time it happened. In a much better position to trade off each other. Valen obviously doing a bunch of work. We always see him doing that from the controller position and showing us a spark of that in the last round. Optic's still 2 away, though. The pressure is on the guard here.
Rolling Thunder available for Trent on the defense. Very strong ability that can use for a retake once again. A little bit of pressure on the B side that forces out a one-way smoke from Valen. And that also forces Optic back towards mid control.
Guard switching up a bit of their sight hold. Remember, we saw Breach, Sky, and Omen on A as they've divvied up that D. Optic still take rope room. Having this is either crashies as we see or yay almost every round, and then he holds mail. This default for Optic is something they vary up and work off of, and we'll see what kind of util they use to get into heaven here. And Jonah P, he goes for a rope kill, and Victor says no.
Unfortunately, it's just a couple of body shots that couldn't amass to a kill, but at least Valen's there, sliding down. At least on that B heaven drop, gets picked off, and now he's fighting back towards the red wall. But Ye's there, after Valen missed a couple of shots, gets punished for it. Main shells onto the ground, forcing out the spike. Not to be planted yet, allowing the rotate to happen. A 2 versus 2 here as the paint shells gets rid of Crashies.
Aftershock ready.
Also still the Rolling Thunder 2. So they are understanding this
Here
here
we
for the
go.
guard. It's a preemptive one. We're pushing right out of that. We're just running the clock and taking control of B main. And it works out, but not too much. FNS fully stunned, gets the headshot to Saya player, leaving Trent on his own. The flash, 7 seconds left, 6 seconds left. A beautiful flash for the headshot, and he has an aftershock to work with. There's no time. He's going to have to chase him. Just around the corner, some chase game, and Trent gets the kill, and he keeps the dream alive with the Red Bull clutch.
Valen showing up, Trent showing up in the last few rounds. Everybody starting to come online here for the guard. Optic has made it tough for them to find their footing. Trent here with a quick dodge, the crouch. Both of them drawing the best picture of each other on the wall behind them for a moment there. It looked beautiful, obviously Picasso's. But the kill goes to Trent in the end. Optic call a timeout as they realize the pressure is starting to mount here. Guard get 2 back, and we'll see what they can do here as we get into our 21st round.
We're forcing out the timeout for Optic Gaming. I think it's a good call at this point. The guard are starting to find their footing, but there's a lot of clutch plays, heroic plays that are coming out from Trent, from Jonah P before on the first half too. So the guard, for me, it seems that they have to dig deeper into the barrel to try to scrap up these rounds. But Optic looks a little bit more composed.
They do, absolutely. We heard the desk talking to switch to the guard about Jonah P, how much he has been able to be a flex player, offer so much, and just kind of be one that flew under the radar. And you're like, no, actually Jonah P. Yeah, 15 and 12 right now as he continues to hold down. A lot of the early part of this defense was A heaven in that rope link, which has been pretty pivotal to what Optic has wanted, right? They want ropes almost all the time. Now switching to heaven, Jonah P will cover from that side as Optic go back to a 1-2-2 across the map here to start. See how they play it. This B main control has been a push from the guard. They've wanted at least some space to say, we have a bit of ground. Now we can know mid and A to sewers is where the focus is.
And there's false information. The boom bot got broken here from Victor, and we also flash on mid. But the mid flash did not spot anybody, and here is that fight on A side ramp. That could potentially pull out a rotation here. The Trailblazers coming down, and that's going to spot a bit towards mid side. Everybody's going to start rotating over towards A. But we know how Optic could be scary with this once they had this mid control dancing back and forth. And now we're forcing even early Seekers. This is actually pretty good, at least with the card, to understand in the first minute what's going on. But you still have to give that edge to Optic on how much control they have.
Yeah, at this point, guard have the best they can. Just ones across each one of the choke points they might be able to make. Jonah almost in the right spot. They both reconsider their aim, but Ye comes back quicker, Vans.
That's unfortunate because the From the Shadows was trying to find information. It was just a little bit too late. So there's one to fall, and Trent's on his own behind the site. Valen inside the smoke at screen side. Saya player does at least get the kill on to rotate on the heavens. They've given up the A site now with both players moving in, but we have a beautiful flank from Marv coming up very soon.
Oh, Valen.
Just running the clock down to allow this spike to happen. Oh no, as it's given away, he misses a shot. It's a 2 versus 2. So now they can even this up on individual 2 versus 1s in the
Smoke
favor
plant.
of the guard. Now Marv is stuck on his own as he swings out for the headshot onto Saya player. We're full sticking right here around the corner with the classic. The right click doesn't work out because Valen has it smoked underground. And the guard, they again stay alive in this game.
Oh, God, that's a hot spot for clutches lately, Vans. That spot across all regions. You got to love it when we play Split. It's always the run for the guy defusing right behind Pillar. And they had control site. They didn't. I can't remember. But, yeah, that plant to be smoked out makes it so difficult for the run-in. And Valen with the site entry. Saya as well. Big round for the guard. Really great retake when they needed it.
1 point away from tying things up. You can see how the economy is so broken for Optic right now. Working off an Operator, working off a Vandal. Those are the hero rifles that we have for this round. And Optic are looking to move really quickly up towards this B Heaven side.
Yeah, setting a bit more pace here. Looks like they want to get that Operator in a better position, and they're just hovering around him like wingmen right now, trying to keep him alive. Trade there on his both sides.
They're looking for the timing off the flash. Nice fault line too coming in, but the really bold is that gonna be just around the corner. But we are having players just on the other end. We're continuing to have trades. One's gonna come towards B main too, and now Trent's on his own.
He had a little luck earlier.
Waiting
Do
for
it
him.
again, and
Misses
it's not
the
luck.
shot. 3 peaks as we go for the plant here for Victor. Nice headshot right there. Still has full utility for the Aftershock and 2 flashes. Victor does have the ultimate to work with, but wants to go for the Vandal. The body peeks out. He went for the dash peek.
Util.
So ballsy. Fault line just came up to only 6 bullets left, and that's not enough. Nothing could be used as Victor wins that clutch on that 1v1 and off to get map point.
You see how tense that is, right? You're against Neon. The moment you even go to Util, he knows you're switching arms, right? Oh my word, flashes, aftershocks to be used, but you just cannot with the pressure. You see what both players are going through right there. 12-10. First map looks like it could be Optics here if they keep pushing on. This is a pretty rough buy coming in from the guard.
Yeah, when it was supposed to look rough for Optic, they made it work.
Yeah.
And unfortunately, that breaks the bank for the guard on defense here. And we have so many ultimates to work with. Big ultimates, at least, for the attack. That's the Rolling Thunder and the Overdrive. Net does have his dual defense. And Saya player has the showstopper. And there's the leg peeks out, but Ye still gets the wall bang.
Coming up for the peaks. Oh my gosh, he makes it away. Optic have had just so much control over these rounds. I mean, obviously this is, like I said, a rough buy for the guard, but seeing they have both pistol rounds coming on attack and defense. Crashy's here to pick up a few more, possibly. Optic have controlled the majority of the rounds that they needed to make sure this was their game.
And we even all command on top of that. At least they're far away from Saya player. He could run in with the showstopper in the back. Doesn't work out. Gets the kill for 1 at least. But it's still going to be Optic Gaming taking the first map, 13-10.
You have both pistol rounds. They may have skipped a bit on the bonus of the second half, but they brought it right back into their favor. And Optic looked really clean there as the guard were trying to figure out what could break Optic's defense. The guard was going through with their plays. They knew what they wanted to do. I do think the Neon may have gave him a bit of a loop there. And Victor was really toying with a lot of the audio towards a ramp. Then Optic would cut sound and explode on a different part of the map. It becomes a bit tough to know where they're going to be at any time.
That's the thing. And the guard were also trying to figure out what they could do on their defensive half versus this default that you have from this KO, from this Neon. And it didn't work out, unfortunately. We almost made it close to bringing it to overtime, but it's still going to be Optic that takes that first map. So let's go on to a break, and we'll see you on the other side for map 2.
Cause it's gonna be a long ride. Working on me every single day and night. There comes a time when your worlds will collide. If it's holding you back, push it right to the side.
On another level, I will never settle. Mind over matter, get the gold medal. On another level, I will never settle. Mind over matter, get the gold medal.
Ain't got no time for no fear. I work too hard to get here. Ain't got no time for no fear. I work too hard to get here.
On another level, I will never settle. Mind over matter, get the gold medal. On another level, I will never settle. Mind over matter, get the gold medal. On another level, I will never settle. Mind over matter, get the gold medal. On another level, I will never settle. Mind over matter, get the gold medal.
Ain't got no time for no fear. I work too hard to get here. Ain't got no time for no fear. I work too hard to get here. Ain't got no time for no fear. I work too hard to get here. Ain't got no time for no fear. I work too hard to get here.
Work it out. Put 'em up. 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 Work it out.
Oh my trend!
As Ye finds perfect time with the corner four and annihilates the entire team.
Welcome back to NA VCT Playoffs as we just watched Optic pick up map 1 over the Guard. That's actually the Guard's first map loss here in playoffs, and they lost in a close game as well, as we saw things go the distance there on Split. Not heading to overtime like it was looking like for a minute there, Mimi, but we did see the Neon work out successfully there for Optic.
Yeah, so they implement a composition that we've seen one other squad in NA try. Knights tried to work things out with the same Masters 3 Champions comp. Didn't work too well for them, but we see the side of Optic bring it on through, and it looked impressive. The first round that I wanted to talk about here, this was their anti-eco. And I want to talk a little less about what actually happens, but more the creativity behind this setup. You have your Chamber playing on the rope there for first contact. Then you have a Breach Stun to work off that. So Ye breaks contact, Breach Stun comes out, and then the Neon shoots down a relay bolt as well. You then put the wall to buy time, realize this is going to be a hit towards A, and look at Neon sprinting all the way back through spawn within 5 seconds. It's actually, if you are walking from B heaven all the way over to A heaven, a Neon sprinting through spawn will beat you. The timing breaking on this agent is awesome, and the setups off the relay bolts were as well. This is a round where things went a little bit awry, right? They go for one of those aggressive plays. We saw a lot of those from Knights, and it slips away from them. They lose a man early, and Ye is also only going 1 for 1 in this one. His teleport wasn't in a position to get him out. But I want to talk about how even when you're losing some of those big hitters, a team like Optic is still so good to work back in. And a big part of that is even after going for one of these kind of opening gambits that would usually take a heavy investment of utility, they have so many abilities that recharge back on up. Crashies has his knife again. You have the stun for your breach again. That's all worked its way. straight back into this round. So, coming back into this B retake, despite the lesser arms, it's a util usage that pushes things back in towards the favor. FNS immediately with his stun, he zones with the aftershock off of that, and then Marv just has a very well coordinated swing. There's the utility that was on the recharge. Suppression, you know everyone is close on it, you know everyone is stuck in towards the pillar, and it's just great micro from the players to be able to find those frags. There were so many excellent moments from Optic with these setups.
And even with all those setups, though, I still have to say 10 rounds for the guard. And I think basically off the back of a lot of solid team play that's got them here. Jonah P was fantastic in a lot of these instances where they're playing off of each other, off of a trademark, flashing out, and getting a couple kills. He was really good. Saya player as well, paired up with Trent's utility. Fantastic. But I think the main thing that went wrong when we got to that attacking side, because really they turned up on that attacking side, Optic side, it was the Net versus Ye battle. And for context, look at the kills that Ye has, 23. Now, that battle went 10-2 in favor of Ye. 10-2. That's almost half of Ye's kills. Almost half of Ye's kills were against Net. So that tells you he found himself somebody to really take advantage of in this situation. And unfortunately, Net really couldn't find anything. The op kills kept going in favor of Ye, and sometimes I barely even saw Ye on the screen where we're looking at Net's POV.
Yeah, it was definitely a tough one for them, and well, it was Ye to take advantage. But I think what set Ye up for so much success was this Neon comp and the heavy utility on the initiators, in that you can have a Neon running things down in mid, taking that control. You either need to invest your KO or your breach. You won't always need both to commit on into that, and that leaves Ye to be able to lurk on the other side. He constantly had these really cool chamber TP setups. He'd have one towards A main, teleports back towards mid, so he can hold outside A main, wait till his team is about to execute, TP group up with them. It was the same with the Neon too, right? Your Neon can be out in Narnia, and then once the call is made to go for this execute, run back on over. Split is not that big of a map, and when you have two agents that can rotate practically immediately, it gives you so many options in the mid-round on that attacking side, and FNS made great use of it.
By the way, Ye, 8 first kills, 0 first stats. None. He did not lose a single duel that he took, which is pretty impressive.
That's crazy.
As we take a look at the next map as well, we have to remind ourselves that could easily spill over as Ye looked really strong. We'll take a look at the map pool just as a reminder. So the first map does go the way of Optic. They pick up the win on Split. It was a close game, 13-10. I think the guard put up more of a fight than we maybe thought they would based on the composition that came in from Optic. But now we go to Bind and Paula. Bind is Optic's pick. A little concerning if you're a guard fan.
Yeah, it is, but guard is also one of the teams that's had a very strong bind. And I don't think Optic has actually played against a string of these teams that are starting to implement that Sage, the Ascend comp that I like to call it, where they have the Brim and Viper, and then they also have the Sage as well, and just foregoing the duelist in the form of the Opper like Jet or Chamber. So I really like that from the guard, and I think that's something that Optic still hasn't proved that they've been able to overcome yet.
Yeah, and I hyped up the rotation play on map number 1 for Optic. I think the same is true here on this map for the guard. Trent is moving around so much on this map, and that's because they play the double op setup that you were talking about, Paula. A lot of the times on that defensive side, they have an op on each extremity, and then Trent can come either direction. You also have those Brim stims to aid in that rotation time.
It's just about time as well to take a look at the agent select as we get ready to dive into map number 2. Again, Optic are coming in right now with the momentum from that first map win and winning on their opponent selection. A little bit of a concern again for guard as we move on over to Bind. Paula, when we look at Bind as a map, you mentioned it. The guard has been, decent. They've changed up their compositions. They're introducing new agents. Do you anticipate that potentially that Optic could do something similar and throw us a little bit of a curveball here on Bind?
There's the possibility, but I think that this is a map where they feel comfortable. This is like they don't have to bring anything new. Mimi predicted the Neon comp coming out, but that was a map that they really hadn't found too much, and it's exactly the same for both sides in terms of the comps that they've run in the past. So yeah, I feel like this is Optic's playground in a sense where they're very comfortable with what they run. They're very comfortable with their own strats, and that's why you see them sticking with the same.
Yeah, their strats have looked really solid in towards this map. We talked a lot about Ye in that first game for good reason. This is another map where he thrives. Take a look out for his rendezvous setups. He does one quite often, similar to on map number 1, the way they were playing on the attack. But on the defense for this map, he'll put one over towards U-Hill, he put the other over towards the B site, so he can always be in the right place at the right time with that operator to provide support.
think one of my favorite things about having a chamber is hearing Vansili pronunciate the names of all of his skills.
Tour de
perfectly.
force, like it's so perfect.
Like it's so incredibly perfect. I love that we get to hear that. So it's no surprise that we do have our agent select in here for map number 2, and we're speaking about him, so we might as well throw to him. We've got our casters standing by. It's Rivington and Vansili. It's all yours.
Merci beaucoup, tout le monde. It's time to go to the second map here, Riv. But yes, this is going to be a very fun one. I think the analyst desk are putting a lot of eggs into the basket of Optic Gaming's victory, right? How good they look on this map. But the thing is, for the Guard, they're also victorious in the last 3 matches that they played against the likes of Cloud9, LG, Sentinels on top of that. I don't think this is going to be a walk in the park for Optic.
I love that stat because this map that we're looking at right now has been picked against the Guard as those teams' first pick in their last 3 series. And they have taken it to their opponents, taking bind. Here, Optic picks it second. Have they gotten themselves into some hot water? We'll have to find out. I decently agree with the analyst desk that Optic is drilled and ready to make this one of their, or to be one of their best maps here.
There's 4 players right now towards Belong, the Flash. I mean, this is something that comes out from the Guard, but we're just pushing all the way down for Optic on B side. So at the top, it's going to be Ye, and he gets stopped right away by Trent. And I love just teams playing with frenzies on the pistol round.
The chaos round. It's so terrifying to hear that many coming at you, but a right click does the damage twice.
He's going to be able to upgrade on top of that, too, with the Ghost. And the Spike is now playing towards the 8 side. We don't really need to go back for the TP. First contact now. It's going to be the classic right after with the frenzy of Trent. And side player mops up the last 2 kills. And the Guard, they start off well.
They do. I love seeing the blast pack disorientation coming in from the opponents there. The run around with the frenzies, like you said. See if it's going to be a full round. A frenzy for FNS? He's deciding as Spectres will come in. A quick round straight through and through. A bit of a hold in mid to see if anybody pushed. Nat really reading that one nicely. And we'll see if Optic keeps this up. In later rounds, we'll definitely see Ye. I mean, maybe even mentioned it with trademarks and rendezvous everywhere. That he likes to push out long. That Optic will get a bit of early info. Make sure Ye has a long peek on that. And then the rest of the team can anchor. Here, he's already playing around it, but has quite a few members of Optic.
Quite a few members indeed of huge crossfire now towards the Octagon, but it's still Valen going to work a flash from his teammates. But that's not, it doesn't matter when 2 more players are moving up to support you. And that's Trent and Saya player picking up the next 2, leaving poor Pujan on his own towards the spawn side.
All good. All good. All good.
All good next round. Let's see what happens.
Yeah. Oh. I'm trying to get a little bit of damage done here. Guard with a good pace on those first few rounds. Obviously, you can't take too much info from what you're seeing. The setup on pistol in second round of the team that has lost is a bit of information. Really, these next few rounds of how Optic defends will be the info Guard wants. So on this bonus, we'll see how slowly they play, how much they cut audio to really reveal the information of Optic's defense. Vandals across the... Oh, there, nope, Phantom. I almost missed it. Vandals mostly across the board here as Optic's looking to just take down their opponents. And they're going to get some shower control right off the bat here.
You're also pinging the left side, actually, of Long B for the control here, Riv, because usually Ye likes to play that corner, or a trademark goes there, he opts around the corner, but they clear it early with the Trailblazer, and the showers control, it's actually on the defense for Optic Gaming, as you're trying to mention here, and it works out for a first blood.
Both sides of the map, Extremities get control from Optic, and they're firing on to Guard as they just walk through the choke points.
Well, with this trademark, Saya player is now spotted inside Hookah and is going to have to go with a name battle on a 4v1. Spike down towards Octagon, and that pressure coming out towards that shower side really threw the Guard for a loop, thinking that it was going to be maybe a little bit more pure inside that B site.
Yeah.
That said, though, Saya player was there, spotted by Marv on that flank from Spice, and Optic is able to win quite convincingly their gun round.
Really, you gotta love that Viper wall. It nullifies so much when you're trying to get in. You're forced to take a bit of damage, and it's going to be moved, too. Now the Viper wall is going to be over towards A this time. See how they decide to throw it as A gets split right down the middle by the likes of the Guard. They will still throw a default into this round. They have a chance to end with a little bit more of that util towards A. But we'll start to see now Ye getting a bit of that peak push with trademarks and Hookah onto B long. And see how Showers is controlled once again from Optic.
That's a flash, but we're still pushing forward. So Crashes in the corner. He's going to walk out. That's going to be an easy kill there for Trent. So well read.
Yeah.
For the young Trent, and an early player advantage now as we're pushing down for information down towards long B. And that's the default information gain that you currently see from the guard. Marth, though, is still pushing out for information. Gets the headshot onto Saya player. And now as they rotate back towards his A side, though, we have FNS just holding around the corner. We'll have support soon from Victor, but Victor has to come up quick. Maybe not quick enough as the Poison Orb comes out. FNS is only able to get down one. And you have the wall to watch that flank. This is huge.
Oh my god. It's just too shallow. But that's the spike. So much info. And he's safe to just push.
Exactly. Using the basket to look above. Now this is going to make things hard for at least the guard to go back towards short A. Just because they have to, as soon as they try to lean back towards this short A side, their heads are being popped over the wall. So they double break the wall. It's a 2v2. Marv is trying to go for another flank on a different angle through palm tree. While Victor has full Showers control. This is not going to be a good spot for in the shoes of the guard. That's a spike down. 4 seconds left. Jonah P moving forward, and that's Victor with a double kill. A great hold for the defender side as we tie things up 2-2 in this game.
Little raised tech. You love to see it. I love to see a close game. Give me good plays from both teams all game long. Overtimes galore. Oh, the positioning of Optic to just continue encroaching onto guard's territory without being known, seen, drawing attention, and really not even being at the 6 of guard if they were to turn around and even check really quick. Nicely done so far to just kind of dismantle what the guard had those few rounds. And I'd say Optic's getting more info from pushing than the guard is from trying to figure out where they're playing defense at this point.
And that's the thing. It was a 5-on-3. They tried to push. Oh my god. Well, now it's another 5-on-3, but this time in favor of Optic as we have an eco round for the guard. But as I was trying to mention before, it shows the confidence that we see from Optic from map 1 moving forward into this second map, because they just don't mind continuing to push forward even if they're behind on numbers.
And that, I feel like Ye getting a buff with the op. He has tour de force for next round. Again, to capitalize on any situation. Just always so much for the guard to deal with, it seems. Nades coming over the wall. FNS peeking. Victor now there. Now, there's no way to get away if you've even lost a few members to start. And Optic are doing a great job of finding out how to get that one member. And they're really not losing any one of these rounds.
Now we have a Prime Gaming flawless, beautiful alarm here from Ye for sure. And what I'm trying to pay attention to, too, is the guard whenever they're going to take their attacker side, because what has been also a good winning condition for this team on the attack was also wielding Jonah P with an operator. And this is still 6 rounds in, a moment where Jonah P can't get the economy right to get that operator out on the attacker side with the wall self-boost on the executions. So they have to continue to run these defaults.
Guiding light long already with the confirmation tag forward. Orbital strike coming through, and Victor says, slow down, be long.
That's right, with a showstopper. Now a beautiful flash coming out, but it's still going to be a 1-for-1 at least on the Octagon side. Still player advantage for Optic Gaming as Marv just plays around his own smoke. Net answers back, but it's still, again, just more players funneling in every single time. A duel coming up as the smoke's so thick. Stays around for so long. Net comes out and Crashies has greeted him out in the open. That's a dual 1 for Optic.
Open arms, as they say.
Yep.
And again, we can pinpoint guard not being able to reach these sites with all of their members. Optic is getting in their face. They're making sure these utilities play out. Operator still for Ye with the ultimate behind that, again, to continue to domino these rounds in their favor. And guard now calling a timeout to I don't know, maybe slow these down. I think the speed really worked there because they orbital strike. You're trying to cause chaos, but you instantly are answered with a showstopper, right? So what are you going to do in that sense? They're kind of trying to pull out their stops, and Optic is saying we have better ones. The wall is being put up. I think guard tried to come in with that sledgehammer, and it's getting pretty dulled by the wall of Optic right now.
Yeah, you're really trying to focus on this long B controller, as you were mentioning here, so far for the guard.
They do.
On their attacker half.
Yeah.
The thing is, though, they haven't had a good chance or good opportunities to really clear the battles inside Octagon, and that's the first step. The orbital strike goes into sight. We have a couple of flashes going in so that they can try to take control of that area. But I don't know. Should we try to get some Jonah P slow orbs just to try to make sure that Victor can't get out, force the satchel charge out, gain that control, cut noise? We have to try to figure that out for the guard, which is why we have this timeout. Even with the lower buy, it's probably for the next gun round that they're going to have.
And I think, looking at the guard, I think one of the biggest things identified coming in from open qualifiers to main event for them is they're a team. Oh, wait a minute. Hold that thought, as Victor says, I'm going to town a side player real quick during this eco.
Yeah. We wanted to change the pace a bit for the guard, right? All the defaults that we were talking about from the beginning of the game didn't really pan out in their favor. They want to try to see if we still have Victor playing aggressively towards showers. That could be a tell into the next round if they could want to try to work Trent on that side for the control.
Yay with the operator is still just such a daunting thing to know you're going at. All the util down so they can get some peaks in. No flashes to use, so this is all dry peaks. And it's going to work for now. They take Yay down, and they're going to get the wall up for defense. Post plant coming in. What a round for the guard here. The timeout, the reset mentally, and everybody's getting on board for this one.
And that's huge Seekers coming out from both ends, actually, because you have the upgrade of these weapons coming out and an orbital strike on the ground. That is going to be able to take down Jonah P, but Trent, at least, with that picked-up operator, does get one onto his opponent. A 2v2, he gets hit by Seeker. Valen is inside U-Hull. He can't really get anything done with the Molly on the ground, and he gets pushed out because of his opponent's Molly, and that's a nice retake from Victor and from Lars, but at least some good damage done on a pistol round for the guard.
Wow. The util drop back onto the guard there was perfect, knowing where they were, how they played. It kind of deja vu'd the B takes, the retakes from Optic Split we just saw, using all that util so well to just make sure even the pickups and upgrades that the guard got on that round were not as useful as they could be. Yay still with the op and the alt ready, because they just have that much money. Like, keeping these investments online, it's going to make things tough for the guard. Let's see how they sort themselves out here.
Charge with flash. We're doing the Victor. It doesn't work out for the second one, but at least the flash is there, and he gets the headshot onto FNS.
Still, it's about the pace. It's about the timing. If you can get somebody off guard from what they're expecting, you get that first blood, and that's what we achieve out of Saya player. Almost a trade from Jonah P, but Marv answers back.
Nets trying to watch the flank. Here's one running away towards Sands, and that baits him out because Ye's waiting with the operator and is able to take down Net. Showstopper, as we heard it before, midden inside the A site. But now we have to watch flanks. Trent is the one that's going to watch it. Easy kill onto Marv. That smokes down. But we still have the Molly available for Valen. He's playing it towards Shower's side with Saya player that has Boompot and Paint Shells. Great utility for the guard on this post plant. Ye moving outside towards the heavens. It's just going to be quiet. Don't see anybody yet playing inside this A site. They know we're playing the retake. Potentially even just post-plant utility. And we see that Molly coming out from the showers, but it gives the tell away. That Valen is there. Now Ye is just unstoppable with the operator. The spike is defused halfway, and Ye gets the quad kill for the round for Optic.
Did the Molly get eaten by the truck? I realized it was a little off there, but the trades that Optic are ready for, again, moving space on the map, right? That was Brim already running across the map. And guard just wanted to see what was going on. Ye's pushed up with an operator in Spice. Yeah, not where you expect him, maybe at long or an extremity. The shower play that we got out of the guard was great off the conditioning that Optic had been setting, right? It's just crashies. It's just one person. And that was such a good start, but Optic continued to mobilize so well and get back in that defensive position.
And that flash satchel charge play is straight off Optic's playbook, because I've seen a Victor double satchel charge, and he actually makes it right around the corner before the flash pops around, and Saya player unfortunately just couldn't get the second shell in, but at least was able to get that kill. That said, though, with the spike plan, we do have another gun round in, but look how heavily we push forward for Optic. Again, just so much confidence for this team. And the back and forth crossfire. Marvin is watching the long B. Valen's just at Spice side. They could go for the double swing if they want. we're just hesitating on both ends.
Vansili, this is extreme from the last way that we saw Optic play bind. This was just Chamber peeking. This was just Ye on B long. Most of the time, the team would organize and he would be back with the team. They are so far up. They're playing this like it's Haven and completely cutting off one map or one side of the map.
Volley also towards Spice, so they're forcing everybody towards the A site where you still have 3 players waiting there. Flash around from the Brimstone smoke. Victor battling 1-for-1 inside Showers, but Saya takes the upper hand. Now Crashies is the other line of defense. Right on the outside of Showers, and we have a Viper Pit on the attack, looking to get the plant down as it's been done. FNS just trying to re-clear towards Showers and now understands that the rotation's going back towards short, but we're in a great spot for the guard as they have players and players inside the pit, outside for post plant.
This was nicely done. This was the guard saying, okay, if they are going to push up that much and be that aggressive, as Finesse gets himself around to get a frag out of Showers, then let's let them, wait for them, absorb that pressure. They're able to figure out what's going on a bit, take out Victor. You take out Victor, a lot of what the Optic team has for the retake doesn't displace you then, right? You just have to dodge a few shots and maybe turn a flash. Once the nade's in there, it starts to get everybody moving around. Guard able to hold perfect positions there. Nice job with the use of the ultimate, and they start coming back online a bit. Optic still with that operator. They have not been able to touch Ye, and they've been able to avoid him. I think that's one of the bigger parts for Guard.
Avoid him when Ye actually gets a kill before, right? That's the second time they get a kill on net, looking back towards Spice.
That's true.
Into Sands. And that's the crazy part too. He pushed all the way down where he's outside of the range from a trademark. And it's a play so that he could bait himself away when Mars around the corner to get the kill. Look at those satchel charges that keep getting missed. But thankfully the flash still pushes them away. Showstopper's coming out though. Lands onto the ground for a double kill. Landing into a triple kill for Victor into the Showers hold. Spike is now down. Ye's just around the U-Haul. All's about to come down, and again, another duel won by Ye against Net. Doing the piece on the 5v1, and that's going to be a Prime giving flawless into the round.
Vans, if that might be the biggest this is how you do it from Victor onto Saya. We're like, oh, this? A little bit of this, a little bit of that?
Yeah.
The
Just
dance?
wait till I take our attack inside, and I'll show you how to satchel charge inside Showers.
No. Yeah, you're right, though. The satchel charges being missed are the opening, right? They're the icebreaker for these rounds that the guard want, and the little misses are actually giving Optic the complete upper hand in the situation. Victor there turning it into a 4K, 7-3 in our first half.
So economy is broken once again. Spectre is out. Duel de False is now looking back towards Showers. I know, just saying that in that French way, probably ASMR into box ears, but it's all good. We'll take the smile. Now we'll take the jiggle for the kill of Yeaster onto Saya player, and that's an early 5v4. Battle back towards Long B. Trailblazer spots a few, the spray from Crashies, but we're going to slow things down for a bit with the defensive Toxic Screen up.
The amount of first bloods he's carried over onto Net and Saya player from Split, Ye continues to be such a dominant threat here in these games. How do you get around him? How do you avoid him? He switches again. And now it's going to be a B take. Vans, the guard are in.
Beautiful flash, though. And that's 2 kills coming in for the guard. Somehow they're making it work on another round of shares for the guard. It's a 2v2. Weapons will get an upgrade. As now the plant comes in. Smoke does not allow here Marv to leak out. And as he does, Jonah P punishes him for it.
He's like,
he's trying to figure out what he
commit a
wants to do.
sin and pick this Phantom up? He's so close to sinning right now.
It's the time to pick it up, and only 6 bullets in that chamber, and that's an easy kill for Valiant, and somehow, some way, the guard makes it a thrifty.
Yeah, that they're able to pull these rounds back into their favor so well because of that teamwork. Once they get in with each other and can start trading and doing just some of the slight fundamentals that Optic has been preventing because you're losing a player right away and then almost forced because you know you're pinched. This is the guard kind of feeling comfortable with each other in the site again, being able to trade off one after the other. And at the end of that one, I just love the the thought Ye gave to picking up that gun or not. It was such a dilemma.
Even back turn against the entrance, he just wanted to make sure that
Yeah.
the sound cue that it makes once he picks up that weapon is going to be quick enough for him to try to react on a kill into the B cubby. But
spin and win.
even if he got the first one, as we mentioned before, there was only 6 bullets in there. It was going to be nearly impossible for him to clutch that 2v1. So well done for the guard on the attack on their eco.
Yep.
And this forces out the timeout from Optic.
And they probably feel decently comfortable here, but one more would feel great considering that they weren't able to grab first pistol on this, right? They did last time. They were able to grab both. So they're not feeling maybe as comfortable. They'd like to get this 8th round. They call their timeout before things go down. We'll see how they decide to play this out. And it might be that Ye to peek long again as we get some trademarks set up throughout Hookah. And yeah, they look to deny B heavily on this one. Keep alive after a first shot and the rendezvous back onto site. That's ulti as well for FNS.
They could definitely use this if we see the Seekers come out, and there we go. So now as we also hit a couple with the trademark, that slows everybody down inside Hookah, but we're still committing for the guard. And that's FNS going to work in. It's only going to be off one. Off the flank from behind, that's what we were needed, but we lost a couple of players on the way before that flank happened, but Valen is keeping it alive for the guard. Another 2 versus 2 with Valen and Jonah P. Jonah P, who hasn't had the best value out of this stage for this round so far, at least allows the plant to happen for Valen as he puts the wall up towards long P. But here's a satchel from Victor, but does not get the kill.
He's like, damn it, I slipped off.
That was close.
Yeah, that was really close. You can see how quick they're trying to act on what the guard is doing. And I love that the guard went towards B. This has been the spot of where we've seen Optic playing Ye, and if they ult B with a Viper's Pit, that operator is not going to be as effective. They bring the rifles in, they go for the fight, the smoke is down. Victor takes down Valen though, Vans.
Jonah P's on the flank though, and it's still sticking, and we're going to get the defuse in for Optic. It was close. The idea was good. Off the plant, they get their orbital strike, they put it down, they try to rotate back and forth. It doesn't pay off, and Optic take the lead 8-4, and they're looking to close this right now. Can they close it? We'll find out after this break. As the analyst desk talked about it, Optic Gaming on a map like Bind has been looking so good in their past games. They're looking very good to be the first team to represent North America for Iceland at Masters 1.
Like we said before, Optic coming in here into the main event of Challengers Stage 1 from last year as one of those powerhouses looking to gain that international stage presence again, and they are showing so much here. Their aggressive side of bind, Vans, we were talking about it. It reminds me of the old Optic, which was Envy when Caboose was on Raze and they were blast packing forward and following that. Like out the gate, they were always just pressing W. Very similar to that play style once again here that they've adapted back into. And we'll see what happens. The long flash coming in to confirm a little bit of aggression on the side of Guard. And a good wall towards Hookah here to just slow things down for now.
We're running on that clock. 5 players from Optic looking to rush out towards this B side. We're waiting for the Viper wall to come up. There it is, the toxic screen, the flash, and we're working towards the elbow side. Good luck here for that Sky, as Trent is going to fall back for some cover, at least for now. But things have calmed down. We've run out of poison. We're trying to re-clear towards the Trailblazer on the attacker side at least, and it spots Trent. Looking back towards the B side, the smokes are starting to dissipate, and that all-out battle is about to happen right here. And it's going back and forth. It's lit up like a Christmas tree, but it's still going to be the advantage for Optic because Victor drops 2 with the Frenzy. And now, just like that, it's going to be Saya play on his own, giving his hand as he throws paint shells outside the window of Hookah. The plat's going down. Snake bites on the ground as well on Hookah. He can't make it out. And as this smoke is going to dissipate, there's going to be just so many players watching that into the Hookah window. It's looking nearly impossible, if not impossible, for a Style player to get this done. So we're just going to run that clock down. He's just going to try to make it just a little bit more tedious and really make Optic work for that last kill on the pistol, just so that they could at least salvage a little bit of that confidence in that second round where they'll have the eco.
What a zany little round. The situation that happened there, the site take control. Like, we talked a little bit about Optic gaining space without really having to do much or, like, see any util from either side, right? And Guard was decent with them taking that space. They're like, well, it's safe for us to hang out right now. They can't do too much damage from here. Oh, no, wait. 5 explode onto site and 2 were elbow, right? Because it sounded like only 1 had made it. They wait for that brim smoke that actually comes in from Valen on the Guard side that was B long. Quick flash through that, and we just saw them pouring into the site. Patience. That round was about patience. You were like, oh my god, they're in such a sticky situation, but really, you're like, wait a minute, when have we seen this often, and how will the Guard react? Well, it seemed a bit tougher than it looked. Optic now pushing up towards B long to gain space immediately with the Boomba, and it looks like one of those fast strikes again, Vans.
Yeah.
Did they cut here, though? Nope.
No, they'll have to go for it, because the Trademark also knows now that the pistol round eco has a flank coming in from the Guard. So we just overtake the site now for B side for Optic. Side player is going to be the first one at the point on the flank. But everything's being watched. Oscar set up the bait here for FNS. As Ye's the one that's jump peeking for info. 3 players are now moving up. It's Jonah P, Net, and Valid moving forward, so there's no flash for the assist. We're going to make the noise. We're going to go for that double swing. And Jonah P actually gets 2 kills out of that. Net also gets the backstab onto Marv. There was a little bit of pressure going in towards Hookah, and somehow we've turned it around. Again, another one of these eco rounds for the Guard, but finally we flatten it down. We don't need to start stressing out here in the shoes of Optic Gaming as a fan. And Optic Gaming, they get the round after all.
I mean, to make a round any tougher, that's exactly what you want. You want to nitpick at what can happen in the late game. Good damage by Guard, but I don't think Optic's going to let something like that stop them at this point. They're smart to play around it, whether they need to save util or can go full util with light armor. It looks like they're good to go anyways. Yay, he's just going to headhunt this round, it seems, if he doesn't buy up on a Spectre. And we'll see what the rest of the squad does. Phantoms and Vandal on the side of the Guard. They set up 3 towards A with a little bit of shower control on that wall.
Here it comes. Oh, well, he hit the top of that door. But it still works out for that control. The flash is coming in. And Ye gets a kill. So you said he only had a headhunter, Riv, but that's good enough for that kill into the short A side.
It's just, hey, he has a headhunter now. It's not only, I guess. Valen gets the quick trade there with Finesse, and now the U-Haul battle starts.
And one by FNS going for the hat trick, but finally Jonah P stops the bleeding for the number of the Guards that are falling down one by one, and he gets another one. Getting the best value so far of the scene for Jonah P in this second map. Trent stuck on a 2v1. To jump across, he has a flash that's about to come up. Going for the tap. The jump again.
He knows.
Trying to go for the wall bang on the other one. The lineup for both. but it's still going to be the bonus round won by Optic Gaming, and this is looking like a dominant map into a dominant series in the end for Optic Gaming over the Guard.
The mental's there, the strength, team confidence. Like, we've seen those situations go with the spray down, right? The collateral happens and the Guards winning, but things are not going the Guards' way this time. Bullets just around. Optic pick up another one. And before, Vans, I was saying, before the round just exploded again, the Guard, when I thought about them, is they came into the tournament and they kept winning. They were just a team that could impose their strategy on their opponent and dictate the way the game went because of the capability of their players. Van Silly.
Sim Beacon down towards the Long Beach Flash, but it was weighted by Optic Gaming, and at least more battle towards that hookah side. We're able to upgrade into this Vandal.
They're not doing me any justice.
Seekers. I mean, he can still get the skill to FNS. Oh, maybe not. It's FNS still. The Plaid's coming in. Net's on his own. He only has a Spectre to work with. Spotted now for the first kill, but that's it. We have map point and series point for Optic, where they finally could get some breathing room if they punch in the last round.
And they've done
here of the series.
They've done such a good job, Van Silly, encroaching into the space the Guard take, how they get info, as I was saying, how they impose their strategy onto a team. Ye has been a gigantic factor of this. His first bloods on Net, on Valen as well, just throughout the rounds have been ridiculous. His ability to control the game. I love their chamber on Bind. And Guard really haven't been able to get to a site with all of their members. I might have to go back and count these rounds, but it might be never.
Talking a lot about Ye with his chamber play, but it's still Victor on the top of the scoreboard, so he's kind of been a silent killer. And as you have a silent killer, he gets an opening kill into Hookah. Showstopper into the side. It connects onto Valen. Jonah P with the Guardian in the back. A flank from Net. A 1v1. Jonah P gets the headshot, but he finally falls by the hands of Ye. Now up to Net. He falls down as well. And Sayo player is going to have to try to clutch a 3v1. He does get the 2 kills, but that's not enough. Be envious of the green wall. Optic Gaming is the first team for North America going to Iceland.
Incredible stuff from Optic. No faltering there, showing why they are locking in their ticket to Iceland. And honestly doing it in a really dominant fashion. I think blowing a lot of people away from the expectations of today's game. The vetoes came in a little bit different, but Optic had everything in mind for what needed to happen on those maps. Bringing out the Neon, having Ye completely destroying everybody. I'm sure it was a checkbox they wanted to hit, but he's able to do it so consistently. You don't know how to stop this guy. And Optic together as a team, they do move that green wall a little closer to just being an international champion once again. Let's see what they can do once they get there.
That's the thing for Optic. For me, it felt like they had to win that first map on Split. The map being chose by the Guard that threw off a curveball into the map vetoes of this series, because the third map was decided between Icebox and Breeze. Icebox, where the Guard has been subliminal in terms of the results on that map. And Breeze, 2 maps that these 2 teams really haven't played in Stage 1, but we know the capabilities of what the Guard could bring when it goes down to the situations we're guessing to see what they're going to bring out. So commiserations, at least for the Guard in this series. It's not over yet, though, right? They get knocked into the lower brackets. They still have a chance to come back and still have a chance to represent North America. But at least for now, it's going to be Optic Gaming, the first team to represent NA. Let's take a break. Let's take a breather. And when we come back, another series to come up between Cloud9 and XSET.
I can't be stopped. You are, get out my way. I gotta win, act like I'm not. The one on the top, we've been it before. You know what I did. I'm on my job, I'm doing my thing. I flex on you boys, I do it again. They said whatever, and I don't do talking. You used to score. I'm going in. I can't be stopped. You are, get out my way. I gotta win, act like I'm not. The one on the top, we've been it before. You know what I did. I'm on my job, I'm doing my thing. I flex on you boys, I do it again. They said whatever, and I don't do talking. You used to score. I'm going in. I can't be stopped. You are, get out my way. I gotta win, act like I'm not. The one on the top, we've been it before. You know what I did. I'm on my job, I'm doing my thing. I flex on you boys, I do it again. They said whatever, and I don't do talking. You used to score. I'm going in.
I'm going 50 for 50. Me and the team is superb. I got it out of the dirt. I put it out of the ground. Everything on my own, Too cold to the bone, Top dog, I'm alone. Whole bad backtrack to the throne. Yeah, hey, look at the shine on the ring. Look at the ring, I'm a king. Look at the king in his court, it's a breaking report. I got time to make amends. Hey, time to get the win. Hey, flexing on you boys, working out again. 10 out of 10, dub yet again.
I can't be stopped. You are, get out my way. I gotta win, act like I'm not. The one on the top, we've been it before. You know what I did. I'm on my job, I'm doing my thing. I flex on you boys, I do it again. They said whatever, and I don't do talking. You used to score. I'm going in. I can't be stopped. You are, get out my way. I gotta win, act like I'm not. The one on the top, we've been it before. You know what I did. I'm on my job, I'm doing my thing. I flex on you boys, I do it again. They said whatever, and I don't do talking. You used to score. I'm going in. I'm going in. Yeah, yeah. I gotta win. Yeah, yeah. Heard you be talking a lot. I'm here, so say it again. They sound crazy. I agree with that notion. Come through like train. Look on my motion. I came from the gutter. Why you playing around? You don't know. Everybody does that, I know. Eating granny while around with a Draco. Haters look at me like, oh no. My teeth look like I'm a snow cone. My big truck messing up the ozone. If you ride my way, better hold on, hold on. I can't be stopped. You are, get out my way. I gotta win, act like I'm not. The one on the top, we've been it before. You know what I did. I'm on my job, I'm doing my thing. I flex on you boys, I do it again. They said whatever, and I don't do talking. You used to score. I'm going in. I can't be stopped. You are, get out my way.
And congratulations again to Optic as they pick up the win here over the Guard. They are going to Iceland to represent North America. Feels like we've said that before, only slightly different. As the Guard did everything they could to try to stop that from happening, but they still have a chance. It's important to remember that Guard is not eliminated. They've been knocked down into the lower bracket where they will face the winner of XSET and Cloud9. But you gotta give credit to Optic. They looked so incredibly good here, Mimi, especially with the way they integrated some maybe a little bit different compositions. One of the few teams we've seen really using Neon well.
Yeah, I love their Neon play in map number 1, and when they were playing on Haven as well, it's a role that has been looking great. I think it's even a lot of depth to a player that we kind of slept on in previous iterations of this team, but Victor has definitely had a step up in towards this one, and freeing up Ye to be able to play the Chamber has been such a good decision. I mean, both in those last two previous maps, Ye has been absolutely farming. You can see those two aforementioned players right at the top of the statistic. 366 combat score for Victor on that race. His util usage is impeccable, just as an individual he was performing, and then Ye as well. Whenever you give this man an op, you are just bound for a treat. I think the way that FNS calls around having these really big players is excellent as well, right? Lots of freedom to Ye to be able to play these extremities. He has the rendezvous, he can get out of jail if he needs to, and that means your primary force of aggression, finding that information, can be Victor. It's almost like a sheepdog, just like forcing the cattle into the line of fire of Ye, and it works really well.
That's a good way to put it, actually, because I do feel like that comfort that all these players are now finding on their agents as the season progresses is enabling FNS to make really, really good calls with all of them. So the sheepdog, I mean, interesting way to put it, but I like it as well.
And one of the things that's interesting is watching how Ye has switched up from playing that crazy aggressive style that we've come to know Ye for when he got the whole El Diablo terminology with the Jet. Now playing a little bit more passive, still playing aggressive, but not necessarily in the same way. But seeing how he's been able to maybe adjust pace just a little bit and also just change his style of play ball. Like, you got to commend Ye for being able to basically do both.
Yeah, and I mean, on Split, I think it finally looked like they really figured out how to use him on attack side, where he's kind of just going onto one side of the map and trying to find individual 1v1 fights. And it worked so well over and over and over. And that's how you can still have that aggressiveness that you want from Ye, but he's not necessarily leading the charge with everybody else while they're methodically clearing the other side of the map. So that's the type of thing that you really saw Optic figure out across the season. and we'll probably see as we head into Reykjavik still.
Yeah, and that's what excites me about this team being our representative for NA, or at least one of the two that's going to be heading on over to Iceland, is that their adaptability is really strong. It's clear that Chet and FNS are putting in a ton of work in the back, and they're constantly finding new comps to play on through. They're implementing them really well. They've been fast to adapt to the new meta coming out. They've been fast to change when their compositions aren't working, and then just the individual skill level, the player quality is out of the world on this roster. FNS, we've talked about him as an IGL as well, beyond just the out-of-the-server stuff. The mid-rounding has looked great. I mean, I'm really excited for these guys to have another chance internationally.
You mentioned the meta, too. You mentioned defining the meta or following the meta or changing the meta. That's kind of what they've been doing here as they bring in Neon, and they were one of the first teams to really switch their Jet Initiator over to the role of playing Chamber. But we are going to go ahead and say goodbye to the analyst desk for now, as we do have an interview with El Diablo himself for the Verizon post-game interview. Yay! Congratulations, a big win. You guys are going back to Iceland.
Well, we never made Iceland before prior to this.
Oh, that's right. You've only made international events where you were playing on Forgetting. That's right.
But Iceland is it's a beautiful country. It's such a beautiful country, and I'm really happy to be representing North America, and honestly just to see the place. It's going to be amazing.
Yeah, I'm blurring all these international events. You guys went to quite a few, but unfortunately one of them was Champs, where things didn't go well for you guys.
Yeah.
Do you feel like now, with the way the meta is shifting, that maybe the game is playing more towards your strengths as you get ready for your international debut in 2022?
So I think with Champs, honestly, it was like a pretty big underperformance from us. Not to take credit from the teams that we played, because obviously they played amazing. But we had a guy that got COVID and a bunch of unfortunate circumstances. And also, I just think we weren't playing as well as like a team. So the big thing is like, I want to show the best optic that we can, because like when we're on and we're feeling good and like we're communicating and doing well, like I truly believe we're the best team in North America when we're on that point. But sometimes we have those consistency issues, and as long as we can address them and keep improving, I think we'll go far and hopefully, bring back a win for North America. But obviously the competition is going to be rough, so we'll see.
Looking at you specifically, you went from playing a Jet primarily to now kind of splitting the responsibility between that and Chamber. How different is it for you to go into playing a Chamber role where maybe you're playing a little bit more passively, but you still have the ability to engage?
So yeah, it was like a big switch for me, and that's why kind of like at the start, I think I had like some underperformances or performances in which like, I just wasn't doing as good, because like, when you go from being like a hyper aggressive like Jet main to like a much more like laid back role, it's pretty difficult. But I kind of made the decision that I needed to make that switch, and because I just feel like as this game evolves and as we go like deeper in the future, I'm going to need to be able to play like multiple agents, and even if like I don't perform very well right now, I need to keep practicing, getting better, so that way I can, keep working on my agent pool ultimately. So like I don't, fall into a position in which like, let's just say Jet gets nerfed, and then like, well, I'm going to be useless to my team and maybe in like a crucial moment. So that's what I've been trying to do, and that's one of the main reasons I've been playing Chamber so much, is because like I want to get him to like a high level and keep working on them.
Now, speaking of the agents as well, as a team, you guys have been running some different compositions than we've seen from other teams. Obviously, the Neon pick is the one that stands out the most. Do you think that the other teams, maybe specifically in NA, are sleeping on Neon as an agent?
I think she's pretty strong, and at least with like her util and stuff like that, you can do it. It makes the game incredibly chaotic, and I think with Neon as well, she's really good at like breaking kind of the current meta, because a lot of people rely on like a lot of these set plays or set traps, and Neon kind of just throws out the window, and it's just like, well, you're gonna have to basically just mid round this because your set plays aren't gonna work. So I think for us, Neon's been like a really good pick, and it's something we've been like experimenting on, like trying a whole bunch of different comps, trying like a whole bunch of different maps, and like we're still like working on our like final compositions and our different variants and stuff like that. So Neon has been like a little bit of experiment for us, and I'm glad we did try to experiment because it's been paying off for us, I would say.
So as you get ready for your international competition here, are there any other experiments that maybe we should know about? Any curveballs? Any tricks up your sleeve? You don't have to share the details, but I want to know, should we expect to be surprised?
I would say so. We're definitely gonna go back and we're gonna like reflect and figure out, hey, where are our weak maps, where are our strong maps, and like what do we need to work on? Like, and we have like a bunch of different experimental comps that we're gonna try out, and hopefully we see some success with them. Like I said, it's a bit difficult sometimes because like I remember when we first ran our Neon Haven comp. In scrims, it worked like flawlessly, and then we played V1, and then they had like the first time any team has like countered it, So it's just a thing of like we just need to play more matches, keep grinding, keep playing, and just keep working and flushing out like our current compositions and maybe some future experimental ones. So we'll see.
Well, I look forward to seeing what you guys can do on the international stage in Iceland. Congratulations again. Do us
Thank you
proud
so much.
in Iceland.
Yeah, I hope to.
Well, again, congratulations to Optic as they punch their ticket to Iceland. We'll be back in just a bit to see who's going to be moving on further in the lower bracket. It's XSET and Cloud9. It's an elimination match. Winner will play the guard for the final spot for North America. Stay tuned.
I honestly can listen to anything except for country. My music taste is probably like, it's mostly rap, but I mean I listen to pop too, like from Drake to J. Cole, Kodak, Shawn Mendes, like.
Quite literally, like every music genre is in my playlist because I don't have playlist, right? Like I'm weird. I just click on liked songs and let it go. But I mean, my favorite like rapper is Young Thug, and like my favorite artist is Mac Miller.
Before matches, I like listening to rock music, actually. But most of the time, I like listening to rap. Like my favorite artist is probably some dude named Lucky, with an I at the end instead of a Y. He's been my favorite rapper for a long time. So.
I'll listen to anything, but no country. No country.
We're all on the Chief Keef wave before matches for sure. That's what we all listen to. I don't know. I don't listen to rarely I'll listen to Chief Keef if we're not playing match, but the whole team seems to get fired up off that. So if it helps the boys, I'm gonna listen to some Chief Keef.
I love Linkin Park forever. Literally, probably my favorite band of all time.
So I listen to rap pretty much. Like Lil Uzi is probably my favorite rapper. I listen to him a lot, and I listen to music while I play because it just settles me down and keeps me focused a lot.
I'm into like everything, like jazz, classical, rap, even sometimes like anime music, honestly. Just like anything to get like, just depends on the mood.
For music wise, I mean, I listen to a lot of everything. Right now, I listen to like a lot of R&B, and I've been getting into like the UK music as well. Like I find that's like pretty hype and like good to listen for matches and like workout and stuff like that.
What you gonna do? Who you gonna be? What you came for? Are you gonna bleed? You know the game. You gonna take the pain. Make them say your name. Others have tried and they failed. When they got heat, they just bailed. Second place need not apply. Cause everybody knows, everybody loves a winner. Everybody loves a winner. Everybody loves a winner. Everybody loves a winner. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Rat-ta-ta-ta-ta, it's gonna be mine. Get out the way if you ain't gon' play. I ain't messing around, ain't got all day. Others have tried out and they failed. When they got heat, they just bailed. Second place need not apply. Cause everybody knows, everybody loves a winner. Everybody loves a winner. Everybody loves a winner. Everybody loves a winner. Who's the winner now? Who's the winner now? Who's the winner? Who's the winner now? Who's the winner now? Who's the winner now? Who's the winner now? Who's the winner? Who's the winner now? Who's the winner now? Who? Everybody loves a winner. Everybody loves a winner. Everybody loves a winner.
And welcome back to NAVCT as again, Optic Gaming have punched their ticket to Iceland. It's their third international event, and we wish them the best of luck, but there's still more teams to play. XSET and Cloud9 duking it out in a lower bracket semifinal. Again, not yet a qualification match. It's a match to play into a qualification match. So one of these teams is going to be sent home with nothing, and the other one will be going to face off against the guard. Mimi, the fact that Cloud9 is here, it's just like V1 the other day. It's surprising, but they're still very close to making it to the LAN anyway.
Yeah, this has been a story for Cloud9 before, in that they get knocked down to lowers, run it back. It was the exact same story at LCQ, and sadly for XSET, it was this place that they found themselves in just a couple months ago. They had an opportunity to make it into champs, but they fell short to Cloud9 and just kept that curse going. This team has found it 4 major events, 4 major VCT events last year, 4th place. They're always stuck just outside of the top 3, just outside of qualification. It's always a hair's edge, but it's always them losing. However, this roster has been improving a lot this year. They bring in Cryo, they make some changes. Zekin is looking stronger than he ever was before. I mean, it feels like if there was ever a time for XSET to be able to break that curse, it would be now, but it's also a Cloud9 that has been oh so improved. So I suppose the biggest question is, will history repeat itself?
Yeah, and I think the improvement for XSET is the biggest key, right? They did play in the groups, and it was an interesting and close match the entire time as well, where it was a 2-1 series. So you also have to think about, while XSET was the perennial 4th places last time, it felt like those 4th places were coming in more important tournaments as they progressed as well, as they picked up Zekin, as they picked up Def. And now it's another tournament that has higher stakes, and this time they're hoping to actually pass that 4th place and take it all the way to at least that 2nd place to make it to Iceland. That's the big question for them, and honestly, with the increased firepower, I think they have a good chance.
Again, though, we talked about this yesterday in the interview with Aaron, just asking him, hey, like, this is kind of where you guys are used to being. No disrespect. They've played a lot of these lower bracket gauntlet runs. In fact, I think they only made it into 2 finals last year during all of the VCT events. They played in a lot of them. And one of them came through from an upper bracket run. most of their pushes were deep in the lower bracket. That's why they got a lot of 4th place finishes, unfortunately. So this isn't necessarily unfamiliar territory for them, but the thing is, Mimi, you kind of mentioned it, this is usually where the run stops. They start to struggle right at this point, so it's difficult for them, especially facing up against a Cloud9 roster that's been so incredibly good. So Mimi, as you look at the head-to-head between these two teams, it's Cloud9 and XSET, you got to give a slight edge to Cloud9 just based on the way they performed thus far, even though they're still playing in the same match.
Yeah, I mean, the performance for Cloud9 has been really excellent thus far this tournament. They did flounder a little bit, got knocked down to the lowers by Optic, but I think a lot of that is to do more so with Optic playing a really good game, even if there were some mistakes. We saw in their most recent lower bracket match, they're able to get rid of version 1, and they look fantastic doing so.
I think there's also the element in that last match of them just being so clutch. And honestly, that is the story for them, specifically Zeta. This guy is a monster. This Guardian clutch came out of nowhere, missing his own utility. And that's not even the end for Clutch 9. There's this round as well where they close out the Ascent map and bring the series back for them, where Zeta gets the 1 versus 3 again. And there are so many moments like this, maybe.
Yeah, I mean, there's so many moments for them. And I think that the last guy you call out, and the guy that was responsible for quite a few of those clutches, was Zeta. He's a man that I think gets kind of lost in the conversation around Cloud9 sometimes. But this Korean import has been looking fantastic on the Silver roll. His util usage in those shock darts, in those ult clutches. The supportive line, his recon darts are really well placed, and he has a big variety of lineups that I think really helps out Leaf when he is being that hyper-aggressive Jet entry. I love seeing his growth throughout this. I think he's definitely starting to push the gauntlet to being one of our top Sovas in NA.
Can't talk about top Sovas, though, without talking about BCJ, one of the players from XSET, who has also been an incredibly powerful Sova player for as long as I can remember. As you take a look at the XSET roster as well, we know all the faces, but the one that stands out is also Cryocells, one of the more recent additions to the roster. And Bala, you were kind of hyping him up. Now that they have this additional firepower, they can potentially push past this hurdle that has been so difficult for them to clear.
Yeah, and Cryo's improvement in the playoffs has been tangible.
Unreal.
He's the highest fragging player in all of playoffs right now, and they've played a lot of them, but he also has Zekin too. I mean, these guys are really good together, and this is what we talk about when we say the firepower. This young duo are dominating teams in this playoffs, even though they go down to the first series to Optic. And the funny part about it is now both these teams, Cloud9 and XSET, they're about to face off, did go down to Optic. And then, yeah, so Zekin, Cryo, these guys really can frag, and it's going to be hard to stop them if you're Cloud9, but they've done it before, and we'll see if they can do it again.
Yeah, I mean, 19 and 17 respectively. These are two of the younger players that we're seeing here in the VCT. And their performance, I think most specifically as a duo, has been incredibly impressive. There's a lot of maps now where we're seeing Zekin flex onto the Raze, and then you keep Cryo on over to, I almost called it the Chamber, excuse me. And he's been looking really excellent on towards that role. Yeah, he owns the agent at this point in time. Yeah, but I've liked the variability. I think that the KO especially has been another one of those crowning roles for the like of Zekin. No matter which agent either of these two players are playing, they work really well as a double entry duo in creating that space for the squad, and also just finding ridiculous multi-frags and performances for XSET.
Mimi, there was something that we wanted to point out, though, and that's how the map pools for these teams potentially overlap or don't. We've seen what XSET's bans look like, we've seen what Cloud9's bans look like, and we see that there's some discrepancies there.
Yeah, this is something that me and you were chatting about, Bala, but this map pool, it feels like there's really no way where we can get a clean example or a clean map pool for XSET, because every map that they're tough at, it's a strength for Cloud9. There's two that tend to be big issues for them. Ascent has been a rough patch, as to a Fracture. Those are two of Cloud9's favorite maps, and the thing is, XSET's best map, it's Cloud9's worst that they're most likely just going to ban away.
Exactly, and that's the big thing, right? Cloud9 just banned Bind, and then they have so many places they can go. XSET has been banning both Fracture and Ascent. Most notably in playoffs, they switched to Ascent not being their permaban, and that's kind of made it a little difficult for them in this series, I think, because Cloud9 is so good on Fracture too, so you leave one of those open and they're going to pounce on the other. So really going to be interesting to see what XSET ban, but also going to be interesting to see how they try to avoid Ascent and how they come out with an advantage, or at least no disadvantage in the map veto.
Well, let's find out if we're actually going to see some of these maps. The interesting thing, we've talked about this, we saw it yesterday as well. Cloud9 and Breeze, that was one of their better maps, but you can see the decline there on the stat sheet The map pool, though, not going to be moving in that direction. Cloud9 wisely decides to ban Breeze. They do hold it, though, for the second ban. The maps will be Haven, Split, and Ascent.
Yeah, I mean, this is what we were talking about. The two of the better maps for XSET get banned on away. Bind, Breeze, they're both gone. XSET does get Fracture on through, which I think is a bit of an interesting one. I expected them, they have in the past been second banning this map. It's not one where they have a huge amount of experience. They've played it 3 times, a lost 100 Thieves, a lost to the Guard, both in dominant fashion. Them picking that makes me think there's probably a new look.
I also, I mean, you see the last, yeah, it's not coming through Fracture because XSET, you talked about the dominant losses they had. That's the reason for it. But look at Ascent in the last position, right? That's because XSET has to first ban Fracture. That's because they don't have the chance to second ban it, because Cloud9 would. So these are the types of decisions that, because of the map pool, are getting forced. And I don't see that this is a massive... I actually, no, I think this map pool is crazy favored for Cloud9. I'll be totally honest.
Yeah, I mean, this map pool just feels so good for them. Haven has been a consistent strength for them. Well, we've seen some improvements on that split for XSET. I like the comp they've brought out with BCJ on the Sky. I think they've looked better in recent games. It's still one where Cloud9 feels so comfortable. They play that ping pong a lot. They're willing to concede space, and then they just charge back in at you with that breach utility and the setup off of Leaf. It's really tough to counter on out. This doesn't bode super well for that XSET squad.
We're going to go ahead and throw things to a very brief break. When we come back, it'll be map 1 between XSET and Cloud9. Again, one of these teams is going home. One of them will be facing the Guard for that final spot at Masters. We'll be back in just a bit.
How hard can you go? 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 How hard can you? How hard can you? How hard can you? How hard can you go? How hard can you go when the beat drop?
The quad kill, fantastic from Cloud9. Does Cryo ever miss? No, he doesn't.
Welcome back to NA VCT. As again, it's playoff time. It's elimination day. Either Cloud9 or XSET is going home, and we're ready to jump into the agent select here for map 1 in this series. So get ready to kick things off on Haven. It's a map that's been really good for C9, Mimi. They've been strong on this map. XSET hasn't really played it too much. In fact, if you look at the series, you've got two teams that haven't really played the first two maps. C9's barely played Split. XSET's barely played Haven. But Mimi, looking at the composition, any surprises?
No, nothing really on the Cloud9 side, at least. This is a comp that they've been running before. I think the triple flash with the Omen has found some really good effect. Actually, is there a little bit of a change there? I didn't even realize. We get the Raze on out. There is a slight variation in that. We have the Mitch onto that chamber as well. A little bit more investment in towards that utility. I think this provides a lot of really fun synergies. And we've also seen that these KJ picks have been getting punished, especially with more and more teams running Breach.
Yeah, you see the Breach and you're like, okay, Cloud9's all good. And then you look over on the other side, XSET's running the same thing, except basically the same core is what I would say.
Sure.
The same standard, you know, they have the Sentinel, they have the Controller, they have the Initiator, and then they have whatever Flex with the Duelist as well. But Aaron swapping with Def is a big change, and that's kind of what has enabled their Ascent to look good as well. I needed a change from XSET, specifically to catch up a little bit with the meta on Haven, maybe adding a Breach, maybe bringing a KO, something like that. But I'm not sure if this change is going to be enough for them, because this Cloud9 lineup and this new comp that they're bringing is going to be hard to contend with, and it is on meta.
Well, we do have our casters standing by, ready to jump into the action for map 1. We heckin' love Plat Chat. It's Brandon, Sideshow. Take it away.
Thank you very much, guys. Yeah, it's 7 weeks of play culminating up to this moment, Josh. One of these teams is going to be eliminated here in this road to Reykjavik for them. Obviously, winning this match doesn't actually get you into Reykjavik. You've still got a bit of a path ahead of you. But in general, what a matchup we've got here. XSET, not finishing past 4th place. Mimi was talking about it on the desk in 4 major events. In fact, the last time they played in a major event, it was Cloud9 that knocked them out in the last chance qualifier.
And Cloud9 went on to win that event as well. Let's take a look at their pistol rounds overall. It's been slightly favored towards XSET if you look at their stats across VCT, but Cloud9 won 5 out of 6 recently against V1, so they've clearly been hitting the lab to some degree. And this raise from Leaf is definitely different. It should bolster their defensive side pretty heavily, but it's going to be Mitch that sees contact first.
Ooh, a couple of shots whiffing there. $300 down the drain.
Get some information, but his rendezvous takes him all the way across the map over to Garage. It has slowed down XSET, though.
Yeah, they're playing this very cautiously.
And Mitch is now prodding for more information from mid.
He's going to be looking around for something. Def also was lurking play style. You can see the drone supporting him here, seeing if they can spot out somebody. Leaf ends up using the nade and the dog at the same time to try and push them away. So trading that utility.
And that's how powerful that Raze nade is. I mean, compare that to the Jet utility that he would have available. That's Garage control completely. But it doesn't look like Cloud9 are really pivoting here. They are just playing a full A retake setup right now. XSET go for a pretty classic pistol round look. Take A short, or at least pressure A short. Go back towards Garage. End A.
Yeah, it's going to be the free side for them, so able to get that spike down.
There's a pretty big flank going on here, though, Bren, and Vanity still has the Paranoia available. If Leaf can find a kill here...
Right around the corner, he's just going to be rushing them down with the Ghost in hand. 2 picks. Nade regenerated. He runs around the corner, but does not clear out Depth. Hiding, biding his time, and Aaron, well, he's locked this one down. Still, he's flashed and blind. Around the corner. Depth, last man standing, not enough to try and close it out. It's going to be a quick retake there from Cloud9. A quick round win and a pistol round win for them on top of it.
And already a bit of a weird pace to the match, right? Pistol round starts out very poking and prodding. This is a battle of 2 big IGLs within North America. Vanity on one side, Def on the other. Both had massive impact when being added to these core rosters. They were kind of late additions to both cores and made huge impacts to their performance level.
Yeah.
But it's just felt capped this entire last year for XSET. They just could never get to a podium finish. And Cloud9, they take the early lead here, and it's given us some idea of their defensive protocols already, with Mitch taking those early contacts, Leaf holding more towards the C side of the map, where you'd expect him to be challenging early angles on A if he was playing Jet.
But it seems like Cloud9, obviously, adjustments being made. They're still running heavy presence in terms of their players over towards that A side of the map, just to try and threaten a little bit, I suppose, towards that A lobby area.
Yeah, this is one of those rounds where it's just really useful to get a figure out of what the defenders are really doing. So where are they putting down those trademarks? Where is Mitch normally playing?
Yeah.
Where's Leaf normally playing?
Any information you can gather. So
it's so useful.
IGL, come up with a plan a little bit later.
Oh, Vanity's seen some tootsies.
Yeah. spots out the feet. Quick little swing there. Mitch obviously teleports away.
And this is going to be pretty difficult. Def loves buying the Marshall on these second rounds. He is deadly with it. And of course, this is a different role for him to be playing. He does pick up the Sentinel quite a bit. But as of yet, in the new patch, he has not played a single different smoker. He's just been on Astra, or he plays Cypher, Chamber, KJ.
Looks like Cloud9. Okay, they're going to be ready for this one. XSET was setting up for potentially a quick little burst into the A side, but holding on top of the boxes. Fancy getting that one. Quick little smoke as well. Def potentially looks to try and take a timing here. Flash through the smoke as they push all the way into the side. Still a quick shot. That's Def taking down Mitch, but Cloud9 at a weaponry in hand. Find themselves coming 2-0 currently in this map.
And incredibly cleanly as well. They keep 4 armors alive, too. They don't even have to rebuy that armor in this round.
Important,
they are going to have a massive economy heading into round 3 for their bonus, which means any kind of damage they can do to XSET is going to be crippling and could really swing the economy. I've loved this double flash setup before in the past. I'm not exactly sure how it's going to work on their attack side with Leaf not having access to that dash, because they were doing a lot of flash and dash aggro plays. But it looks like they're grouping up for a 4-person bonus round push into A lobby.
I mean, this is... You see a lot of teams do this. Yep, stun comes through. All the way pushing deep into A lobby. Is there anything from XSET that they might try to push this away? They're playing so passive.
You think about Cryo here, though. He's worried that Leaf could still be holding inside Garage. And Leaf, in fact, is part of this A lobby push, and they're going all the way into Garden.
Yeah. Well, Cloud9 taking all of this space currently through A lobby. It's an instant reaction from XSET still. They're not ready for Zephyr, just working his way into mid. The Spectre in hand. Well, he's spraying down 2 of the players. Aaron tries to catch up and keep up the pressure that Cloud9 have applied. A little too late, though, and a quick little jump. I mean, it felt like Leaf was in mid-air then when he got that pick.
Not a bad round whatsoever. That plan worked perfectly for Cloud9. And if we're just going to talk expectations a little bit as we head into a rough economical round for XSET, hello, this is how Zekken plays on Fracture. But this map is certainly not supposed to be a good one for XSET. The Cloud9 have got a much deeper map pool currently than XSET do. And XSET have their strengths on Bind, on Split. Well, those are maps that Cloud9 have either taken out or just built a good map pool around. So Cloud9 have got a great map 1 and map 3. Bala was talking about it on the desk. This does look significantly advantaged towards Cloud9 coming out. But they need this kind of good start. You have to win on the maps where you're supposed to win.
Absolutely. Cloud9, though, such a dangerous team, I feel like. You never know what to expect with them, even on maps they're not too comfortable with.
They're incredibly flexible as well.
This is Def just trying to get a bit of information, trying to find a setup, maybe a pick. Doesn't quite get that pick there onto Vanity, though. While this is going on, a bit of space gained here for XSET, actually committing the Trailblazer just to see if they can clear out short. Don't spot anybody.
But this is XSET with a pretty free A site. Wow. Oh, that's a bit of a dodgy Brim smoke. Aaron doesn't play the Brim all too often.
Spikes down. Molly to try and push them away. They really would like to get that plant down. Nice little shot guard just to push them away. There's pressure being applied, though, from Cloud9, and the retake, well, is going to start to come in pretty quickly as the flank from Vanity comes from the back. Trying to coordinate this one with Leaf falling. It's a bit of a dangerous situation for them. Instantly, BCJ, though, able to quick turn around. The 180. Headshot there onto Vanity, right around the corner. Marshall in hand, not enough to get that pick, and yeah, easily done again with the gun difference. Still, plant down on the ground for XSET, a bit more money to work with as they head into that next round.
Aaron actually invested his Brim ult into the midst of all of that to stop the Cloud9 retake coming through. It did give them time to turn around and catch onto Vanity, but that's a big ult to be throwing away in a round like that. However, there is a silver lining to that round, in my opinion, and here we see a timeout for XSET to discuss. So I'm going to put forward my thoughts here as to what the coach and what Def might be discussing right now. They've had 2 rounds so far in the first 4 where they've been able to pull rotates over by garage pressure and then get a free entry into A. That would be my ticket to success if I'm thinking from Def's perspective as an IGL. You can take early kind of A lobby as long as Cloud9 aren't pushing it really heavily with multiple people, and then go pressure garage, get back into A. Cloud9 are actually playing full A retake a lot, even without big ultimates. You think about the ults they have access to, Seekers, Raze ult, the Breach ult as well. All of these are fantastic to be able to retake, but in that round, round 4, they had access to none of them, and they still played an A retake setup. So that could be an area that XSET try to exploit. But they are so far down right now, 0-4, and they've just looked like they don't have too much of a chance in any of these rounds. The pistol and round 3 were pretty dominantly in favor of C9.
My eyes are going to be on Cryo as well. Obviously, early days yet, but Norton 4 is not a great start for him. Over the course of the playoffs, he really has come alive compared to his group stage performance. Statistically, he has been exceeding it by
just
a great measure.
An absolute monster.
He's been amazing, and it's really kind of enabled XSET to be the team that we know that they've always been capable of.
Here they see the stun. They might be worried that Cloud9 are going for a bit of a push attempt. In fact, Cloud9 did have 3-4 players grouped up over on A, but they're not going for that same level of aggression that they did in round 3.
This is really interesting, actually. Vanity does a really kind of deep out smoke at that garage. You can see it just poking out.
Yeah.
So it's threatening kind of either to lurk through, could be hidden in any sort of areas, but it looks like XSET just want to go for the wholesale hit straight into C. The utility dumped in. You see that dart as well. What a satchel from Leaf!
That was a bizarre one. Almost got caught by the Brim Molly as well, but he got juggled up in the air.
Yeah,
Cryo cells. He actually hit a headshot through the box as well. That's why Leaf is so weak. But that was a weird kind of scenario, and they do get the plant down. This is another retake for Cloud9.
Yep. Playing it out. Leaf quite low. Heal available for him. Just gonna get popped up here just before they end up trying to take this retake. Interesting smoke, a little bit of a one-way off to the side. The fault line catches onto so many targets, and Cloud9 is looking pretty clinical. Still, XSET need to hold this one down, but it's all up to Aaron. It's a 2v1, and not enough as he swings into the 2 players of Cloud9 in the back of the site. Another retake successful for Cloud9. Another win here, shutting down one gun round from XSET when they're just looking for something to happen there.
And XSET are getting into good positions. They're getting the plant down. They're getting into good post plants as well. And Cloud9 are just destroying them with the utility. They have so much access to good utility with this composition.
Yeah.
They got
3 flashes, man.
They got
Paranoia,
stuns.
The Skybirds.
All over the place. You could name any piece of util that they have access to. It's going to be important on those retakes. So I think XSET, possibly an adjustment they could make is to try and be proactive in those post-plant scenarios. Try and get aggressive.
Take some space, maybe?
Yeah, possibly. That would require them to maybe save a bit of Zekken's utility, something like that. Still have Cryo cells alive for the post.
Well, this is slightly different here. You can see Cryo wants to try and fight over the A lobby control, or at least disrespect it, but speaking of disrespect, I mean, Vanity is just literally contacted all the way in!
Running around with his knife out as well.
I mean, TP's the safety, but BCJ does make it the 1-for-1.
And Leaf swung to try and help Vanity as he was getting a bit panicked there in that situation. So that is the star player down for Cloud9. Maybe this can be a round where we see Cryo cells really flex his muscles.
Trademark gone. Trailblazer destroyed. Mitch straight up onto the high ground. Tries to go for the shot. Here still Zephyr at the back of the site. He does get the one, but not before Cryo finally got his footing into the back of this site. The plan coming through. Cloud9 with a lot of utility to try and play this retake. You can see that fault line sent all the way through. The smoke from Vanity. Now to flash into the back. So just want to try and push them away. Vanity, though, he's found Cryo. Mitch with the up from the high ground. Has to try and do some damage. Decken swinging around the corner, but not enough. Mitch shuts him down, just holding that high ground situation there. The crossfire was excellent for them. And another round on the board for Cloud9. These retakes. It's been so close, but XSET just cannot hold on to these post plants.
It is every round at this point. Cloud9 going for the fast retake as soon as the spike plant goes down. There's a fault line, there's a paranoia. Just look at how coordinated all of this utility is. There's so much pressure on Zekken, he cannot help Cryo. And then once they get the information about where BCJ and Zekken are playing, they isolate them. Mitch is holding angles, gets both of those kills. It is gorgeous. And Vanity is talking his smack because of course he is. 9-3 right now from the IGL position too. He's got a great read on the game.
XSET have got to cook up something a little bit different here. Gonna have rifles online, including the knives from Cryo, so effectively a full buy. He's so pushed forwards here to try and set up a couple of plays. He tries to get back out, but again, it's the difference maker. Still, XSET are deep into C. The distraction players, they were just trying to push through into mid, and this time, okay, Cryo was teasing the idea of potentially pushing forward, but he just wanted to grab that gun. The operator, quick little pop flash through the smoke. And Zephyr is capitalizing, he's taking advantage of it. The spike's still not planted. There's a lot of chaos just being injected into this one. Zephyr!
It can't be.
What is that? Disgusting 4 kills for him.
He knows the spike is
Def
down.
is so low, man. This is set up. It's primed for the ace here.
This was a 2v5 situation
How?
with Cloud9 coming in to try and deny the plant in the same scenario. It should have been XSETs. It had to be XSETs. If they can't win a 5v2, what can they win?
And Zeppa's playing this so well. Plays the one angle. He's not opened himself up to any lurk that Def might try and make happen.
They also know that they did this damage to Def earlier on, so Zeppa's perfectly aware of how much health he's working with, and he has a perfect angle onto the spike as well.
Def's got no utility to work with.
It's just got to be a crazy shot from Def to keep his team in it.
It's the only way. And it's just not going to be possible. The ace for Zeppa, man. This guy...
That is so good.
Such an insane, just the awkward timing that they take that when the spike is starting to go down. Krasa's trying to get set up at the back of the site. Look at this. The flash through, the aftershock as well to try and push them out. But these retakes are so clean.
These shots as well, though, are just crispy. Everyone has perfect crosshair placement in such unusual scenarios. And Zeppa gets the ace. And he just looks calm with it as well.
Guy's a freak, man.
So cool under all of that pressure. And honestly, the pressure is mounting on the other side. A 7-0 deficit with XSET getting aced in a round where they were 5-2 up.
Yeah.
How many more advantages can they create?
They used their timeout earlier. It's not available just yet. You can see Def's just... he's got his cam up. He's searching for potentially an angle to maybe get a pick from somebody pushing a bit too deep there, but they also start to pressure towards the garage area. XSET have worked their way in towards there, and Cryo is lurking through with a rifle in hand. Zeta more than aware, though, that this could be a possibility.
Cryo was pretty big for them in that previous round to at least set them up for a round they should have won. See if he can find them a pick. Somebody around there. Def challenging against Mitch, but Mitch is still happy to take the repeat. Cryo's been pushed away from top garage.
Yeah.
So
now fights, the spam.
Just spamming through the smoke.
XSET left wondering, how do we do this one here? They're actually taking a split approach. The TP was cancelled. That was the ultimate from Vanity, because look at this. On the other side of things, a Zekken, still Zeppa holding it down, and Zekken is just left alone, rifle in hand. He was trying to make something happen, maybe catch a rotation as his team pressured towards A. With the spike down, 20 seconds left, there's not too much he can do. Doesn't have money, I believe, for a buy into the next round. Maybe just looks to... I don't really even know.
Yeah,
I mean, he knows.
You can't do any damage to the Cloud9 economy. They've won 7 in a row.
Yeah, prime game and flawless.
Yeah. It is a brutal smackdown right now that Cloud9 are giving XSET. And you've got to look at the bigger picture here. Cloud9 are absolutely favored on this map. They've looked better at it.
Absolutely.
In fact, Brent, they actually banned it against XSET the last time these two teams played in week 2. And while it made sense at the time in hindsight, the Cloud9 map pool has just proven to be so much deeper than XSET's. I think another factor to consider here is that Cloud9 look like they've got something to prove after losing. They lost to Optic in that upper bracket, and they've come out with a vengeance against XSET.
Yeah, you don't want to be denied.
You just happen to be in Cloud9's way right now.
Vanity wants to be back in Iceland. Hot Springs, he can feel it calling for him, but still XSET going to do something to try and dissuade it. Already straight into B, but it's going to be the Rolling Thunder to again push them back. Cryo is trying to play in the smoke to see if he can catch a cheeky angle. Shut down once more. Pushed away from the B attempt. Leaf? Okay.
That's a big kill. Def using his ultimate as well gives them some information. They know there's only one player over by A, but they're in fact choosing to pivot the spike over towards a C push by the look of it.
They've slowed it down, but now it looks like they want to try and go for this split C. The spike's moving over towards it. Def with another fantastic pick. He has really opened up this round for his team. The Seekers. It's going to get them good information. They know that nobody's leaning towards the C side. How is Def finding these picks, man? The guy is a menace eventually. Shut down by Mitch. Zeta. Oh, quick little swing through. That's going to be the spike Drop down onto the ground.
Another round, Bren, where XSET are up players in a post plant, and Zeta is making them pay for it. This is back to a 2v2.
Remote now to try and cut them across, though. That's going to be popped off just in case they try and play it forward. Swinging around the corner, Mitch. Quick scope in, second goes down, and it just plays right into the crosshair. XSET just out of sorts, man. Able to get into these sites, even with Def finding opening after opening. It's just not enough for them.
They just can't win. They are getting big advantages. They are setting themselves up for round wins, and Cloud9 have got everything working for them. Mitch is popping off. He shut down Def as well. Yeah, and they had, in fact, even used the Brimstone ult in order to isolate that situation, and they still weren't able to do anything. Aaron had Brim ulted Garage, so all attention could be focused on Mitch, and they didn't double swing. They were still scared and set Mitch up for 2 separate peaks where he was able to find picks. This is what happens when you lack confidence in the game. When Cloud9 have battered you for the first 6-7 rounds in a row, you start making more mistakes. A snowball occurs.
Stunning the nade. Def tries to lurk through. He's on 40 health. Is it going to be the quick C hit? Def looks to try and take the angle. The Hunter's Fury. BCJ desperate for a target.
And Def's looking at the minimap. He had to be.
Either the minimap or his Cal, I'm not too sure. It could have been a bit of an observer bug. I'm not too certain, but either way, he goes down. Tries to find that timing. It's a quick pivot from XSET. They are desperate to try and claw any sort of rounds on board, but they leave short open. Leaf.
Look how good that nade is.
Out the nade to push them back. It's a dash into the smoke. Cryo, he's taking a bit of the side control, but he's still shutting them down. And Zeppa, well, he had the crossfire there with the rest of his team, and it's more than enough, man. This is disgusting. Are we really witnessing this? 10 rounds in a row. Vanity, it feels like he's just being fueled, man. He's constantly posting about how much he hates the British, and he's playing against Def. You gotta think it's a factor. You gotta think it's a factor here. The man's. Look at this guy. He's like 11 kills and 11-5. You don't see this from Vanity.
Well, I'll tell you what you also don't see. Cryo at 3 and 10 very often in the playoffs. Yeah. He's been averaging plus 25 over the course, actually plus 26 has been his average in the playoffs. Every match so far, he's finished plus 26 in kills to deaths.
Including in their loss against Optic, by the way.
Yep, he went plus 25 in that loss against Optic. And they are shutting Cryo down. He just can't find any openings. He's running into utility. He's getting caught at the beginning of the round. It's not his fault, but it's another symptom of the Cloud9 flattening that we're watching right now. They're just mincing XSET.
Half buy for XSET. No guns to work with. No space really gained either. We're in short, deep, flash around the corner. Zeppa has the Seekers, though, to try and push them away if he wanted to offload them. And he's going to do that. Right in the mid-round, they're pushing up, taking the space off the back of it, looking for the picks.
And the paranoia came through all the way from B there. Vanity just shooting that one through. They're getting cheeky with it now, improving some little plays. They're not worried about losing the final 2 rounds. They've already got such an advantage, but I don't think XSET look like they're in a position to be able to win them anyway.
Yeah, XSET now, 30 seconds remaining. It looks like their hit's going towards the B site. It's a hard committal. Aftershock at the front of the site means that that plant is being denied. The spray down. Vanity not being denied. Phantom in hand. Much better weaponry once again. Quick little kill there for Def, but what can he really do? It's a 1v3.
Let him into another post plant. Why not?
Sure.
Pump those retake stats for Cloud9.
Hey, 2 bullets. You have to collapse somebody. It's just not even possible.
No, simply not doable. This is Cloud9 getting to 11.
Flattening, man.
I really thought this was going to be a close game, a back and forth, but Cloud9 are showing they're made of different stuff right now. They have been the best team in North America since forming this roster with Vanity. I think that sometimes gets overlooked a little bit. Yes, they haven't won any major big tournament. They won LCQ, but that was a tournament where the top 2 teams from North America aren't even playing. Yeah. So you hold it in slightly lower prestige, but they're still 26-2 domestically. They've only lost twice to North American teams. They lost to Rise at LCQ and won the tournament. This week, they lost to Optic. Now they look like they're in form to maybe win the tournament.
Yeah.
They are coming out with fire.
Really just shutting them down. Obviously, will stress that this is their map pick, but right now XSET cannot get anything going.
Yeah, it's so difficult to even come up with a plan at this point. And also very difficult to keep your head in the game. XSET, I'm sure they've been in situations like this. Of course they have. But the 4th place curse just seems inexorable. If you're down 11-0 and going into your map pick, it requires so much mental resilience to keep your focus.
And again, they get given a side for a bit. It looks like Cloud9.
And here comes the retake.
Okay, yeah. Not even a retake, just pushing them away from the side. Zekken. Let's collect 2 kills for them.
It's so nice. They wait for XSET to use all of their utility to exec in, and then they just crunch them. And here's Def on a big flank through spawn. He's made big plays in these rounds before. Had the closest opportunity to getting them around on the board with his 1v1 against Zeppa, but he's been spotted out. What is that awareness from Mitch?
Yeah, I don't even know if they're going to repeat that into the tour de force. Brutal ultimate to just try and play into. Look at the fire rate on it.
He's no-scoping, I think.
Mate.
Mitch is just firing no-scopes down an alleyway and finishes it off.
This is brutal.
They're toying with their food, Bren. They're toying with their food.
We were talking to Vansili and we were saying, well, hope we get a better game than the one you just had, a closer match than you just had. It's 12-0.5. It's 12-0.5, man. Oh, my. We're going to go to a short break on the other side of things. We'll see if XSET...
Don't say it.
Could get anything done. We need Doug here. If there was ever a time for a comeback, all that. Anyway, we'll see you in a few minutes. Don't go anywhere. Maybe it will happen. Well, here we go. It's time for XSET to really be tested, I think, honestly, off the back of this one. I mean, what do you even think coming into the second half? You are 1 round away from losing the first map in this elimination match.
You know, Aaron once told me a story of Def's leadership. He said Def sat them down when they were 12-0 down at one point and said, guys, if there was ever a time for you to prove that you're a top-level team, now is the time to do it. Now is the time to showcase what you're made of.
Did they do it?
No, they lost 13-0.
Okay, well...
but maybe they can this time. Listen, it has been a brutal beginning to this series for XSET, but then they weren't banking on a win here. They were banking on a win in maps 2, maps 3. That's the path for XSET to be able to win this series. They were certainly hoping for it to be closer. As we see here, that's a good start. Cryo finding the first kill, and a bit of a whiff actually coming out from Zeppa as he ends up going down. It's only Mitch left. And this is what XSET needs to get back in the game.
Good start. Trip up as well, so Mitch really just can't... Ah, oh, exactly where he is. Swing around the corner. How does he find that? But luckily the timing was there from Aaron. Okay, round on the board.
and all of these are good. You might be scoffing sat there at home and be thinking, okay, you know, for XSET, surely they just want a GG go next, right? But it's not even necessarily about getting this all the way back to OT. I understand that the chances of that are incredibly slim. But you at least want to showcase to yourself, to your teammates, that your heads are in it, that your aim is in it, that you can win.
You want momentum heading into that second map.
I think that's absolutely crucial, especially considering it's XSET's map pick. You need to be flowing. You need to be in the zone as you head into there. And what an interesting strat. Leaf actually overcooked that second satchel, I believe. I think he was supposed to just be flying straight into B.
Yeah, he went straight up into the air, trying to run through, and it's a quick retake there of that A lobby from XSET on the defense side. Just running at them with the better weaponry once more. Okay, Leaf jumping through skies with a classic right click, but spam through the smoke. Finally left alone. I don't know where he is. Takes the gun away, but ultimately another round here for XSET.
And it's all about that confidence, being able to be built back up. Cryo is still 4-13, by the way. We checked back in when he was 3-10, but still, I mean, it bears pointing out once more how much of an anomaly this is and how good Cloud9 are at shutting him down. We talked about the fact that he's averaging plus 26 in the playoffs. When these two teams faced off in week 2, Cryo went -2. He actually had less kills than he did deaths. He was getting shut down. In fact, he went 5-13 just against Leaf. So Cloud9 have something that makes them really good against these Star Jet players. But Cryo is still managing to respond.
Okay.
These are good kills for him to be able to get.
Quick little wrap around, but at the end of the day, Zekken's got his back.
And that was over in a flash.
Yeah.
That duo of Cryo and Zekken just double swung over at A short.
No opportunities to even set up the round.
And being confident, taking fights.
But that is good. That's what you need. The motivation, the momentum. Found like the wind was completely out of their sails. But now, rounds on the board. Cloud9 going for a cheeky half by, a couple of stingers in hand. Can never make that gun work, but sometimes these guys do.
Yeah, it looks different in the pros' hands. It's like the Bulldog.
Yeah,
Never seen anyone use it.
Don't even give me a Bulldog. Don't let me touch it.
You haven't seen Durka use a Bulldog. All right, here they come, storming down A short. Stingers in hand everywhere. There's the paranoia as well. A lot of pressure on BCJ.
This. Yeah, that flash comes through after shock onto the corner. Now the dog to try and follow up. Cloud9. Couple of players now just about getting into sight. Fight's going to start to go down, and they are rewarded. They got that rifle in hand after bringing down a Rin. How was Vanity got that with the Bucky?
I think that was up in heaven, was it? He took the opportunity to fly up there.
Dangerous tidings for them. Cryo up in hand. It's a very difficult retake. Wants to try mark.
All he needs to do is buy time for Def. Just make some distraction, make some noise right now so they're not looking at him. But they've spotted his position.
That's
Def's still good for it.
There we go. Quick little shots rattled off. Def with the quick little 2K. A bit of fuse for them.
And this is looking pretty good. That was a bit of a tricky scenario. You were right. It's a 3v3 where you've given Leaf a rifle. They have post-plant positions. And, you know, there's no guarantee that you're going to be able to pull that one away. That would be a heartbreaking way to lose. We often see these kind of situations where a team goes up 12 and what actually pushes them over the line is a weird thrifty round. Yeah.
A round they weren't ready for. But this is where it does get the most dangerous for XSET. Ultimates are coming online for Cloud9. They've shown good prowess in terms of cooking up these ideas that they want on their attack side, especially with, you know, coming so close to a lot of these very impactful ultimates and with the guns in hand.
And any small mistake from XSET is going to grab the map win over to Cloud9. See if they've got a plan here cooked up for Leaf's ultimate. He just got that with his death in the prior round. What a position for Mitch.
You're just holding. You're not really going to anticipate that on top of the box at all. Leaf, any sort of punish? Pops the showstopper right around the corner to spam through. Cloud9. Okay, they're not going to get as much that they were hoping for. Still, shut down. Zekken, though, is very weak. It is a 2v3. Line going to be rapidly taking this C-side. It's up to Zekken to see if he can find something, and it's just looking done and dusted at this point. BCJ is going to get spotted, I think, by that trademark, so they know exactly his positioning.
12-4 up. This would be an almighty 1v3 for BCJ to pull out. But it looks like it looks like the end. They have the information where he's coming from. Vanity is in a cheeky off angle. The same kind of thing might close this round as one that started it. He does get scouted. This should set up BCJ.
Yes, the time is picked though, and the swing is immaculate. Cloud9's just pure fundamentals. Their ideas coming into this map, clearly more than one step ahead, man. I mean, that was not even close. I mean, they made it... Hey, listen, I don't even want to call it a comeback. It was 4 rounds at the tail end of it. Still, very important for XSET to be able to get those kind of rounds under their belt, because heading into map 2, you need all the confidence you can possibly muster. Because you are heading into your map pick. It's heading over to Split. Hopefully, it should be a better look for them. But we'll see anyway. This series is still going to be continuing, expecting and anticipating, hopefully, a bit of a closer match than that one. And we'll find out just after the break, after our analyst desk showcases exactly what they thought went wrong for them on that map 1.
Don't pause. Press play. Don't pause. Press till our time's up.
Yeah, you know I'm a beast. You know I'm a beast. Welcome to the feast. My whole team off the leash. We don't know defeat. Everybody eat. Hey, you know I'm a beast. You know I'm a beast. Welcome to the feast. My whole team off the leash. We don't know defeat. Everybody eat. Hey, you know I'm a beast.
Can I run up the score, run up the board, breaking them all? Hey, hey, walking the door, you know what happened? We step on the floor. Hey, hey, coming from on, you don't want problems, you already know it. Hey, hey, put my mind to it, you already know I'm finna go do it. Hey, yeah, I'm locked in, and I feel like Mark 10. Hey, walking to a room, chest up with my chin. Hey, already finished for this joint, it will begin. Hey, win is what I am, I cannot ever pretend. Ay, yeah, never pretend. Ay, back in the lab again. Ay, you when not touching the friends, ay, you when not touching the kin, ay, putting the points on the board, I'm killing the boys, you know what it is, ay, switching the moves, no number 2, I came in to win. Like I said, I'm tapped in with the action, if it got the master on the master, I can never move passive, I'm active, I can make them go ghost on this cast, but wanna know who running it, just ask us. On the track, I'm gunning it, I'm blasting this, that gas, and diesel, Shaq and Dog.
You know I'm a beast. You know I'm a beast. Welcome to the feast. My whole team off the leash. We don't know defeat. Everybody eat. Hey, you know I'm a beast. You know I'm a beast. Welcome to the feast. My whole team off the leash. We don't know defeat. Everybody eat. Hey, you know I'm a beast.
Hold up. Pay attention, this is beast mode. Got an edge on the game like a cheat code. Had to tighten up my focus like a peephole. I want the rings and the change like I'm Depot. Big dog walking, check my status. We established when it's show. Time to squat, making plays. Ooh, it's magic like some. We want the smoke. Y'all ain't really about that action. We got perfect off the practice. They ain't working, so they lack it. I've been hungry all my life. I ain't passing up a plate. I can't quit until I win. I ain't having no debates. This is sacrificing heart. That's exactly what it takes. So I'm going full throttle at me back up on my way. Yeah, I promise you, you cannot stop me. Now when the whole team got me, I notice how cocky. But watch me, I'ma show you what hard got me. Parameters, you are not dealing with amateurs. You and your team cannot handle us. This is excellence. Rich, stand it up, cause you know
I'm a beast. You know I'm a beast. Welcome to the feast. My whole team off the leash. We don't know defeat. Everybody eat. Hey, you know I'm a beast. You know I'm a beast. Welcome to the feast. My whole team off the leash. We don't know defeat. Everybody eat. Hey, you know I'm a beast.
team ready. Big dreams, big rings, we want it. You won't forget it. We came to handle business. My whole team ready. Big dreams, big rings, we want it. You won't forget it. We came to handle business. My whole team ready. Big dreams, big rings, we want it. You won't forget it. We came to handle business. My whole team ready. Big dreams, big rings, we want it. You won't forget it. We came to handle business. My whole team ready. Big dreams, big rings, we want it. You won't forget it. We came to handle business. My whole team ready. Big dreams, big rings, we want it. You won't forget it. We came to handle business. My whole team ready. Big dreams, big rings, we want it. You won't forget it. We came to handle business.
Knock, knock, it's the Reaper. Soul snatching on my leisure. Non-prop with my feet up. About to pop off and then re-up. Alpha wolf, so I moonwalk. Spaced out on a moon rock. Rude boy with the rude talk. You can move on if my mood off. Crude, lawless, and too raw. Too hot to get booed off. Booed up with your nooner. So you old news and she new, bruh. I live to have killing sprees. Body count is infinity. Haters fading out fiscally. Cause my company creates misery. Prep for battle. If you mess with I, then I'ma have to poke your other eye out. Blind with fury made the horror film me 7 billion individuals blind now. Fire in me never die now. You could die down and get lined out. With that squad we don't hide out. Wanna try out, you can find out. Like Freddy, I'm feeling like Eddie, I'm making them all so delirious. Delivering steady, I'm willing and ready. I'm not taking none of you serious. Make it rain as kingish. Loose lips sink kingships. Flow me that Freddy, I'm feeling like Eddie, I'm making them all so delirious. Lord have mercy, I don't though. They go high and I go low. I get high and fry bozos. Ain't no one like I, so I ride so low. Good God, I killed the big bad wolf. They talk the ish, I flip that bull. Want a problem like 6 like you'll get a lyrical assault by the click clack bull. Laugh in the face of destruction. Trapped in a state of dysfunction. Fashionably late to the function. Party don't stop till they can't get to busting. Slide through, then I swerve. Cold steel in my nerves. A1 in my bloodstream. Well done when I serve. Drop all of your cheat codes. God mode with my game trick. No L's in my vocab. Boss talk is my language. Speak up and get boxed out. We want respect, not clout. Drop bombs and then ball out with no fallout. Now I'm talking about killing like Freddy, I'm feeling like Eddie, I'm making them all so delirious. Delivering steady, I'm willing and ready, I'm not taking none of you serious. Make it rain as kingish. Loose lips sink kingships. Flow me that Freddy, I'm feeling like Eddie, I'm making them all so delirious. I'm killing like Freddy, I'm feeling like Freddy, I'm killing like Freddy, I'm feeling 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 like I'm killing like Freddy, I'm feeling like Eddie, I'm making them all so delirious. Delivering steady, I'm willing and ready, I'm not taking none of you serious. Make it rain as kingish. Loose lips sink kingships. Flow me that Freddy, I'm feeling like Eddie, I'm making them all so delirious.
Yeah.
The quad kill, fantastic from Cloud9. Does Cryo ever miss? No, he doesn't.
That's the only thing I can do after seeing that last game. It was a little bit rough as XSET got bodied by Cloud9, Mimi. That was a 12-0 half, as it looked like XSET was going to get shut out. Now they do find a few rounds, but not a great game coming in for the XSET boys.
No, it was an incredibly tough one for them. I mean, Cloud9, every single player was just finding ridiculous individual moments. Mitch, once he got that operator in his hands, was looking stellar. I love the switch up onto the chamber for him. Zeppa on the sky as well just had clutch upon clutch and these just ridiculous individual moments. And on the other side, the key factors that are normally working so well for XSET just weren't there. It was a tough game for Zekin, and it was the worst game we've ever seen from Cryo in the VCT. It was a tough one, to say the least.
As we see the highlights, you're going to see a lot of Cloud9 here, Bala. I mean, it's basically just Cloud9 all day. Until the second half, at that point, you know, XSET did come alive a little bit, but it was just too little too late.
Yeah, you just need to win at that point. I think the reason why this is so lopsided is you have to throw all your prep out the window when Cloud9 goes for something like this. And that's the tough thing about playing against Cloud9, and why I kept harping on the map pool being difficult is at any second, they could come out with something like this, right? They can come out with a small comp change that changes everything. Now you have to deal with Mitch's opping and his TP setups that he had clearly prepared, very well thought out on that defensive side. And you also have to deal with Leaf's raise, and that enables the other stuff that works so well for Cloud9 in their original comp to do even better. Zeta was fantastic flashing for his teammates. Zeppa was a monster. I mean, an absolute monster. 18 and 10, 165 ADR. He had that 1v4 clutch that we just saw on the screen, turned into an ace. These are the types of things you could expect when the other team isn't necessarily prepped against a team who's already so good.
You actually look, too, in the stats. It's kind of a weird stat line. Cloud9 had 13 first bloods. So basically, every time they got a first blood, they won a round. XSET had 4. So every time they got a first blood, they won a round. It's one of those interesting stat lines. Now, obviously, it's not direct correlation because they could have lost rounds where they got those first bloods. But definitely not a great game coming in from XSET whatsoever. So as we take a look at the map pool to see where we're going to be moving next, there's hopes for redemption because map 1 definitely was not what you want to see coming in from XSET. And again, it's Haven going the way of Cloud9. Now, Ball, we look at Split. This is a map that should be strong for XSET.
Yeah, and it is the one that they've been really leading on as they shifted throughout the season because their comp just kind of felt like it fell into place. But then came the patch change, and it still ends up being pretty strong for them in Week 5 of groups and also so far in playoffs. The big question, I think, is on the other side for Cloud9 because nobody has challenged their Split yet since that first week against 100 Thieves. And that's a long time to not play the map. So there's question marks there. Is it going to be the same comp? Obviously, they just changed what they had success with on Haven, so maybe they can go for something different here too, and that makes it all the more difficult.
Yeah, I think that for the composition here for C9, I imagine that core stays similar, right? We had a Breach, we had a Chamber, and then we had the Raze on that map. I think that'll stick with it, but they were playing the Astra before. Cloud9 has not shown any desire to stick with the Astra in towards this new meta, and as well as that Killjoy. We just saw them shift away from that agent. With more teams playing Breach, it's tougher to get value out of her ult, so I would not be surprised if maybe we saw a switch away from that double Sentinel setup.
All right, well, there's the gray options. That's what they typically pick. And there's the lock-in options. Mimi, break it down for me. We do see the Breach coming in for Cloud9 and the Sky on the opposite side, and still an Astra coming in from Def, which we've seen from them before.
Yeah, I mean, XSET will be sticking to their guns in this one. This is the same comp that they've been playing. It's been successful for them. I actually think the way they play the Astra on this map is pretty solid. They're still finding value in stelling pushes off those gravity wells and in using it to adapt in the mid-round. But the way the changes for Cloud9, it's not as much as I expected. I was maybe thinking that we'd see something severe, but not really. It's just a switch on over to the Omen. This is how Cloud9 did a lot of maps. They just switched their Astra out for that Omen, set up that Paranoia. I mean, it works really well in combination with Zeppa here, who already felt super well enabled when he was working with Zeta on this map. I think specifically when they're on this defensive side, how they're playing that B Heaven control or that A Heaven control. They'll give you that space and they'll charge straight back in off that Breach utility, and Zeppa just thrives in those situations.
Yeah, I think the also other thing to point out, you just named a couple setups that Cloud9 run, but just in general, bringing it back a little bit, that defensive side, this comp is more favored for that, right? And against 100 Thieves, it was 10-2, and then their attack side was what struggled. And now that XSET picking this map into them, they get to start on the defense, right? So that's why it was so scary in prior weeks to pick this map into Cloud9, because they get the side choice, and they get to stick on the side that's more comfortable for the comp.
Well, if anyone's going to be scared right now, it's XSET, because they're staring down the barrel of potential elimination. The same point they seem to stop at so many times. They need to get over this hurdle. It's going to have to be on Split. They need to find the win. We've got our casters standing by. It's going to be Sideshow and Bren. Take it away.
Thank you very much. Yeah, let's hope for a bit more of a competitive map this time around. I think from XSET. XSET obviously going to be hoping for a more competitive map because, again, a reminder, the elimination match between these two teams is occurring in that road to Reykjavik that both of these teams are just praying for to represent North America on that global stage. The dreams die here for XSET if they end up losing this map, their map pick, and they're starting attack side Split.
And that's the rough part. Cloud9 haven't really adjusted their composition too much. It's only Vanity moving over to the Omen. I think that actually does shift things up a little bit. There's more plays that they can make off the Paranoia and with one-ways for sure, but you don't have that crushing gravity well that you have to push through, comboed with the Breach stuns and the Raze nades. So XSET, they need to start off well here. I love this smoke that people are using. Wow. Aaron throwing down this one neutralizes any possibility of a one-way, allows them to connect the dots here, makes it more difficult for Vanity to hold his own smoke. But he can re-clear this, and Cryo, he starts out well. That's exactly what he needs.
A bit of patience. First blood going his way. Possibly a fast little take here now from XSET, yet coming straight into it. Now the fault line is going to be used to slow them down and split them up. You can see only the one player on the side. That's Aaron just hiding behind the map. And Leaf is waiting for him to just peek around the corner. Nice pull to just disrupt that angle. Now the spike's going to start to go down. Aftershock though, Cloud9 not wasting any time with this, just trying to disrupt them so they can't get comfortable and set up in the post plant. But luckily the kill is there from Cryo.
Look at Mitch here on this flank too. I'm not sure whether they're aware of it whatsoever. He's going to be able to come around behind Def. Cryo is going beast mode in this opening.
Well, now they're going to be aware of this 1 second in the smoke. Quick little spray down here, and it's all up to Mitch. Puts down a turret, but it's a 1v3. And they can hear him running around, jumping around now into the heaven area. Okay. Hop on a skip, but eventually shut down. XSET off to a much better start this time around.
Yeah, they need this. They absolutely need this. Vala was talking about it on the desk. They're starting on attack side. That can be so brutal, like, especially against the Cloud9, who were able to put up 10 rounds on defense the only time they've played Split so far. I think this is the map that absolutely XSET have favored the most on, but they still need those individuals to come online. They need playoffs cryo cells. And what we just saw in our previous map, that wasn't a good performance from any of the players on their team. But even in their losses, cryo has been amazing, so that's why it was so much of an outlier from him. You could argue he's been the best player so far in the playoffs. His stat lines certainly look like that.
Very slow attempt for Cloud9. Oh, okay. You're going to quickly try and take control here of B main. Swing around the corner. Def is alone. No support for him.
How does he lose that, though? Def with a Spectre and Mitch wins with the Classic?
And he grabs the orb. Daylight robbery.
And they're reading this pull over to the A site, too. There's 3 players from Cloud9 just slowly pathing through spawn. They don't want to make too much noise here because they're worried about somebody like Cryo, who can actually hear running through the defender's spawn. Something to think about always for these pro teams. If you're doing these big defensive spawn rotations, is there a lurker? Is there someone pushed up who's going to be able to get that audio information?
And they partially re-cleared through B heaven. So it gives them info that, well, it's probably going to be A. And you can see them pinging towards B main just in case those players are there. Leave. Shorty. Not going to find the pick he was looking for.
And this round now looks fairly easy for XSET to be able to convert.
It should be.
The danger of those 3 players moving through defender spawn, they felt, okay, there's been no movement over towards the A site. We'll go back over to B, and it just happened to be the wrong read there. Cloud9 looked phenomenal in their retakes on Haven, but there's just no opportunity here in the second round.
Beautiful nade. Yeah. How does he get that?
A little bit insulting. But Cryo keeps a Vandal. They still have 2 Spectres. XSET can set up a pretty nice bonus round here. I'm intrigued to see what kind of strategies they have for this bonus. They don't really have an explosive team comp. They're not running double flash like some teams are. They don't have the double duelist.
Yeah, when you're running this double controller, it's a lot about slowly taking the map control.
Definitely. You would expect the pace to be a little slower, a bit more about denying information, to the defenders with that Viper wall. And Aaron has put it down over towards A, so it allows them a bit easier access to A ramp, blocks off Heaven if they go for a big hit. But they're just taking it easy at the beginning. The spike is leaning A, but it looks like this could be an A pinch.
Yeah, bit of a slow start. Gather a bit of information. That flash gives them knowledge that there is a player tucked away inside Rocket's Leaf. Holding it down. He does have the rifle in hand. You never know what he's going to be able to do with it. Gotta respect him.
And it's a strong position to play. But it does leave Vanity just jump spotting Heaven on his own. He's going to put down the smoke now. Perfectly timed, just as Cryo gets up here. Yeah. And even if Vanity's not watching it, even if he gets timinged right now, there's still that trademark. Up at the top of ropes. And as Zeta comes over, this timing is pretty perfect for C9.
Yeah, they got to try and shut this one down. The paranoia was amazing. Swings come through, leaps at the back of the site, but Heaven control is there for them still. Zeppa quickly rotates around, and now Def's alone. 1v3. Rifle in hand. This bonus, honestly, a good round for him, is doing a bit of economic damage. If he can take some of the rifles out of their hands, get any sort of
30 seconds left.
Kills. 30 seconds remaining.
He baits the plan. I think he saw a rifle.
That's quite nice. Tucks away, tries to go for the re-swing, but the 2 players doubled up from Cloud9 to shut it down. Still losing 3 rifles against the bonus. I think XSET can be looking at that one relatively pleased, and they gained very good information of where these trademark setups are. That's great for the mid-round information, any sort of calls that might get made by Death.
Yep, I think you have to always be keeping that in the back of your mind. But it looks like, XSET just working their way through the economy, making sure that they have enough to be able to purchase up some decent buy for this round. And something that was incredibly impressive the last time Cloud9 played on Split, and bear in mind, it was only once across the whole of VCT this year, were their defensive plays. So here's a stun boombot one-way being thrown. This fakes a B main control. Actually, they do have some semblance of B main control, right?
The alarm bot.
There's still the alarm bot there, actually, to give them information. But it's not real B main control. It's not like there's people there waiting to fight over it. If XSET go there, it just gives the presence.
No way. Okay. Vanity almost gets that. They try to combo with the Aftershock. Pushing him into Vanity, possibly follow up on the damage that he was doing. Still gets the one with the judge. They do clear just the one trademark. That was actually Leaf just popping around the corner, so he removes that.
Yeah, Cryocell's just putting it there to give him any information to know if the defenders are re-clearing that area of the map. Similar to the alarm bot, just an info game being, a war being waged on either side. Now Mitch has got his alarm bot back, puts it inside the Viper smoke that's been thrown by Aaron. So they have even more information from Mitch's Killjoy to give them info on whether there is a B-lurk actually happening. And this is going to allow them to still allocate players more towards mid, more towards A. But actually right now, it is all in the hands of Leaf.
He's holding it down. He has the rendezvous, so he can TP to safety, but... Okay. Trademark spotted. And it looks like they're just going to burst through. As soon as the trademark's destroyed, swing around the corner, but Leaf, well, straight back to safety. He's good for one.
14
seconds. Yeah, time is running low now as the plan starts to get dropped down from XSET. Cloud9's players, though, not in a position to quickly disrupt this one. You're going to have to play the retake.
But these are the rounds that Cloud9 was fantastic at previously.
Swing round the crossfire from XSET. That's quite nice. Still, Zeppa returns. Let's get the pick. It's a 2v1 here for BCJ. 18 bullets in the clip, but clear. Oh, I mean, Leaf is just far too intelligent with the movement. Quick little jiggle, gives him information, sets him up for the better 1v1.
And Zeppa's been playing these situations perfectly. He's just on fire right now in this match. He manages to trade out his teammates perfectly in heaven. Then he's got the little jiggles up top to get information on where the final player is holding on the site. And Cloud9 are so happy to play this site just for retake. Leaf's setup is not designed to anchor and hold his ground and die on the hill. Instead, he just gets a quick pick and he's out. Yep. And Cloud9, even though that's not really a fast retake similar to their Haven where they're stunning and paranoiaing and they go in all at once, they are still very good at being able to push through choke points by confidently getting in there, playing as a team.
Again, more utility being chucked into this B main. The one-way, the stun.
It's so powerful. It's very difficult as the attackers to retake that area.
Yeah. You got to think like, there could be a player pushed up. We have to use utility to clear it if we want to take B main. XSET, though, have worked their way deep into mid now. In the mail room, Tour de Force in hand. Cryo, quick little swing around the corner. He does find that pick onto Leaf, a massive one.
Yeah, he has to be winning those. He's got the best weapon on the whole of his team right now, too, because XSET have forced onto a bit of a wonky buy. He has that Tour de Force. And on the other side as well, Def has actually managed to re-clear B main without making too much noise either. So maybe he, as the IGL, is starting to get the read that some of this B main controls are fake from Cloud9.
Yeah. XSET masters of trying to slow down the rounds once they get these picks. Just trying to force mistakes from Cloud9 where they're peeking for information. But with their comp, they've got a lot of utility to try and catch those lurks. Obviously, the alarm bots and the trademarks. This setup, though, are they going to suspect Vanity up top? Flash through. That's Cryo finding the one. Vanity really can't get too much done as he was blinded up, but he does eventually shut them down. Pushes into the smoke. What are you doing there?
What a bold play.
Gets the pick, though, and the spike is down. A disaster right now for XSET. And with the lockdown, they have to just try and push this now. They have to force the issue. Zeta, though, holding close down to the corner. Has to just lock down the angle, eventually cleared out, but they have to back away. They can't get the spike down.
No, there's no time here. But Mitch might give himself away as a kill. No.
Oh, my word.
That's the round. That's the round on defense. The Red Bull clutch coming through. Mitch's lockdown being one of the most valuable pieces of utility possible.
And still almost died. Yeah, if he died there, that would have been brutal.
But also, with his teammate falling, with the breach ended up falling there from Zeta, he was unaware of whether they had the opportunity to get the spike down, so it would have been a reasonable mistake. I mean, that's so tight. And it's Zekan, actually, that gets locked down with the spike. He can't do anything.
Yeah.
He's got the spike in his hands, just takes a tiny step into the lockdown, and it's game over.
Pixel perfect where he has to try and play that timing, but
really, the The play there is not so much Zekken making the mistake, but Cloud9 putting the pressure on to force mistakes like that. It's really difficult to contend with them when they're taking B main control early, or at least they look like they're taking B main control early. So XSET have to spend so much time waiting for the one-way to disappear, slowly clearing every angle in B main, then taking B heaven control, then execing into the site, and they simply have no time on the clock.
One of the things that Cloud9, they're not afraid to do. I mean, we saw it there. That kind of off-the-cuff lockdown that's being used, almost just a reactive play. It's an intelligent play, but they're not the kind of team that are planning way in advance what they might do with their ultimate. It's like, this is good in this circumstance. I'm going to drop it down. It wins them the round.
Sure.
Sometimes it catches them out, actually, against some other teams. When they end up throwing away some ultimates into rounds that they don't end up winning, but in that case, it works out.
Another little pivot in these rounds too. Mitch has moved the majority of setup over to A, so they're ready for any big A execute that's going to come through. Doesn't look like this round. XSET once more, holding slowly, big spread default, prodding in mid, prodding in A main and B main. And Vanity's throwing down another smoke that's again difficult to contend with.
Yep. Just splits up B main. There was no stun to kind of follow that up as well, so it still does the same job of hiding information and forcing XSET to re-clear and quite disciplined in terms of their approach towards that side, but they are taking this mid control. Nice little swing there together. Different elevations, just in case there was a player holding low.
And actually, they throw the blast pack up there to try and clear a trademark, and it doesn't get rid of the alarm bot. Mitch's alarm bot is still there, still active, covering that A heaven push out. So XSET think that they've created some presence in that area of the map, and they haven't at all.
Looks like the plan here is for Aaron to get the plant and play around the Viper's Pit onto the site. Vanity, TP's for information. Yep, he cancels it. Now the Seekers come through. That's at least trigger it. The Cosmic Divide over towards A does pull the players from Cloud9 over there, but Zeppa's ready and waiting. Showstopper in hand. He lets it rip, and no one broke the trademark. Slowed to a crawl. The XSET players couldn't do anything but cower in the corner. 20 seconds remaining now with the time being burnt down to a crisp. It's all up to some heroics from XSET to see if they can salvage this round out, but it just does not look possible.
10 seconds left.
Yeah, the explosiveness is all being shut down. There's 7 seconds left. Def just creeping his way in. Can't even spot Zeta. Vanity gets the peek. Zeta with the swing. And time is over, and Aaron is sat back with his Viper's Pit, just wishing his team were able to put him in a position to use that ultimate at all. Whereas the story of the previous map, Ren, for me, was XSET being able to get into post-plant scenarios, but getting ruined by Cloud9 retakes. This map is them not even being able to get the spike down. When they enter the site, Cloud9 have got trap plays. They also are forced to play so slowly. I mean, this, for example, Zeppa just holds his ultimate, waits for the big utility execute into B, and there's a counterplay prepped.
Trademark comes out, double satchels in. Yeah, it's all together.
Very, very difficult to attack into Cloud9's composition. It's extremely good on the defensive side.
So much information from all the Sentinel's utility.
Yeah.
The alarm bots, the trademarks, you have to be so diligent to just clear everything. If you are XSET when you're playing these slow rounds on attack, and their comp's not set up for the fast burst as much.
This time putting a heavy priority onto A ramp control. While previously they've gone for a reactive play through mid, this time all of the utility in A ramp, and what that's triggered is a push from Vanity in B main. He realizes, okay, this is something new from XSET. They don't normally do A ramp control. This is probably an A hit. Let me go and grab some info in B main. They're probably not playing there, and he's right. That, though, is a great opening.
Fantastic pick. The nade still got off there, but Zeppa falling is beautiful for them. Still, Mitch swings off the contact of the turrets. Still wants to hold it down as the anchor gets the second pick. A couple of bullets left for them, but that rolling thunder is fantastic. Connects onto a multitude of players there to disrupt this XSET push now into the first. Oh, only 35 seconds left remaining with BCJ. Bulldog in hand, not enough for them. Shut down again, and Cloud9 in firm control. So difficult to push into this comp on their defense side.
And they probably will struggle on the attack. But at that point in time, what is XSET's mentality even going to look like? After getting dominated first map 13-4, and probably with the way this half is going, getting dominated in the first half of Split too, do they even have the fortitude to stay strong, to stay positive, and to think about the light potentially at the end of the tunnel? I think that's so hard. Look at all of the util that gathers information and helps Mitch anchor the site over on A. And on the other side of the map, they've got the Breach, they've got the Raze, and these one-ways, these creative setups. It's such a good defensive comp.
Yeah. Look at them. They're not even really worried about this push through. A choke and he lurks. Obviously, the Viper util hasn't been used here this time. It's a bit of contact with him, but they're on the half buy. They're trying to take a couple more risks.
That's so good by Leaf. He's got his trademark in a position where it's just bait. If you break his trademark, it's a trap play. He springs out like a jack in the box.
CJ gets the flash. You have to get that pick, man. Said it was full blind. Around the corner, shots rattled off. Def does collect it, but Leaf capitalizes. He takes the space in mid. Spike, by the way, still just dropped there in sewers.
And they have all of these tools, Ben. They have Zekken's ultimate, they have the Viper's Pit, but they just can't find the opportunities to even get in. They haven't been granted the first step of being able to set up and get map control to burst into a site. They always have a problem before they even get to that point.
30 seconds left.
And look at the time on the clock. It's 30 seconds less.
Yeah. Obviously, the half buy for XSET, so looking for anything they can possibly grab, but very disjointed in their double swing, just trying to clear it all. Leaf collects it up, 4 kills. And, yeah, Cloud9. We knew this comp was going to be defense-sided, just the very nature of it.
Yeah.
They haven't really been tested on the attack side, but every single round they get makes it so much more harder now for XSET.
Look how good that is. Leaf has not just his trademark there, but his trademark in a position where his opponents will see it. Yeah, it's elevated on a box. So his opponents will see the trademark and not him. And what's so frustrating about imagining playing against Cloud9 is that they have tons of different defensive looks. Now XSET are just saying, okay, to hell with it all. We're just going to group up in B main and we're just going to explode on them with Raze ult, Viper ult. We're just going to go.
I mean, Vanity's pawn operator. He's got it in his hand. Takes out the dog. Quick little satchel play now as they're trying to work their way deep into the side. Zekken, he lets it rip as the rocket doesn't really find anything. Doesn't connect, and the Cloud9 players ready to shut this one down. Bounces the nade off the top. Zeppa, he's in a bit of danger. Luckily, Zekken collects that one, and with the Viper's Pit down, an opportunity for them, but they are not anticipating Vanity. He's worked his way around it. He's timing down. I mean, Zekken just jumps around the corner and finds him there.
Absurd situation, ends up in a 2v2.
Spike's dropped. In the choke.
The spike is down, and I think Vanity might have had the read on that. They've got the turret to play contact as well.
No way, no way, no way. You have to get that pick.
But this is all a distraction for Leaf to sneak in behind. In a very similar position to where they caught Vanity. There is no way they clear this area.
They don't suspect
There's
this.
no way.
They don't suspect this at all. And all Leaf has to do is buy this. They actually do know. Aware.
That is incredibly aware. There's no way they suspect Leaf to have made that move, and yet they have.
They have time as
What
well.
a read from Aaron. 20 seconds left. They just have enough time to be able to sprint away. The blast pack to stop Leaf in case he tried to swing. And this is going to be a great opportunity for XSET to tie up another round. Both players are weak, but Leaf is not going to have any idea of where they're actually positioned.
Line for heaven here. Leaf in a 1v2. A desperate round for XSET. They need this one. He's already worked his way into heaven right now. The timing against Zekken, but Zekken just wants to play his life. Obviously, with the plant in the situation that it's at, he can just swing out from heaven. I wonder if they heard Leaf drop there, or if he actually dropped onto the ramp. He might have hidden the footsteps of him falling. He's already found that opening pick against Aaron, and now he's waiting. He suspects the second player in elbow, but Zekken is set up for it. No utility, though. Leaf has to clear everything. The advantage he's got is that Zekken is very low. Baits it. Has to now stick this one, though. Time is running so low, and Zekken swings it. Beautiful timing. That's a round on the board for XSET.
And how dangerous it got there. But a couple of things went so well for XSET. The decision to ignore the more tactical, strategic element of the game and just focus on B main, Raze ult, Viper ult. Keep it simple. That, I think, was a great opening idea from Def. But then the awareness of Aaron and Zekken to realize that Leaf could have worked his way into the back B site, that's...
Slow it down, don't get too flustered.
That's pretty magical.
Yeah.
I really thought that Leaf was going to be able to win that round for them when things were inside the Viper's Pit over at B. The problem, though, for XSET, that's not a replicable round. They do not have Raze ult again. They do not have Viper's Pit again. How do you find another opportunity like that?
You do have the Seekers, though.
And once more, Bren here. As XSET tend towards A ramp, Vanity pushes B main. He's just got the read every time.
And it gives Cloud9 all the information in the world to set up their players. Look at it. 3-player setup, all that utility. I mean, it's brutal for us watching. We've got all the information, but XSET, they might just be walking into a blender. And Leaf, he's just contact peeking. He's got the tour de force.
He doesn't want to...
For the quick peek, he finds it. And he knows there's another player there.
I've got your trail.
And as the Seekers come out, Vanity's cleared the whole of B.
This could be brutal for them.
They're pushing into trademarks, they're pushing into nano swarms. There's an alarm bot up in A heaven as
they
well.
Haven't done any of the legwork. Still, BCJ finds that pick. Leaf, he's low. 11 HP, just about backs away. Def needs to find this pick, though, against Zeppa. The quick little 1v1. Luckily, Cryo there once more. He's got his back. Finds the pick now. It's a 2v3. Aftershock is immaculate. Aaron, he's so low. Nowhere to run. Right out into the open. BCJ, though, luckily able to return with another one. And now it's Vanity, the 1v2. Slowly works his way up. He's in heaven. Does catch the positioning of Cryo, but the setup was there. Another round for XSET. That was looking like they should not have won that. But BCJ was the one who opened it up.
Yeah, and the crucial element being that they were able to find a pick onto Mitch. They navigated the nanoswarms, forced them out, and still got their way into the A site. This, even though it feels extremely defender-sided from C9, this could still end up being a 6-6 half, and that would be incredible for XSET. Frankly, even 4 rounds could be good enough when you consider how Cloud9's composition works. Cryo started off with another opening blow. This is starting to even the tally between Cryo and Leaf after it was so horribly skewed in map 1.
That's a massive pickoff. With Leaf down, there's 2 of the trademarks that they were setting up. The trademarks that were causing all these issues for the XSET slow play.
And look at the information loss. Cloud9 are all in their own spawn. They don't have a clue where XSET are right
Looks like
now.
they're gambling.
Yeah, they're just going for a gamble stack and a full retake setup. They still do have Raze ult, Breach ult for the retake on B. So I don't think they're too worried about that. Okay, we'll group up where the Killjoy is. We'll take this full retake. The question is for XSET right now, can they get into funky positions to win the post plant? Can they get a flank going? Can Cryocell stay alive?
Honestly, I feel like almost you would want to be set up to disrupt the Rolling Thunder. You know they're going to be coming out with it. And Steph holding the Cosmic Divide.
Are Cloud9 just going for a full save here?
Saving?
A full save?
I mean, the money's not good.
Sure, but I feel like
very interesting, right? It's a 4v5 and they're saving.
Wow. You do not see these very often in VCT, but
I'm not going to lie as well. I feel like, well, okay.
I think their ultimates
left.
are really good here. Like, frankly, I expected them to be setting up. Okay, we'll stack A so that we can play retake B quickly with Breach ult, with Raze ult.
Yeah, yeah.
This is now a good half for XSET. Within the last couple of rounds, this half has changed the entire direction from being a bit of a blender that they were running into being a pretty potent attack.
Yeah, they've just gifted them an extra buffer. Because we don't know too much about this Cloud9 attack side when it eventually does switch around with the sides. We didn't see much of it, right, in their match when they played Split.
I mean, we actually did see a fair old chunk of it. They went up 10-2 against 100 Thieves, and it ended up being a close map. So their defense side did not look fantastic last time. It was a long time ago, back in week 1.
Yeah.
This looks like a trap play in mid from Cloud9. And there's 4 players grouped up on A, or 3 players, sorry, grouped up on A for XSET. So right now it's only Def that would be feeling out this play. Leaf to take first contact, gets the pick, and even as he leaves, there's still a Breach ult and a Raze ult ready to crunch anyone who might be scaling up. There's no one there.
Yeah, Dog doesn't get too much info as well. I think that was bursted through the smoke. While all this was going on, look at Cryo. Sneaking into these positions now. Up onto the ramp area. But peace of mind for Cloud9 again with these setups. The alarm bot, the trademarks. I feel like a broken record talking about it all the time.
But it is so much info.
They just know that there's no players currently pushing those areas.
Yeah. They can play off the trademark in mid for the Breach ult. They have players that can rotate if this alarm bot gets broken and the turret's watching B main. There's no real need for anyone to actually face check for information at all.
Yeah. And by the way, Cloud9 still set up with this trap play. The trademark behind this box, as soon as that's gone, Zeppa has the showstopper.
And there's only 30 seconds left. This looks like it's going towards B main. Could all be on Vanity.
Paranoia forced out. 30 seconds left. What is the play here? They have to NB, surely. Cryocells worked his way in with the operator, breaking a lot of the utility. They seem to know he's there, and yeah, Cryo will fall in the end, but now pressure on Vanity. Judge in hand, though, is going to be able to find the one. Quick little swing round. Time running low. Cloud9, though, with the guns, weaponry, the crossfires. It's all set up for them. The 7-5 half in the end, and difficult situation, it felt like, for XSET to even find too much. Still, they walk away with the 5 rounds on their attack side.
Yeah,
not too bad.
Not too shabby whatsoever. It had to be a good half for XSET. It was their map pick, and it's certainly better than the 12-0 that they had on map 1.
Oh yeah, and a bit of a difference maker immediately. Look at those scoreboards. Cryocells right at the top alongside Leaf in that head-to-head. We're going to go to a short break on the other side of things. We'll see just how this match, and this map, I should say, is going to be finishing up. We'll see you in a few. As we head into the second half here, it's XSET on the back foot. They need to claw this one back a little bit here on their map pick to even stand a chance of making it deeper into the tournament for the honor of representing North America on that global stage. Cloud9 in the past have been the ones to stop them in their tracks.
Yeah, that's the way that it played out at LCQ. And Vanity, he's taken 2 separate rosters to 2 international events. He would love for that streak to continue. Getting Cloud9 from not just champions, but over into Reykjavik, having a repeat appearance. That seems like it's been difficult for a lot of other teams, a lot of other players. We'll see whether he can pull it out here. This would be a great one. Opening kill does go the way of Leaf in that chamber head-to-head that I think is going to be so crucial.
That is excellent. As immediately Cryocells falls, one of the most important members of the defense side comp.
Gives me flashbacks to Ye getting those entry picks onto net earlier today.
But look
this
at
was
now.
Such a crucial battle for them.
There's no trademark in ropes anymore. There's no trademark in heaven. And XSET are forced to just rotate players. They have to hold it with bodies instead of just relying on that utility.
Absolutely. It's always a risk reward that comes with playing your chamber in an aggressive manner like that, because you want Cryo to be taking first contact. He's an incredible player. But if he does die, not only do you lose your star, but you also lose information around the map too. Got to remind people though that the last time Cloud9 played on Split, and they've only played once in VCT this year, it didn't look great on their attack half, and that was against 100 Thieves. It was week 1 before they made the roster moves, but still didn't look great. But these are 2 big picks coming out from those 2 entry players from C9.
30 seconds left.
Zep has been so consistent this entire series. Finding another pick off for them. And it looks like fast approach now. Mitch is going for a cheeky little lurk, possibly trying to catch the timings over it. Hasn't convinced XSET just yet of what was going on, but the plant now going down on the A side of things. So now XSET are going to be aware. Rotations through. Zekken is completely alone when he's taking this space, by the way, not waiting for the rest of his team.
Yeah, that's just too bold. You need the assistants to be able to get into heaven. You can't just assume that Cloud9 are all playing on site. That's a great way of getting through the choke, though. The frenzy on Nerf, by the way.
Yeah.
A while back.
Okay, let me just take this into my own hands. In fact, they're just going to completely ignore Vanity, the one player they saw. Vanity's going for the wraparound. The players are down onto the site. If they can play this one, Leaf is low behind the map area, swinging through 10 HP. They're left alone, but the time has ran way too low. And it's an easy win here for Cloud9. I say easy, I mean they were forced down to 1v1, but at the end of the day, the time was running so low for them.
Yeah.
And a good start for Cloud9 winning that pistol.
Yep, it's that's a great beginning to their attack half. Everyone dies at the end, but it's not like you really wanted to save the pistols anyway, so not too bad when it comes to the economical implications. Really, it's all about getting those first opening picks, I think. It's something that Cloud9 struggled with a little bit the last time they played. And also, the overheating was a thing. What I mean by that is, when they had opportunities, when they had advantages even in the round, they would sometimes make a weird individual solo play. A bit like how you saw in that pistol round, Mitch just leaping his way in. Whoa, Zeppa was not ready for that, but Mitch was, trades it out. They go for 2 for 2.
Yeah, and this is against the bonus, by the way. That was a shorty in the hand of Zeppa. The follow-up was there, but the trades online for XSET. They're going to be able to reclaim, I think, at least one of the guns there because Zeppa didn't have anything buying into it.
I think it was just a Spectre from Mitch. So, Cryo still 3 shots in his Headhunter. Give Aaron the Spectre. Bit of a demon with that. And he does pick it up. Oh no, that's Cryo that's got it at the moment.
Might want to put it onto Cryo just with the more health.
Sure, that makes sense too. You got Vanity with the Paranoia, just ready to play off Leaf's contact here.
At this rate, time is running low. Yeah, stun as soon as they hear the footsteps and the Paranoia. Gives Leaf the perfect setup. Okay, jumping. Whips it around, resets the aim, and the flash is immaculate on top of it.
Clean start for Cloud9. Clean stuff. Do they have anything prepped for the bonus round? This is where XSET need to win. They have better rifles. This is their map pick. Cloud9 are on their non-favored side. XSET need to be starting to get rounds on the board. There can be no further excuses. They cannot be finishing in 4th place all the time. And one of the big things that I was excited for this year was XSET picking up Cryo, having so much extra firepower, such an incredible player to add to this team and push them into podium finishes.
Okay, that's a nice little read, though, from XSET. The pull there to try and dissuade the double satchel play, but I mean, just to build upon your prior point, it's XSET, this team who just consistently have been unable to break past that 4th place.
They're excellent gatekeepers.
Yeah.
But Cloud9 are on the inside looking out, not the other way around. You're not keeping them out. So as Leaf makes some noise over here on B.
This, man, he's spamming with the Vandal.
But this is a full fake. Look where the spike is going. It's all heading towards A right now. Leaf's job is just to make noise, distract, and he's pulled 4 players.
Yep. Hookline sinker. Smoke's going to come through now, and the call is made by Cryo. He's like, guys, they are hitting this site. Spamming through. Zekken. Low. Zeppa's running forward with this judge in hand. Wants to play inside of the smoke. Okay, BCJ shuts him down. Is always dangerous when you see that. You never really know who's favored. Normally, it's the player with the judge. Still, Leaf now looking his way through, but Def catches the timing.
Those are the overheat moments. That's what Cloud9 was doing a lot against 100 Thieves that led them back into the game. Aaron finds a trade, but Zeta also picking up Zekken. It's a 3v2. XSET are favored. Better guns as well.
Yeah, Cloud9 have to try and hold this one down. Quick swing wide. Off onto Heaven there. Running around the corner, but Aaron capable enough to shut that one down without the help of his teammates. So they're going to get that defuse. A critical round to win with the guns in hand. They needed to shut that down. If Cloud9 won on the bonus...
Yeah, that would have been devastating.
It would have been more than devastating, man. It would have set them up for the win on the map. Potential elimination.
Yeah. XSET get their 6th on the board. They keep 3 rifles. Aaron works his way up to a Viper's Pit, which is a great thing to, you know, maybe they bloom that in mid, combo it with a boom bot, just to gain some space, see what the reaction is for Cloud9. There's a lot of different things you can do with this ultimate. A great defensive tool. And Zeppa and Vanity have both got stingers, actually, as we head into round 16.
Yeah, that's interesting. No money to the name as well. They're just opting for it. I suppose a lot of these plays are set up off the back of Zeppa just double satcheling in. We're going to see something similar. The Viper's Pit.
Here it is, combo with the Boombot as well. The Boombot's good there just to stop the attacking players getting inside your Viper's Pit too early. This Boombot needs to be killed by Zekken.
Spam.
Ooh, that's a bit rough because now Zekken and Aaron don't know whether the Cloud9 players are inside the pit. It makes it a bit wonky. It means they're going to have to allocate bodies to clearing that out, or watching mid at the least.
Yeah, they're slowly regaining control of it now, and this B main fight is about to occur. Cryo wins it out. Nice little shot. He was in a slight off angle. You don't anticipate the player to be holding that in that position. Now they want to go fast anyway. Cloud9, the double satchel play in. Zeppa, well, he's obtained a rifle with his comrade. Just sat that one up. Okay, XSET have got the players in from heaven, playing those crossfires. Vanity, quick little weapon swap on top of it. Is anyone going to take care of Mitch? Yes, second. Found a timing through that smoke, and Vanity left alone.
Where did the gun go?
I said weapon swap. He actually just tossed his weapon at the enemy and ran away with only a classic in that. I mean, that's... I wasn't paying attention to the UI. I just assumed that Vanity was going to be able to grab a gun in that situation.
It's normally a safe assumption, I think, that the pros are not going to leave their weapons behind. But just didn't work out that time. This is just a 1v3 where they're trying to punish Vanity. I don't think you really need to take the guns out of his hand, the gun out of his hands here. It's a stinger. He is going to be able to get the spike off. Oh,
just gets it off.
Oi. Getting dragged all over the place, but this would be a ridiculous 1v3 for them to be able to win.
Yeah, not going to be doing it with a stinger in hand.
And XSET, they get a fairly clean round 16. Cloud9 used all of their economy in that round, buying up 3 rifles, 2 stingers. So they're not going to be in a great position on the attack. And is this where XSET start to get back into the game?
It's where you can start to mount the rounds back up, you know, potentially making it a bit more even. So yeah, the money isn't looking too hot for Cloud9. Leaf has the rifle in hand. I feel like your team's half buying here. Do you, what's the play here?
He has the tour de force next time. So actually, I really like this idea.
Okay.
Because anytime you have a hero rifle in a round, it increases your chances of winning dramatically.
Yeah.
That's not just me talking off the top of my head as well. That's been...
statistically proven.
Not proven, I would say, but it's there is a correlation there.
Sure.
So I like this idea. Leaf has an opportunity to make some magic happen in this round, and then next time he can always just pick up the tour de force.
Second luckily holding that one. Mitch was in mid as well, taken care of earlier. Aaron. Spamming him through. Satchel. Zeta is so low. Did he anticipate it? Okay. Snap at the wrist there for Cryo to find that one. Still, I mean, I don't know what occurred there. Still, I guess a bit of a gun diff with the stinger.
Yeah.
Just Vanity left alive now in a 1v5. And
so far, I think already, Bren, we can see that the Cloud9 composition looks a lot weaker on their attack side.
Oh, yeah, for sure.
They don't have that burst potential. A lot of their plans seem to be revolving around Zeppa double blast packing into areas, off a flash, off a paranoia, that kind of thing. But it's so easily shut down by Def's Astra.
We're seeing Vanity. I like that you gave him pause there. Starting to believe for a second.
I'm not believing. He would have to 1v5 ace, and I don't think I've ever seen that out of Vanity, but he has been a little dangerous in these clutches recently.
Yeah, information acquired. He has to get the spike down now.
He might just be able to get another plant here. It's a similar situation to the prior round where Vanity's left, in a 1vx. There's really no chance of him winning, but he just gets spike plant down. This time, there really doesn't seem that much opportunity to keep the rifle, but he doesn't need to. 1,500 credits still and a decent loss bonus.
And with that round secured for XSET, the ultimates are starting to mount. The money's looking good. Cloud9 now, they're up on their next buy. As weird as this sounds, with it being currently Cloud9 leading, it feels like the momentum is fully on the side of XSET to really keep this one rolling.
Yeah.
A really important round for Cloud9. Now, they also have ultimates, actually, that they could invest into this round to secure it.
Yeah, they've got tons. They really do. Leaf's going to rely on his just for a gun in the round, using the tour de force. But then they have, so many different ways, actually, that they can work this. They can try and get Zeppa and Alt Orb early on, in B main, perhaps, which is where he's leaning early. Oh, no, he's in sewers. But the rest of the team is leaning B main early.
Maybe just trying to grab control of B main early.
Sure. B main control is so important when you have Breach and Killjoy ult. The Rolling Thunder, the Lockdown, they're so powerful from B garage.
All needs to be used from that position. Fancy odds?
I don't know what that is for. It doesn't really grab them any information that I can think of.
Okay.
Maybe it's to try and set up Zeppa?
Seeker's being used on top of it? How does Mitch get that pick? He's being pressured by the showstopper, the Seekers, everything being chucked at him. Still the trade at the end of the day as the rocket was sent flying, but yeah, interesting.
And Zeppa hasn't really used any of this space in mid. Vanity, with his Omen ult, did kind of give them some level of information. Here comes XSET on the re-clear. They're worried that Zeppa could be pushed up. Now the double face from Cloud9, they actually do catch death.
Rolling Thunder was used up into heaven, maybe to try and push them away, but it does give them the space they needed. Leaf, tour de force. Okay. Whips it around, finds Aaron as he was just trying to drop into hell to support his team. A little bit too antsy, maybe. Just not anticipating that the players could be in already. And I mean, Cloud9 is setting it up. What a shot by BCJ.
That's an incredibly good one. Well, Zeppa is getting pressured. There goes Cryer on the other side. He has his own tour de force to work with, and this is a 2v2.
Timing from Vanity, though. This could be critical. 30 health to his name. Working his way around. There was a trademark that he has to worry about. That is going to spot him out. Okay. Makes him aware now that XSET noted that flank was coming through. Zeta, though, holding around. The plan comes down. Spamming it through. Zeta gets that pick. The diffuser taken out. BCJ not in the fight. And Zeta, what a play from him.
Zeta has been phenomenal recently for Cloud9. In their previous match against version 1, he was on fire. Only 9 and 12 in this map, but the utility is so good. The range of agents he plays, so large, and he's just good for the clutch in these kind of moments.
Yeah.
2v2 just providing maximum value, shutting down both of these players while Vanity's position was known and Vanity was dead to a single shot. It really was all on Zeta there, and he delivered for Cloud9. That's the only big round that they've been able to acquire on their attack side. And it was kind of gained by drawing the XSET players to mid and then bursting B main. So they got extremity control early, then worked mid and popped back out into a site.
This time the pressure's applied into mid early on. I mean, it's been pretty consistent with the game plan of Cloud9. The spike is leaning over towards A.
Yeah, this looks like they're going to try and pressure B heaven. Maybe just break this trademark, which Leaf does, force out any trap play, and return to an A split. The lockdown is used as well. This is a fake. We'll see whether XSET bite. They haven't at all.
All their players are leaning over towards A right now, with the exception of just the one Cryo holding it down and B-men with the operator. And yeah, lockdown gets off. No players detained. XSET, they don't take the bait. 50 seconds remaining, though, roughly in the round, means that there is still time for Cloud9 to pivot.
But they don't know anything about B main. And it's very possible that XSET could have re-cleared B heaven. There goes Leaf.
Beautiful.
Just caught on the push out. There's two players layered up here, and BCJ is good for second.
Man, BCJ, what is this? Big guy buff. He's been finding so many opportunities for them. Either the entry picks or what? Playing out of his mind. I want to see the scoreboard right now. Yeah, right underneath Cryocells. That's where we expect. And it's a Prime Gaming flawless. Keeping the weaponry online. Another round for them.
What a read overall, right? Just not allocating players over to B and just trusting Cryo to lock down B main with his operator on his own.
Yeah.
There was nobody watching towards B heaven whatsoever. They just had full faith in Cryo, playing that retake kind of setup towards B, reading the fake perfectly. Now Cloud9 are knocked back down into a low eco situation. Cryo finds that first kill.
That's a quick attempt at the punish here. The double satchel from Zeppa, but Cryo was TP'd back into heaven. He's able to swing for his teammate and get that initial pick. The trade comes through. Players, though, deep onto the side. That's Zeta. He uses the aftershock, trying to force a favorable 1v1. Force the swing timing. Aaron in a lot of trouble there. Eventually gets the one, but not before that. Vanity's just there. Again, ready, waiting from B main.
Cryo now really feels like he's heating up, getting huge impact on this defensive half. Takes down Leaf once more. We've been talking about the head-to-head between those two, and it's Vanity left alive. Another 1v3.
Okay.
Takes another cheeky kill with the Stinger, but doesn't look like too much of a doable situation. And that's bold. I'll give him that. That's bold. But Second's wise to it. And XSET draw us level. 10-10 in the second map. We asked questions about where XSET's heads would be at. The mentality. Do they have that fortitude to carry on through? Well, it's Cloud9 now that look a little rattled, taking the timeout after they've lost the majority of these second half rounds. Only the pistol and follow-up, really, to their name.
Yeah. And for Cloud9, you've seen these early attempts at the mid-control. Bursting through, trying to take the space very quickly. XSET seem more than ready, though, to just absorb the aggression, come back in, and especially now that Cryocell's been set up with this operator. Either the operator or his ult, he's able to either lock down angles on B main, give some plenty of information to work with in the mid-rounds, or he's set up to get a pick.
Yep. I do like, though, the round 18 that we saw. That one round that Cloud9 was able to work, just, again, to run you guys through how it worked. They took B main control really early on, then they went back through mid. They forced XSET to use players to re-clear mid, and at that point, they popped out into B main. Once those players on B had been pulled into B heaven and away from their anchor positions on the site. I think with Cryocells being, I mean, it's not an unusual thing to only have one Sentinel. That's just the strange comp that Cloud9 have gone with. But with Cryocells holding the majority of the information utility, being able to push him away from early angles, find out where he's playing, push him away, break the trademarks. These are all really important things for Cloud9 to focus on.
This is a massive round for Cloud9. You end up losing this one. Again, your economy does not look too hot. A lot of money to your name, whereas XSET are happy. They're sitting pretty with the bankroll built up.
Once more, Cryo controls an extremity. Got that operator pushed up really deep on A main.
Oh, wait,
looking for the pick. Chamber battle.
So important to win that 1v1, and it's actually Leaf who goes down. Cryo winning it.
He does seem to be getting the better end of this duel more and more as the series progresses, as the map progresses. Vanity's been hearing these flashes going out from BCJ into B main. BCJ just using them in order to get some kind of information. And here comes Zephyr with the showstopper. They're going to try and collapse onto B.
Oh, it's so difficult. He's basically just stuck in the mud, man. He's just trying to make it happen. Zephyr goes down to the full damage, but he's still... Ooh, he got that pick from the full damage, I want to say. He's found the 4 picks. My ankle's broken by the kill feed there. How has he managed to do that?
That is an insane play. What a performance from Zephyr when they needed him the most. After the timeout, coming out with that individual piece of magic. He's been so consistent for them in this series.
I can't believe that.
What can Cryo do? The alarm bot just spots his position and he's in a 1v3. He's just got a save, I think, in this spot. But he does have a ton of money. 5,500 credits to his name.
Yeah.
But Zephyr, yeah, he explodes into heaven off the back of a paranoia and actually manages to use it. He used his ultimate onto rafters. And as Zekken was jumping out of rafters, he took a ton of damage. Not enough to kill him, but enough to set him up with less than 15 health. I'm sure we'll have a replay of it afterwards, but Zekken cratered, and all of the players that tried to punish Zephyr as he pulled his gun back out, Zephyr just lasered them down. It's a gorgeous play.
Let's see it again. I really did get confused by this.
He got stuck in the trademark.
Look at this.
Look at that.
Enough damage done. Second goes down to the full damage.
And Def swings because Zephyr should be in a bit of a vulnerable scenario.
Lasering him, man.
And XSET have been a little off with these peak timings. On their retakes of A, in that kind of round where they're trying to punish Zephyr, they're not swinging together. They're trying to trade, but they're giving the Cloud9 players enough opportunity, if they're sharp, to pick them off one at a time. And it's only a slim margin. It's very tight. But XSET are leaving a small opening for these magical plays to come through. And this really does feel, at this point in the map, to be a bit of a battle between the Chamber Raze players on either side. Yeah, there's a larger strategic kind of fight happening between Vanity and Def as they work the map and figure out their openings. But with a lot of these openings, with a lot of the advantages, it's Leaf and Zephyr or trying to duel, trying to stop Cryo from shutting the round down. Feels like these big players are starting to turn up in a way that they simply weren't on Haven for XSET.
Massive round for Cloud9 to win, though. The money was not good. They move forwards with rifles, one step closer to try and seal the deal on this map, to close out the series, to move forwards in that lower bracket.
And they've still got a good map 3 coming up for them. It would go to Ascent if XSET won. But Cloud9 would love to close it in too.
Oh, they'd love to.
Keep it simple. Dominate the series. And go back. See if you can snatch one of those spots for Reykjavik.
Using this late boom bot now to clear up mid. That's just through the Viper utility that's dropped down by XSET. Did he use the snake bite? Okay, Vanity. That's brave. That's very brave. And it's given Aaron that Viper's Pit, which he just drops down. You can see the pressure that's being applied by Cloud9. They want to at least threaten that they're pushing in. That's utility used as well. BCJ ends up using the Trailblazer, and Leaf, he's trying to get stuff done. He's trying to lurk on the other side of the map. He's trying to take some risks, win out the 1v1s, but Cryo's got it locked down again. The operator, a consistent factor so far in these defensive rounds for XSET.
It certainly has been consistent. Like I said earlier, when these two teams faced off in week 2, when it was the group stage, Cryo went 5-13 against Leaf. I don't have the stats to hand of this match right now, but there is no way that it's that one-sided, even after map 1. Cryo just feels like he's getting the better end of these duels, and he should be, because he's on defense, right? He's set up on the angles earlier. It's more difficult for Leaf. But Cryo is finding them with such a level of consistency, and it feels like Cloud9's composition needs Leaf to be getting those openers. Because otherwise, who's doing it?
Yeah,
it's him and Zeppa.
Where's the oomph?
Exactly.
It is literally, it's coming from the double satchel plays from Zeppa most of the time.
Yeah.
Like the stuns to support it, sure, it's very powerful in the moment, but again, I mean, we've mentioned it briefly, but the Astra pick, just having a pull to just slow down the double satchel plays. Anything to try and disrupt it and slow it down is really good to take the wind out of the sails of Cloud9.
And Def really has been committing to this Astra. Like we were talking about on map 1, when Aaron was the one playing Brim.
Yeah.
That Def has basically only been playing Astra if he plays Smokers. That's what he's been doing. He sometimes plays the Chamber or the Killjoy or the Cypher for the team, but if he's playing Smokes, he's playing Astra. And he's got a good feel for it. And he's had impact so far. He's not allowing Zeppa to just take all of that space for the rest of Cloud9.
Sounds weird to say that as well. It's had impact so far. You're looking at the scoreboard, he's 8-14.
Right, but it's about the utility.
The utility usage, exactly.
And this is more similar to what Cloud9 were doing before. Really early take of B main. They all leave and just post Mitch up. It's not like he has a lockdown to be able to work with. And in fact, now they cede that space. But that's going to pull players away.
Yeah. Regain control of it.
And Cryo's trying to... Leaf is trying to make something happen over in A right now. He's just walking his way in. I think they spotted him. I'm pretty sure Aimon got a spot.
They know now. Right round the corner. Leaf alone, but yeah.
Could you get more of a definition of a solo play? He's on his own fighting against 3 players within A, trying to work it in. But it's not like his team's distracting for him on the other side of the map at all. It's pure just trying to rely on his own individual ability when things get to the crunch time, when it's 11-11. And these rounds are falling to pieces for Cloud9. They're all going for the individual play. They're losing their grip on the macro game.
Right. When you're going for these lurk plays, high risk, high reward plays to try and maybe get that pick.
30 seconds left.
You're walking into Cryo's op most of the time. And if you're not, then it's a crossfire setup that XSET have already been aware of, that the lurk could come through because we saw it there.
And in fact, they did walk into Cryo's op in mid.
Yeah, they did. He's got 2 picks.
We just happened to be watching Leaf at the time as he tried to make something happen over on A. It certainly feels like Cloud9 are running to the end of their playbook here. Now that the rounds are getting deep, now that the game is drawing long, it's a Prime Gaming flawless as Cloud9 certainly are hitting the bottom of the barrel.
And mate, I got a glimpse of the money for Cloud9. It was not looking too good. Heading into this next round, the thing that's essentially going to decide overtime or map 3.
An XSET. It bears stating once more how difficult this is to pull yourself back from the brink after a dominant loss in map 1. You got stamped on. And yet they're still here, still fighting. After going down 5-7 in the first half as well. BCJ continuing to anchor this position. He was really good at anchoring this spot before. They just weren't expecting it, and he has all of these flashes to throw out.
Quarter force, Cryo. Not going to be baited by it, but a quick flick up. You knew there was a potential timing there where somebody could have crossed.
Can't leg someone with the tour de force.
Oh. Beautiful damage being done. Now the Rolling Thunder. Cuts him across. That's actually going to be comboed there. Vanity into the back gets some information of where BCJ is, but immediately, Cosmic Divide is unleashed, and it's completely disrupted.
And also, there was never an attempt for anyone to actually push off that Rolling Thunder. Things are falling to pieces right now in the Cloud9 camp. It wasn't a fake. There was no one trying to go into A or going into mid. It's just a slow, staggered struggle into A.
They didn't have the oomph, and now they're going to be relying on the firepower to try and at least bring it to the overtime. Boys, XSET, so close to closing out this match. The players are so deep in, but Cryo, I mean, he just spots him out. Another player up top. Quick scope round the corner, 3 kills on the board. They still have to deal with BCJ at the back of the side. In fact, look at that. Whips out the rifle, why not? Gives it a go as the players are trying to make it work, but it's a quick spray down once more. No one was dealing with BCJ, the anchor. A prime gaming flawless to close out that map. XSET, they rally back, Josh. We didn't know if they were going to be capable of doing it, honestly. A bit of a beatdown on that first map of Haven, but now we are going to map 3.
They keep themselves alive, crucially. They were on the brink of just falling prey once more to that 4th place curse. That it just seems inevitable, inexorable for XSET. They constantly move towards it, but not today. What do we say to death? Not today. That's what XSET are hoping for. They're looking towards Reykjavik and that road and hoping that they're going to be booting Cloud9 off.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, we're going to find out just how far the series, or which team, I should say, is going to be taking it. Our analyst desk breaking down all the action from that map, and we will be heading into the action as soon as possible. So do not go anywhere, ladies and gentlemen. We'll be right back.
We thought we might see a repeat of the script from NALCQ, but Riot has done away with that one as they've freshly written something else for us. XSET win map 2. A strong win from them on Split, and we will now be going to that 3rd map. Mimi, XSET looked like they were on the fringe of being eliminated in the same spot again. but they hold on, and now they take us to map 3.
Yeah, they keep it going. I mean, it gets very close in that game, but they showed some strong things. They've taken a very different approach to what a lot of other teams have been doing to this map in the current meta. They stick to their guns on the Astra. They stick to their guns on the Sky, and honestly, it looks really good. I felt like, especially in that second half, we saw a ton of value being found out of the Sky pulls in delaying these hits. Cloud9's composition, it was almost completely predicated on how much you could get done off those raised satchels, and, well, they were being shut down by the Gravwells, and also in these retake situations by BCJ, who had an absolutely wild performance on his own, and who I felt was doing a fantastic job to be that kind of supportive initiative.
I also thought there was definitely a lot of blown moments almost from Cloud9, and a couple of the first half, and then obviously the second half. Brennan and Josh said exactly what was happening to me. They're unraveling. They didn't really have an idea. That last round, for example, just kind of going with the flow and not finding any value out of the breach hold, not really being able to pass because they're waiting on a cooldown right here for the smoke on spawn, and still peeking dry into Cryo with the tour de force. There's those types of moments that I think all stem from not being able to put Leaf in a good position. And we just saw, actually, a similar thing with Optic. Yay on the chamber. It was dry peeking, much like Leaf was. But in this series, Leaf is not able to find anything because on the other side as well, we have Cryo, who's a formidable op opponent. So that head-to-head is going off, and Cryo got the better of it this time.
Yeah, I hyped up Def and his ability on the Astra. I think bringing the Viper on into this map also is giving them a lot of value. Aaron works really well as an anchor, just basically playing it as a sentinel of his own, as a lot of players have. But Viper kind of falling out of the meta a little bit more recently still. You can see the value, and XSET is proving that by sticking to their comp here.
You know, we talked about it last game, the first bloods for the side of Cloud9 compared to the side of XSET.
Yep.
If you actually look at this game, you know, the head-to-head between Leaf and Cryo sells had 8 first bloods, 1 first death. Leaf had 5 first bloods, still good. 7 first deaths. When Leaf is dying first that many times, it's an indicator. That's 12 duels that he has taken, and he's only won 5 of them. That's definitely difficult, and it's an indicator of a problem that is taking place across the map.
Yeah, and the thing is, it feels like a lot of that was also falling to Leaf just taking so many of these dry peaks in towards the second half. Normally, he's such a commanding force in the game, but you were talking about this a little bit, Paul, but it was so many of these rounds where he was just peeking on in, giving Cryo these fights, and never really was able to find any reply on out of it.
Yeah, I think also as we look towards the next map as well, it's Ascent, and that's where he's not going to be playing the chamber anymore. Or, you know, Cloud9 could obviously go out and do something crazy.
Sure.
Naturally, it's Cloud9, but he's playing more that Jet. He has a little bit better of a, what could you say, a little bit more versatility, a little bit more dynamic because of the way that Leaf likes to play. He can play much more aggressively, right? He can go past where normally he'd have the rendezvous. So you could expect him not to have those same problems, but we're still clearly going to be watching him because it's been such a thing. And I'm wondering as well, though, if there was a decision that he made on Haven to go off the Rays because for some reason he's not feeling the Jet or what, but I definitely feel like that thing is going to be very important here going into Ascent.
We've only seen XSET play this map twice during the group stages, once against LG and once against Optic, you know, a win and a loss respectively. But Cloud9 definitely feel really comfortable on this map. So despite the loss in map 2, there is a possibility here, Mimi, that we see Cloud9 run it back similar to the first map and have a dominant approach to Ascent.
Yeah, I mean, traditionally this has been a pretty solid map for them here on Ascent. They like to play it a lot. I think the strongest part of this map for them is the synergy between Zeppa and Leaf when we have the KO in play. They were one of the early teams to pioneer the KO meta, and a lot of people think Breeze when they think of that. I think that Ascent is probably the map where they instituted it the best. There's so many dart lineups or those knife lineups on KO that you can find that are unbreakable, that are just on the other side of the wall. They use it really well for information and towards the mid-round, and then the flash use for Zeppa. He has these moments where he can be that individual, flash on forward, play it similar to how we saw in the Sky for those first couple of maps, or he can be a little bit more passive and set Leaf up for these big moments on the entry.
Yeah, it's kind of these two maps that you mentioned, Breeze and Ascent, that we're going to now, is defined by how Cloud9 started playing the KO on this map, and now everybody's picking it up, even XSET, who obviously you just mentioned haven't played it that much. But I think the other thing that is kind of meta-defining for me for this map is the way that Vanity plays the Omen as well. He's actually kind of double diving with Leaf in some instances with the way that he can use the TP and the ult as well, unconventionally, so look out for that as well.
Yeah, well, it looks like we have the Agent Select ready to hop on into that one. And the thing I'm looking at is this Brimstone for the side of XSET. They ran that versus Optic and versus Luminosity. And while I think it had its moments, right, those faster rotations on the attacking side, the long smokes on the defense, there's also some downfalls, especially when you're playing up against a team like Cloud9 that has a lot of staying power in the utility. They can delay you with a Vanity Paranoia. They can delay you with those mollies for Mitch. Zeppa's util works really well in that regard. If you have to cancel, you run out of options. It's a very inflexible character. And the thing is, on a map like this, you won't have the breach. I think a lot of maps where people are running the Brim and the breach together, that stun can make up for some of the lack in way of smokes, but you don't have that here. So you are taking an inherent risk by bringing him on out.
Yeah, I think also the KO battle in terms of the overall strategy, it's not going to be both Zekken and Zeppa against each other that I'm referencing here, but how the teams react to how the KOs are playing is very important. So watch for Mitch to change up his setup, stretch them really far away with his alarm bot and turret so that he could get value on the other side of the map as well in ways that other Killjoys definitely don't do. That is super important. And then one more note on this before we head into the game. Cloud9 is starting on the defense side again. And I think something that has changed since playoffs has started and just recently as they've improved this map for them, their defensive sides have always been strong. It's the attack that struggles. And like we saw recently, they actually can play. In the game against V1, it was a fantastic attack side half that eventually carried them through.
XSET kept the series alive with a win in Map 2. They need to win here on Ascent, and it's Cloud9's playground to continue their run through the lower bracket. We've got our casters standing by. It's Sideshow and Bren. It's all yours.
Thank you, guys. Yeah, and I think you've set this up beautifully, honestly, for the expectations into this one, because Cloud9 have been looking very strong. They fixed a lot of the mistakes that we've been previously seeing for them as we head into Ascent, the elimination match between both of these teams. And so much is on the line right now. So much to be decided just from this one singular map.
Cloud9 have recently considered the best team in North America. This roster has achieved quite a lot in a short period of time, even without actually getting one of those big trophies to lift. They'd love to have an opportunity, a crack at that Masters 1 trophy in Reykjavik. We see the KO Knives traded over in A main, just looking for a little bit of information, and Cloud9 pulled themselves away from that area of the map as Leaf steps his way closer.
And let me tell you, Leaf does this a lot. He will disrespect you. He will contact into mid often. Gives his team amazing information.
He has a frenzy at this kind of range. Brave, right? BCJ manages to grab that orb without getting punished by Zeta. Zeta's shock darts, his utility, have been spectacular. But that one didn't quite land.
And it seems like a potential read here by Cloud9 is that XSET were leaning towards A in terms of their hit, with the spikes being in players' hands over there. But now, with enough time on the board, 50 seconds obviously left in the round, they choose to just cut the noise, cut the information.
And do you remember how slow these attacking rounds were from XSET on map 1?
Yeah.
And they just bled the clock down and ended up getting crushed by Cloud9. They have not dealt with the alarm bot and double nano swarm that Mitch had set up down lane right now. The paranoia comes out as well. So many people are blinded, can't follow up on cryo. But it's a small delay. They all stim beacon out and they're rushing down Mitch like bulls in a china shop.
Oh, Mitch, he's got a shorty in hand. He does find the one pick off from the Cloud9 players. Not playing that retake. They push through, punish the guys who are in market, who are basically trying to shut them down. Time is running low now. Mitch is so low, eventually goes down here, but an opportunity for Cloud9 to disrupt it. The plant has to be stuck. They don't get that pick, and now the players are up. Everyone is weak right now, but it's Cloud9 who come out on top. 10 HP. That was the only thing left that Leaf was working with. He's able to clutch it up anyway.
But overall, I think that was a pretty good defensive setup for C9. They grabbed the information early on. Mitch had dropped himself a shorty and a classic to be able to play with at the back there in B.
Insane damage.
Yeah, and just did a ton of work. Got a kill, and then, yeah, even though he doesn't get the finishing blow onto BCJ, he did a ton of damage that helped Leaf to be able to finish the round there with his 10 health. Double Bulldog, 3 Spectres heading into round 2. And watch how they change all of these setups as well. Cloud9 looked pretty immaculate on the defensive side of both Haven and Split. Even though Split was only 7-5, I still feel like they played that really well. They have a ton of different setups and ways that they can combine their utility and their aggression.
This round is going to be a lot of info gathering for XSET, obviously, when they're on the back foot. They can grab some orbs, set up some plays for next round with the ultimates.
They can hear the drone being used here. They know that they're going to be pushed into. Def takes that. Hiding. Recon dart used as well. Def doesn't want to get sprayed down. Of course, they've gone back to Def playing Sentinel and Aaron on the Brimstone, something that they again ran in map 1. And I've got a feel here, Bren, that Cloud9's desire for blood will not have been sated across this series so far.
Right.
They came into map 1 looking devastatingly good. And they are going to want to go to another international event. This team was built to win. When Vanity joined this roster, they had those level of expectations. Coming in 4th place is not good enough for Cloud9.
Yeah, trying to make it difficult for them here on the half side, but BCJ left alive with only 4 health. Does get the 1, but shut down, and you're exactly right. I mean, to touch on that again, it's not good enough for Cloud9 for this roster to be eliminated so early on. They want to make it all the way. They want to represent North America on the global stage.
And they have done in the past, too.
Unfinished business.
They certainly do. Yep, Vanity sees Fnatic going over there and realizes he's got yet more of that rivalry left to play, but only if he can make his way past XSET. And the next game that they've got coming up as well.
Yeah, still multiple obstacles.
Yeah, and for XSET, they really can't afford to finish another tournament in 4th. This is a match that neither of these teams can afford to lose, and yet one of them will be forced to. Here's Leaf pushing out, using that drone to take a lot of space in B main, and just the disrespect to stick the orb and get his knives up there.
The gall, man. The gall to do that. Somebody could punish that. Somebody could swing around the corner, but no. He just grabs it, gets the knives. And this bonus round for Cloud9, it always gets a little bit more scary now that he's got these knives, the Bladestorm online. They spam the wall.
What
Possibly
is
some
that?
pre-planned.
Is that
possibly?
Very
Understanding
possible.
where Def likes to lurk in mid.
Yeah, it's a common position for sure, but Zeppa will be so happy that that one paid off. You often do prep on your opponents, and you're happy to, you know, throw out a couple of shots there, because why not?
Amazing knife.
But you're not necessarily expecting the kill to come through, and yeah, that knife just sees everything happening.
Okay. Bit of a drone just out in the open there from BCJ. Hopefully there was no spray through, and the XSET players just trying to take control of this one. Still, they don't have anyone into the back of the side. It's just Cryo who's holding it down, making sure that this retake doesn't happen.
Here's Leaf on the flank.
Yeah,
he's got the knives pushing behind them.
Right now, he's moving his way through into main. The players are already dropping down onto the side, but they are completely distracted. Mitch sprays him down with a Spectre. The crunch comes through, and Cloud9 just do not let their opposition set up.
What a round. Beautiful bonus from C9. There's so many different moving pieces there. It starts off with Zeppa's knife that you called out, Bren, that sees all of those players in B main. Then Vanity throws a smoke for Zeta to play with on the site and a paranoia to stop the push coming through. And at the same time, I mean, here's that little setup to kill Def. But look at the smoke that Zeta has, and it all buys time for the Leaf backstab as he pushes out through mid, looking for fights with his Bladestorm.
Pretty sure there was a flash as well over the site there from Zeppa.
All of the pieces working in coordination with each other.
So good.
And now XSET, they're back onto a Sheriff round. Things not starting out well. A reminder of map 1 here that went, what was it, 7, 8-0, and then went all the way up to 12. But certainly the first 6 rounds, it really felt like XSET had no opportunity to get into the game.
Yeah. Bala was mentioning on a desk as well about Cloud9's attack side in the past. You know, we've criticized them. But in their recent showing on this map against V1, it didn't really seem like the case. It seems to have fixed a lot of their problems. These guys are dangerous on Ascent.
They are. It's been one of the maps that they love playing. Ascent, Breeze, the desk were talking about it. Cloud9 almost invented the meta to some degree, especially in North America, on those maps. And XSET just couldn't push them in the map veto away from their comfort territory.
And it's come down to a bit of anchoring from the players from Cloud9. The spam, not enough to get that pick onto Leaf. Still very low, just backing away. And a lovely fragment grenade just to try and disrupt that push that was coming through onto the choke point. Do they still want to try and make this? It looks like they're just peeking one at a time looking for these pickoffs, but all you're doing is giving Leaf the opportunity to farm up his next ultimate.
He's 3 orbs away from another Bladestorm. He just used one in the previous round.
Not the target you want to be giving those picks to.
That's a prime game in Flawless if I've ever seen one. I mean, the other part to this too, it's not just Leaf that's here. There's 3 players on A.
Yeah.
And so far in our first 4 rounds from XSET's attack side, they've never been able to find an opportunity where Cloud9 aren't reading exactly what's going on. Cloud9 have perfect information. That was something that was really hurting them on split too. But it's not like Cloud9 have double Sentinel here. They're not playing like that. They're getting the information out of Leaf, pushing aggressively, taking a peek, and he's got his op from Cat.
It's happening again. You set it up here, Josh. Operator in hand. He has the additional presence as well of Zeppa just playing at his back with flashes to get him out of any sort of tricky situation. And that's a very early drone used by BCJ.
And not just early, he drones from so far back that it can't even clear deep into mid. He wants to be droning from a position where Zeppa can't land a knife on him. And so by droning all the way back there, Zeppa is conditioning him just by virtue of playing KO to get less value out of his drone.
Yeah. Very little getting done there. Okay, a little double shock is going to clear the alarm bot. That gives XSET good information.
Yeah. Double bounce on it as well, so they get the little voice
line. The voice line is like any angle, I think, is what he says, except not in a British accent.
So this might be one of the first rounds where XSET have actually got a good opportunity here. They're pushing in. Only 2 players currently playing A. But Leaf with an operator over at Heaven.
And they are ready for this one. They anticipated this KO ult. The null command, the split comes through. It's a Brim ult as well, just to try and disrupt this one, though. The XSET players need to get deep into this site with only 20 seconds left. Trying to push their way through.
And the smoke that comes out from Vanity is supposed to fake that there's somebody there ready to anchor, slow them down a little bit. By the time for the retake, it doesn't happen. XSET are speedy on it. But this, the retake scenarios, they were just so good for C9 on map 1. Didn't really look as potent when we went to split. We'll see what kind of form the Ascent retakes are in. There comes Paranoia and they're ready to go.
Oh, wow. Critical sidestep from Vanity, finds it. Needs to be a bit more from them, but still the players are just barreling into the site. And there was so much pressure on Aaron, I think, to catch that cheeky timing. But he was just walking his way up Cat, and he's not able to get the double spray down. It's a quick defuse. Cloud9, they are so well drilled with these retakes.
It looks fantastic. It looks like
everything comes together at the same time.
Yeah,
looks the players, they pressure a door, the flash comes over the top. It's like the swings, the dart as well. The players in hell have no chance of trying to combat any of this. Look at this.
Yeah. They double face door at the same time as Paranoia, Recon Dart come through. They're comboing up the Recon.
And the dart, look
Recon lands onto Cryo. Even if Zeta had not Odin wallbanged him, they still had a player that was ready to face. It's clinical from Cloud9. Yeah. And XSET take a timeout here. I think one of the things they want to be discussing is post-plant aggression. They didn't really implement it on Haven. And I brought it up at the time. I think it's something that would be really useful for them. And what I mean by that is, if at all possible, try and save Recon, Flash, to be able to get aggressive up into A Heaven, for example. Or save a Flash for Zekken so that you can flash over the top of the boathouse on B and try and play an aggressive post-plant where you've got somebody in B main and someone on lane and they can swing at the same time. These kind of ideas, I'm sure they'll have a ton of them in the playbook. They will have played aggressive post-plants before. They're just not bringing them out here against Cloud9. Because Cloud9 apply so much pressure, even when you're getting the spike plant down, you don't have the space. You don't have the mental bandwidth.
Yeah, you feel like you can't set up.
Yeah. They have a very suffocating playstyle when they're on defense, even as they give you the spike plant. And it's a pretty similar kind of setup on defense. Leaf, Zeppa, holding A. This time Zeppa in A main. And the main brunt of the defense with the Killjoy with the Sova over on B.
Okay, Smoke to push away this angle. Leaf looks like he wants to disrespect it. They're spamming it. It's going to be pushed away.
Yeah, that could have got dangerous. That's pretty heads-up play by XSET there, realizing that Leaf wants to go aggressive like that.
As soon as this fades, though, he's got so much confidence in being able to take a fight, even when he's not necessarily favored. They hear the drone. Walking around the corner! Oh, my word.
And he saves the dash. He manages to escape from that situation with only the Cloudburst being used. Vanity's not watching mid, though, and Cryo feels like he has an opportunity here. Wow. That is a big duel for Vanity to win.
Takes away the Jet player with the knives. Any potential pop-off moment.
The best fragger.
To bring them back into it. It's shut down straight away. It's shut down. And Zeppa, he is so consistently good at just locking down this tree area. Vanity sets him up with the one-way. It bleeds off time. He has to anticipate the players close. Quick little jiggle peek. There's Aaron with the Spectre. Classic play from him.
That might actually free up some space on this defense. It doesn't look like Cloud9 are really biting, though. Vanity peeks, realizes there's still players push deep on B.
25 seconds, mate.
And yeah, there's no time. They can't even return to Aaron if they wanted to.
It's all over the place.
XSET are really struggling, and they're having to go into such improv-y areas because Cloud9's basic defensive play is ruining them.
It's not comfortable for them at all. And look at that, the Odin play from the back of the site, the anchoring. That's more than locked down. They've shut it down. Time runs down. Aaron just going to be trying to save a rifle into the next. No players near him, so he will be at least able to walk away with that one. And this is looking eerily familiar to that map number 1.
Certainly is. There's a big old goose egg on the board for XSET. Finding that first round can sometimes be the most difficult. And Cloud9's defense changes up enough that when you think you have a read on them, they're shifting on you.
Throwing the mix up.
Yeah, it's so necessary at this point in the game to be adaptable on your defensive side, and they do it very well. The best in North America, I think, with their defense sides.
What's the play here? Again, another knife gets good information.
And another defensive setup. They've got Vanity and Wine. Doesn't look like it's going to be all too relevant in this round, because XSET have 4 players grouped up in B main.
Just enough to switch it up, man. Just enough. This time the drone doesn't go down early. So BCJ is clearing through that market area, but it's a counter drone and it tags onto Cryo.
So they give up all of that space. They've pushed Cryo away. That means the rest of his team don't have that space. They didn't break the alarm bot in mid. They didn't break... They still haven't broke the turret.
And
off the turret contact!
What is that? If Zeta is even going to be rewarded with it? No, he doesn't actually find the pick off the kill he was looking for, but all the players on XSET are low. An instant response, though. The lockdown gets used by Def into mid to try and push the players away, but it's not close enough to push Zeta out of this angle. Spraying them with the Odin.
The lockdown, it pushes players away, but it doesn't do much else. They don't actually take the space off the back of it. It feels like Cryo's trying to find these openings, but constantly getting repelled by utility, and now they come towards Vanity. Same kind of smoke. XSET, they find that pick as well. Def just poking with a Guardian down mid, and they want to go back to B, but this is back into Zeta. What another kill by Def.
This is
10 seconds left.
Absurd. Mitch could completely destroy them here, but Def gets a third. The IGL for this team. Coming up clutch, the veteran presence, and he's created an opening for them.
Yeah, this is kind of similar to what happened on Haven, except this time they don't lose the 4v2, the 5v2. Def had another miracle round. It might have even been round 7 on Haven, where he was able to use his aim, use his lurks to find them a couple of picks.
That's insane.
And open things up when the rest of his team can't. And you might be asking yourself, well, if Def can do this, why isn't Cryo doing this for them? How is Cryo getting shut down so hard if Def has to be the entry player? But when Cryo does it at the early or mid round, he has to face off against all the utility. Cloud9 are targeting it. They have the Soulrolt off the turret contact. They have a counter drone which tagged him and forced him to give up mid information. If he peeks into Leaf, Leaf's frequently got the operator on his hands. There's knives shutting him down all over the place. You know, there's so many different targeted elements to stopping the tip of the spear.
Always one step ahead.
It does feel like that a lot of the time.
Always one step ahead is how it feels.
And you know what? I respect this timeout too. Something that Optic have been doing a lot.
Yeah.
They lose a single round. No, we demand perfection.
Disciplined. It can work against you, though, if you end up taking this. And it doesn't work out and it rolls more into the round wins, because then you've used your timeout early on, but it does put a stopper, I think, in terms of any sort of momentum that XSET might try and grab off the back of that initial round win.
Yeah. Momentum's a strong word when you're down 1-6, though, isn't it?
Well, that's
it's
what I mean.
Very
they're trying to claw it back.
Yeah.
And they've just been iced.
Yep, completely. Cloud9 are not mixing up this defensive setup too much right now. They're kind of sticking with what's working. Leaf's going to prod towards mid. He's got the operator set up at top mid. I think he just missed a shot on Aaron, who was presumably jiggle peeking that.
Yes. Bit of spam through from BCJ. I think this is intended to try and push Leaf away from the angle that he loves to play there.
Yeah, absolutely. It's a nice idea. Leaf isn't playing there this round, but it's a decent idea.
Makes him think twice about it.
And Cloud9 playing mid so well is actually just making it difficult for XSET to even break this alarm bot. Look, here comes the drone. Is Cryo even going to feel confident enough to be pushing down past this?
They break it. You have to know that it could be disguising a player close. They break the alarm bot on top of it as well.
And I like this because Cryo's just broken the alarm bot, pulling bodies towards mid, and the rest of his team was grouping up as if they were going for an A push. It now looks like a cat split. Zeppa's just used his knife. That's 0 point for information on Catwalk. Is Leaf really going to push that?
The knife
doesn't have blade storms anymore.
Yeah, suppressed. Takes away the ult. It does mean they know that Leaf was playing there. He immediately rotates back, anticipating that this is going to be the A split. And he'd be correct about it. Flashes popped through, but Zeppa forced away for the moment. That was the frag nade. Dropped at his feet in the smoke, unable to play through it, and Cloud9, they're just diving straight onto the site. I can't believe the swing timings here. Confidence from them. They shut it down.
Leaf even peeks while he's reloading with 0 bullets left in his operator just to get traded there. And it's another round, Bren, where Cloud9 just know what's happening at all times.
Vanity near the top of the scoreboard for his team as well. This is a man that is driven. He's driven right now. Wants to be going on that path to represent North America on the global stage at Reykjavik. Potentially, you know, get a bit of payback against some of his old rivals from back then. I'm thinking Fnatic, who recently qualified. Maybe getting too much in the weeds here with this match, but it is...
It definitely feels
to play for, I think, for Cloud9.
It definitely feels like Cloud9 came into this game with a vengeance. The two maps that they, didn't directly select Ascent, but forced via their better map pool, they've just been incredible at. That was a stimmied up Aaron.
Bro, he's going for it again.
Ferrari swinging, and Leaf rips his head off.
And this is confidence. This is absolute confidence. The head-to-head between Leaf and Cryo. Map 1, map 2. Oh my god.
It was going in favor of Cryo.
It was going in favor.
I'm not sure it will be at the end of this. Leaf is a monster right now.
Got his knives back again, by the way.
It's the first map, too, where we've been able to see this Jet head-to-head. And Leaf just gives us a cheeky little ace with the operator.
Yeah.
Sure, it's an anti-eco, but it just speaks to the level of dominance that Cloud9 are putting down upon XSET right now.
Well,
look at that shot!
That is actually disgusting.
Aaron's doing his Usain Bolt impression.
Just speed boosting, man, right around the corner. Doesn't matter. Flick to the head through the wall.
And he's set up with the flashes.
Yeah.
But he's just able to re-peek.
Look at
Vanity looks disgusting.
He's like, mate, what are you doing? That's filthy. You're going to get us investigated.
He's 16-4 across 10 rounds. Over a kill and a half per round.
And it is so hard for XSET to gain any ground. That timeout that Cloud9 took was so impactful. Buy round though for XSET. They have the guns. They've taken that A main control, and they've just got the one player that's Deft lurking around his tiles area, but he has to be cautious because he knows, again, Leaf likes to play in mid. He likes to disrespect.
This is another slow, cautious round, but it's just following the drone again. And it feels like Cloud9 have got the read on XSET every time. The alarm bot is pushed up into such a deep position in mid. They're not worried about mid at all.
VCJ predicts that there might be a TP. He's just aiming it right up into the sky. Gets the one tag. Not enough. Dash in. There's no smoke available though. Cryo just didn't have it. He couldn't play within it. And it gives Cloud9 the perfect opportunity to shut him down.
Is the defender lockdown as well? I mean, what can you do at this point? XSET, they're just feeding themselves into the mulch.
You're going to get the picks, but can you even get out? Nope, detained.
Oh, and they're just going to mess with him.
Yeah.
Oh, it's brutal. It's just disgusting.
Okay.
Zekken is just powerless, helpless, has to watch as he gets sliced to pieces. And it feels like the hopes of XSET are going with him. Cut to ribbons by Cloud9.
It's so telling, isn't it? You know, splits the map pick for XSET, and it's the closest map in these series. Every other map we've been seeing played, Haven, and now this one on Ascent, brutally one-sided. Brutally one-sided. Cloud9 always one step ahead in terms of the ultimates, one step ahead in terms of just threatening. A big part of this being Leaf, this guy 17-5.
Yeah, and their defensive sides too. They managed to start defense side on every map, right?
Yeah, it's the luxury they get, I suppose. Just doing some cheeky damage there.
Yeah, but this is another bad buy by XSET. Recon dart in. Another little one-way deployed over by Catwalk. Just to revisit the Cryo conversation as well. He's not doing particularly well right now. The entire team is struggling, of course. But XSET rely on Cryocell so much. Especially for those first kills that the desk were talking about. He's the tip of the spear. Normally, okay, across VCT 2022, he's had 36% of his team's first kills. If they were split evenly, that's almost double.
Yeah.
You know, you'd expect somebody to have about 20% because there's 5 players on the team. No, he's got 36.
The centerpiece of so much of their strategy.
And it's just getting countered by the utility setups, by the operator.
Again, 35 seconds left. Cloud9 seem to like, look at this. Pretty good read of what's going on. They can't even get through the choke point. They're dumping the utility in. Anyone going to be able to stop Leaf? The swing does come through straight through main, but ultimately, it's Cloud9 with the players and the guns. Look at the risk second doing what he can. 45 health, 15 seconds left. Not enough ammo to work with.
And it's brutal. 10-1. This one, it's not going to be as good of a half for Cloud9 as it was on map 1.
Sure.
That's guaranteed. Okay, silver linings for XSET. But it is horrendous. A comeback at this point seems almost out of the question. XSET are getting comprehensively outplayed. And it, once again, that 4th place curse just rears its head. They are so good. This team is so good. But they're just not good enough when it comes to these big matches against the top teams in North America. And Cloud9, I think, are showing today that they're on a different level. And you have to be on a different level in order to get those podium finishes.
You have the right to represent North America as well on that global stage. I mean, this series won't exactly do it for them, but the spam into the Brim ult, maybe the setup here for a round on the board for XSET. They still have to deal with this anchor, and they do just that. Lockdown's not going to be dealt with. Quick push through into the smoke! Dashing away. And that's a whiff.
Yeah, Leaf sets up Mitch for the kill. It's a tough one for Aaron, actually. He's in the middle of his random spray control when he starts to try and adjust the target. Positioning here of Cryo, though, is great. He should be able to lock this round up.
And that's it.
He certainly does. It's a 3K on the board for Cryo, but it's a 10-2 half, and that's not anything to be writing home about for XSET. That is rough.
How are they going to do this? How are they going to battle back off the back of it? For Cloud9, they've come into this one with fury behind them. They are looking unstoppable, and they want to make it deep right now in this lower bracket. We're going to go to a short break, ladies and gentlemen. On the other side of things, the continuation of this map, and potentially the final.
XSET, the classic gatekeeper team. The only teams they've lost to all year have been the 3 teams above them in this tournament right now. Optic, The Guard, Cloud9. They're the only squads that have been able to best XSET, and yet they lose to them with consistency. They're the best of the rest, but it has just been such a struggle getting over the line. And when you contrast that to Cloud9's story, they demand excellence. They are the team that's been doing the best recently out of all of the North American squads. And they're looking to try and replicate that with a dominant dismissal of XSET here in map 3.
A vitally important pistol round, man. For XSET to even just get any sort of rounds on the board, with Cloud9 not wasting any time, okay? Gonna be the molly used there by Aaron just to try and block off that choke once more. That was with the drone coming out. That was from Cloud9 to try and get a bit of the information. So
I like this from Cryo and Zekon as well. They've pushed out Cat. They got a little bit of info. I don't know whether Vanity spotted them there.
Yeah, just trying to be proactive with it, I think. XSET are holding close. Are they going to try and set something up here? Zekon's only got the knife to work with. It clears just that close corner, then
they're not going to check one.
They're not going to expect this from Leaf.
Well, I don't think they're going to actually...
No way.
Wow, Leaf peeks and tags Cryo. I mean, that is absurd.
It's materialized, and now he's just dropping straight into the site. Smokes drop down, knife into the back of it. The players behind Dice just fall over. All left up now to Def and BCJ coming back in. They do have that recon dart if they wanted to just try and send that in, get a bit of information. Vanity swings through though, and they weren't ready and waiting for a man. Again, Vanity coming up big.
It's gorgeous. All of the pieces are working together right now for Cloud9. The tip of the spear, Leaf, 21-7 with another phenomenal entry. Look at that, the double dink. And then picking up the second kill too. But also the IGL component of Vanity realizing the catwalk needed to be pressured, coming up through the back, getting 2 cheeky kills, not relying on his aim, but instead using his game sense to set him up for the kills. XSET are forced to force, but this is all Cloud9. This is a masterclass. This is them trying to put forth the argument that they belong in Reykjavik.
Oh yeah. Certainly showcasing what they're made of right now in Cloud9. So close now to winning out this map and series. Eliminating XSET in that 4th place. It's dashed through into League. Taking that side control. It's very quick in its approach, but XSET, you get the 1. Still, the player's not ready.
What is that?
Just swings around the corner and finds the head.
Zekon's fast on the flank, and all of the Cloud9 players are buried onto the site. All 4 of them. They don't have a paranoia. They don't have any flashes to be able to work with. Recon Dart not online yet, so they can't really get too aggro in this post plan.
The guns, the Stinger's not ideal. That's going to be... Grenade just dropped down, stops the player from swinging into this one. Still flashes in the hand of Zekon if they want to try and take this retake. The knife gives them info. Good pop flash around the corner, but can they collect the kills? That's going to be the case. Not today. Leaf, I believe, ready and waiting there at the back, just playing that anti-flash position. 12-2. The money is looking dire. XSET on the verge of collapse.
Yeah, and it's another round where XSET have to force, but I think coming away from this match, you've got to respect how much Cloud9 came into this with a mentality to prove that they're better, that they are simply better.
What a dangerous team. What a dangerous team.
And they're not locked in yet. Even if they win this final round, even if they beat XSET here, they are not locked in. They've got a very dangerous opponent in the Guard. One that they've been able to beat previously, but it's going to be a tough challenge for them. But I'm getting LCQ kind of vibes.
Oh, yeah. Lose 1 match, go on to win the tournament.
It's just getting lit up
lit out underneath you. How does Leaf get that?
BCJ's lit up like a Christmas tree. Didn't break the recon dart whatsoever that came in through for Zeta.
A quick little pivot now from Cloud9 as well. They recognize that there are weaknesses, openings that they can collapse onto here, onto the A site. The player's just holding it down, just trying to at least shut them down as they're pushing through. Cat, these flashes push them away, but Cloud9, they're not going to be pushed away just by that tiny bit of utility that's going their way. They get onto the site now with the door shut down. You start to see these post plans coming into effect. Now, they don't have the spikes down just yet. Waiting it out.
But XSET haven't really been too pacey with their retakes either. There's an alarm bot to give them information, and Def breaks it immediately. They know that there's a judge online now if they didn't previously. They're still struggling to get the plant down. Here comes Vanity, putting it out in the open. Is this going to trigger the retake? XSET have one last chance, and Mitch is shutting the door on it.
And it felt inevitable. The kills collected up here for Cloud9. They are going to eliminate XSET here in the lower bracket. They're going to move forwards in our tournaments, and they are one step closer to trying to represent North America on that global stage. The road to Reykjavik. XSET another 4th place finish for them, but for Cloud9, man, they look scary. They look more than scary. They're going to be playing, I believe, tomorrow as well as they go up against the Cards. I mean,
yeah,
absurd.
They are such a good team, and I think they showcased today, just with their dominance in Map 1 and Map 3, that they're on a bit of a different level, that there really is a gap between being able to contend with the best teams and being in that group completely. That was a spectacular performance.
Yeah, bit of a tier difference. We're going to see on the other side of the break what our analyst desk has to say about it, and maybe even a quick little interview. We'll see you in just a few.
How hard can you go when the beat drop?
Got your money on, coming to kill, but you gotta put down a mill just to make a bill, cause I'm never the underdog. Who you gonna believe? I got the proof, shot in the truth, From the top of the roof, I got the receipts. Who you got your money on? Coming to kill, but you gotta put down a mill just to make a bill. Cause I'm never the underdog. Who you gonna believe? I got the proof, shouting the truth. From the top of the roof, I got the receipts. Got your money on, coming to kill, but you gotta put down a mill just to make a bill. Cause I'm never the underdog. Who you gonna believe? I got the proof, shouting the truth. From the top of the roof, I got the receipts. Who you got your money on? Coming to kill, but you gotta put down a mill just to make a bill. Cause I'm never the underdog. Who you gonna believe? I got the proof, shouting the truth. From the top of the roof, I got the receipts.
A strong series for Cloud9, as we saw in the Prime Gaming post-match highlights. They absolutely decimated XSET on the first and third map. Got to give credit to XSET, though. They kept things close by forcing that third map, staying alive on Split, but it just wasn't enough, Mimi, as ultimately Cloud9 does what we expected them to do and pick up the win here, ending XSET's run.
Yeah, they looked really fantastic on this map number 3. It's clear that they came well prepared, and we could talk a lot about what they specifically did well on this map. What I think it shows most is how important having a deep map pool is when the top tier of competition in NA is really, really close. I think anyone in the top 6 could beat each other, and the thing is, those squads with the deepest map pool, a lot of the time are going to come out on top. Cloud9 only really has one map they're unwilling to play, which means they can first ban bind. They can get rid of the strength of XSET immediately, and XSET, they had vulnerabilities, and Cloud9 got to pick into 2 of those, and these dominant maps really showed that.
And the scary thing, too, is it's not even Cloud9's unwilling to play bind. They've played it so many times throughout this, so realistically they have a 7-map pool. And that's a really good thing to bring up because tomorrow is a best of 5, and that means that it's so good for them to not have a perma ban in this entire situation. They can play whatever they want, and it doesn't really matter what on the other side actually happens. And that's why this series was so kind of easy for Cloud9 in a sense. Even though XSET does match kind of the skill level on the other side, it didn't seem like it this time, but it really was the maps.
Yeah, I mean, you say easy, but at the same point in time, it does go 3 maps, but when you look at the wins that Cloud9 have, that's when you can start to say, oh yeah, that was a little bit easy, as the first and third map were definitely incredibly lopsided in favor of Cloud9. I mean, the way the series started was just an indicator of such. But we do have someone standing by for the Verizon post-match interview, so we'll say goodbye to the analysts as we welcome in James IRL, one of the coaches over on the Cloud9 side. It's been a while since I've spoken to you. Congratulations on the big dub for the team.
Thanks, bro. It's good to see you again, too.
So I got to ask, the last time we saw you guys play XSET in a playoff stage was in a lower bracket. It was in the lower semifinal. You beat them, and you went on to actually win that event. That was the NALCQ. So I guess the question is, are you running it back and going to this LAN event and doing better than every other NA team?
I mean, that's definitely the intention. We go into every game like super intense. We started out this tournament a little bit cold, but I think our preparation through the last few months has been really good. Like, it's just all about building on day by day.
We praised your team's map pool coming into today as one of the stronger map pools, looking at all of the teams in NA VCT. But Split is one that we haven't seen you play a whole lot. And we saw, XSET was able to find the win there. What do you think was going wrong for you on Split that you can rectify moving forward?
Honestly, they have a really good defensive scheme, and they won a few attack rounds on our defense side that we probably shouldn't have lost, and we needed that buffer on our attack side because we don't run the Viper, to cut off all the angles. We kind of have like a more defensive comp, so I think we're going to retool our game plan for the future.
Now, your Haven and your Ascent looked rock solid, as is obvious by the results, but one of the maps we haven't seen you guys play yet is this new Icebox. Curious on your thoughts on Icebox and whether or not we can see the team playing it in the near future.
We're actually totally down to play it. I think Icebox plays a lot like a CS map. It's kind of like Inferno in the fact that on the attack side you swivel a lot and there's like ways for the defense to get... I guess the main difference is there's ways for the defense to get information and obviously the Valorant agents, but we're super down to play Icebox. I think that's one of our strongest maps.
You now have one team left standing in your way from qualifying for yet another international event, and it's the Guard. It's a team you guys have played already. You beat them in the group stages. How comfortable do you feel going into tomorrow knowing that you've already beaten them?
I don't think that match was that big of a deal because both teams had already qualified, so I don't really know how much effort they put into it, so I don't want to be like, oh, we're just going to smash them. That being said, we don't really care who we play against. There's not like a fear or anything. It's more like we just watch how they play and we just take it into account a little bit in our prep.
Well, congratulations again on the win. I'll go ahead and let you go. Best of luck tomorrow, and hope to see you guys championing for NA at an international land very soon.
Good to see you, man. Love to see you on the broadcast. Keep it up.
Thanks, bud. Love you.
Love you.
I love that man. James IRL is the homie. We love each other. It's a mutual respect thing. I've worked a couple of events with James, so it's always good to see him and hear him. But, you know, Cloud9, they look so good when they look good. But we've seen some hiccups here, but still they've made it this far, and they've got one more opponent standing in their way. And I do respect Balla. He says it. Even though we beat them before, it's hard to say whether or not that had as much weight. This team is really good. Guard is a solid opponent.
Yeah, that respect that they have for the Guard, and to realize that that match didn't necessarily mean that that's exactly how it's going to play out is very important. But I think the better thing in that thing, you tried to get some information out of him, and you kind of did that. They're willing to play Icebox. I think that's going to play a big factor in tomorrow's veto and how the Guard actually approach the map as well, because for them, that's been what they came into playoffs with, a new Icebox, and they seem to be the only team really willing to put the money where their mouth is and play that map. So Cloud9 will have to make the decision whether they want to or whether they want to play Bind instead.
Yeah, and the thing is, now a 7-map pool for a best of 5. I actually have some kind of faith in Guard. I think their map pool is solid. I think it matches up in a pretty alright way versus Cloud9. So I think this one is going to be pretty darn close. The other thing is, though, that for the Guard, they have not played a BO5 yet in such high stakes. So we saw them crumble a little bit today. I'm worried that that'll happen again, but they have some time to prep. So who knows? Could be a very different outcome.
Well, we saw a lot of great play today, very much so in that previous series, so it's no surprise that our Aim Lab Flick of the Day is going to come from that series, as it was Leaf who popped off at various points. We saw a lot of big plays throughout the day, though, so really you could make an argument for any of them. But as we take a look at the Flick of the Day, this is the one that stands out most. I mean, it's just ridiculous, the shots coming out of your ball.
That first shot is just absurd. I mean, the guy is full stimmied. It looks like he's literally warping across that bench, right? He's just one side, and then he just gets them all. Only one shot missing this entire thing. Didn't really need the full clip, but he'll take another reload as well. That first shot is definitely that Flick of the Day. So sick, so smooth on the anti-eco as they approach.
Yeah, and I love that we get to see this final map as the head-to-head between the Jets, right? We've seen a lot of chamber for both these players. We're getting to see Cryo and Leaf just absolutely brawl it out in the Jet versus Jet. It was really exciting, and I mean, the defensive sides are so strong for Cloud9. Leaf's offing prowess is always going to be able to bolster that.
Strong play coming out from Leaf, and you can see it represented on the stats. Again, not really all that surprising. It's what we expect to see from Leaf, but still, there's a slight caveat with that. While we see strong play from Leaf, we have not yet seen him really adapt as well to the chamber play like we've seen some of the other players do, like Ye. So even though we praise him incredibly, there's still a little bit of room for improvement, which is crazy to say because the stats, they definitely show that he's seriously powerful, even without the ability of some of the other players who are playing chamber. So solid play from Leaf, and he helps carry Cloud9 to a victory to a certain extent. But let's take a look at the bracket, as we can see now how things are shaping up. As there's only a few teams that remain. We've got Optic currently in the upper bracket, or the grand final, excuse me. And we've got two teams duking it out to fight their way to face off against them. Balla, we've seen incredible matches throughout this, and a lot of surprises and upsets. But these three teams, it's not surprising to see them at this point.
Yeah, I think the only one that other people would have expected to really push up based on the group stage performance was V1. But
yeah.
Clearly, the experience matters, and while you get deep in these brackets, that's what it comes down to. Experience and how you play under pressure, that's what that experience tends to. And I mean, looking at these three teams, the Guard seems to be the odd man out, but there's still a chance, and I think it's going to be a really, really good match tomorrow.
Yeah, I mean, they had a tough loss today, the Guard versus Optic, but we still saw some good things. We still saw some brilliant moments that we know they can do, and I think having that taste of the pressure, they should have had an opportunity to come back and hopefully get these young players' nerves under wraps and be able to show us that Guard, that amazing team that we know they can be.
Take a look at the schedule, too, see how things are going to shape up. It's tomorrow and Sunday, the last 2 days. Tear emoji, as it's just 2 matches that remain. It's the Guard versus Cloud9 in a lower bracket final. It's a best of 5, like we've mentioned, and then we've got Optic versus the dreaded TBD. It's either the winner of Guard versus Cloud9 that will play in that grand finals best of 5. At that point, both teams will have qualified for the event in Iceland. But you know, Cloud9, if they are able to win, they're going to be coming in with all the heat in the world, and same goes for the Guard.
Obviously, the match tomorrow is the one that everybody's looking forward to, but also we have to look at that grand finals as well. And this is the first time we're going to have a new champion in NA, right? No more Sentinels taking over and winning that final match in their way to international competition. That's going to be exciting to watch as well.
Well, that does wrap things up for us today. We've got 2 more days of NA VCT, and tomorrow is when we decide who's going to be going to Iceland with Optic. We hope you guys will join us same place, same time, right here, twitch.tv/Valorant. We'll see you then.